fellow officer could be responsible for such a despicable betrayal of everything that they stand for. It's imperative that this cannot happen again. And so I'm grateful for Lady Eilish Angelini's assurance that she will look at this heinous case as part of her inquiry. Mr. Speaker, from the moment I became Home Secretary, I've made clear that things have to change. Public trust is precious. Our model of policing by consent cannot work effectively without it. I discussed this case yesterday with the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Sir Mark Rowley, and I'm encouraged by the action that he has taken so far with his team to root out officers who are not fit to wear the badge. This effort is being spearheaded by a new anti-corruption and abuse command. But there is still some way to go to ensure that the force can command the trust of the people that it serves. It is vital that the Metropolitan Police and other forces double down on their efforts to root out corrupt officers. This may mean more shocking cases come to light in the short term. It's a matter of the utmost importance that there are robust processes in place to stop the wrong people joining the police in the first place, which is why the government has invested in improving recruitment processes and supporting vetting as part of over £3 billion that we have provided for the Police Uplift programme. I expect this work to continue at pace and for all Chief Constables to prioritise delivery of the recommendations made by the Police Inspectorate's recent report on vetting, counter-corruption and misogyny. It's now for the Metropolitan Police to demonstrate that they have an effective plan in place to rapidly improve their vetting processes. Much of the impetus for change must come from within policing, but this government will continue leading from the front. As I've been clear, we are bringing forward part 2 of the Angelini inquiry to make recommendations on how forces can improve culture and tackle the root causes of police criminality and misconduct. The inquiry was established by the then Home Secretary, my right honourable friend, the member for Witham, and I pay tribute to her for her commitment and leadership on these critical issues. As well as ensuring vetting processes are watertight, there must be fair and effective arrangements for dealing with those who behave or act in a wholly unacceptable way while serving. Baroness Casey has recently identified concerns with the misconduct and dismissals process within the Metropolitan Police. It takes too long, it doesn't command the confidence of police officers, and it's procedurally burdened. Bureaucracy and process appear to have prevailed over ethics and common sense. That's why I've announced an internal review into police dismissals. The review's terms of reference are being published today. Mr. Speaker, this case will rightly throw a spotlight once again on women's safety. No one should suffer abuse or feel frightened or harassed, whether they are at home, out and about, or online. We are taking concerted action to prevent violence against women, support victims and survivors, relentlessly pursue perpetrators and strengthen the system as a whole. On rape specifically, we are focused on delivering improvements across the board so that victims get the support they deserve and cases are pursued rigorously from report to court. There have been some important steps forward since the publication of the Rape Review in 2021. The number of referrals and charges have increased nationally, while new operating models for the investigation and prosecution of rape are being developed through Operation Soteria. Mr. Speaker, none of this can undo the suffering of Carrick's victims. But I can assure the House that this government will not shy away from challenging the police to meet the standards we all expect of them. Change must happen, and as Home Secretary, I will do everything in my power to ensure that it does. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a truly shocking and appalling case, and I welcome the statement today, a serving police officer admitting to some of the most serious and devastating crimes. I join the Home Secretary in giving tribute to the bravery of the victims who have come forward, but we have to face up to the further evidence that this case has brought up of appalling failures in the police vetting and misconduct processes that are still not being addressed by the government and are not being addressed in this statement. And I would say to the Home Secretary that given the scale of the problems, not just in this case, but in previous cases as well, her statement is very weak and it shows a serious lack of leadership on something that is so grave and affects confidence in policing as well as serious crimes. We've seen repeated failures to respond or take seriously allegations of violence against women by a serving police officer, by other serving police officers, allegations of domestic abuse not taken seriously in the vetting processes, and in this case, a failure to suspend, for example, a failure to suspend David Carrick when rape allegations were made in July 2021, even though the Met Police knew there had been domestic abuse allegations 2 years previously, a misconduct process that concluded there was no case to answer despite the repeated alarms being raised, a full vetting check not triggered, and David Carrick's permission to carry firearms restored. And most shocking of all is that this happened at the height of the alarm about Wayne Couzens and the murder, the deeply disturbing murder of Sarah Everard. And this undermines confidence for women, confidence for victims, but also for police officers who are working so hard, and especially for women police officers who may themselves have reported misogynistic abuse, and for officers who are doing excellent work every day to tackle violence against women and girls and know that confidence in that work is being undermined. Now, we support the Commissioner's, the new Met Commissioner's determination to take action, but this is not just about the Met. We have had concerns about misogyny and culture raised in Sussex, in Hampshire, in Derbyshire, in Gwent, in Police Scotland, in other forces, and there has been a lack of leadership from the government on police standards for years. After the truly appalling murder of Sarah Everard by a serving police officer, Home Office ministers promised change. The then Home Secretary promised to set up processes that would prevent this happening again. And that has badly failed. There are still no legal requirements on vetting. Forces can effectively do what they want. They don't even have to check employment history and character references, and some don't. They don't even have to interview people beforehand. And when the Inspectorate came up with damning conclusions that hundreds, if not thousands, of police officers who should have failed vetting, including corrupt and predatory officers who have committed, including officers who have committed offences on indecent exposure and domestic abuse, are still in the job, the policing minister refused to even make it a requirement for police forces to follow the recommendations of the Inspectorate. They just shrugged and said that it was a matter for police forces to follow. There has been no response to make this compulsory to follow vetting guidance, no requirement to make it compulsory to follow the reforms. And all we've got in this statement is a continuation of existing Angelini review and a new review, another one on dismissals, which I welcome because there are concerns that the dismissals process has become more difficult and has become worse since well-intended reforms were introduced but have not worked as intended. So I welcome that review, but it was announced in October and it still hasn't started, and all the Home Secretary has done is re-announce it today. And some of the things that police forces have been doing to tackle misogyny or to increase diversity, to improve their response to communities and to crime, the Home Secretary has dismissed as woke, even though they are about tackling some of the most serious crimes. And it's about how seriously they tackle violence against women and girls more broadly, where we know that the prosecution rate, the charge rate for rape, has dropped to a shameful 1.5%. It has dropped by 2/3 over the last 7 years. And again, Home Office ministers promised that tackling violence against women and girls would become part of the compulsory strategic policing requirement. It has been reported that that has not happened. Can she confirm that 9 months after ministers announced it, she has not made it a requirement in the strategic policing review to prioritise violence against women and girls? Mr. Speaker, after the murder of Sarah Everard by a serving officer, Labour called for change. After the horrific murders of Bieber Henry and Nicole Smallman, Labour called for leadership. After the shameful case of Child Q, Labour called for reform. After the shocking Charing Cross station report, Labour demanded action. After the Stephen Port inquiry, Labour called for reform. And after the cases right across the country of abuse or of misogyny, Labour has demanded change. Conservative ministers promised action would be taken, but they have failed to do so. Labour will change the law. Labour will overhaul the vettings, misconduct and standards system, because it is time to change. And we are letting down police officers across the country who do excellent work and who are being let down by these failures in the system. And most of all, women are being let down. It's too late for all the warm words in the Home Secretary's statement. What is she actually going to do to make sure that standards are raised?
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a disappointment that the Shadow Home Secretary has resorted to cheap political lines. I don't think today is a day for political attacks. There's been a human tragedy at the heart of this case, and ultimately politics should be set aside. I'm willing to work with anybody, the Inspectorate, the overriding politician responsible for the Met Police, a Labour politician, Sadiq Khan. I'm willing to work with all Chief Constables. I'm willing to work with everybody in this chamber so that we bring about change and safety and improved standards in our policing forces around the country. And that's why I support the statement of the Police Commissioner, the Met Commissioner yesterday, where he accepts that there were failings. There's no question about that. There were failings in the system when it came to vetting and checking. There were failures by the Met Police. It's clear that culture and standards in police need to change. And that's why I'm clear as well that I'm not going to shy away from challenging Chief Constables all around the country on the standards that they uphold and instill in their individual forces. Police constables and police leaders have all accepted the recommendations set out in the comprehensive report by the Inspectorate, commissioned by this government in response to the Sarah Everard murder, to look into more closely what procedures have been put in place and how well they've been working when it comes to vetting and checking, monitoring and disciplinary processes relating to policing. It was clear that report identified several concerns and failings in policing. The bulk of those recommendations were aimed at Chief Constables, the College of Policing and the National Policing Council. All of those recommendations have been accepted, and we're closely monitoring the delivery of those improvements in rigour and standards when it comes to the entry processes, vetting and checking of new recruits to policing. We've also ensured that Lady Angelini will be looking more closely into culture in policing, to root out so that we can better implement and deliver systems that will root out misogyny, predatory behaviour, sexual assault or any other offensive behaviour that might lead to criminal activity within policing. But let me be clear, I'm very proud of this government's track record on supporting women and girls in the criminal justice system. It's this government that has put into place a groundbreaking Operation Soteria around the country to improve practices when it comes to the police investigation of rape and serious sexual offences, the prosecution phase and the court resolution phase. And we're already seeing signs of improvement when it comes to supporting victims of these heinous crimes through our criminal justice system. It's this government that introduced a raft of new offences to better protect women and girls in society, whether that's upskirting, our landmark Domestic Abuse Act, which expanded the definition and the protections available to victims of domestic abuse, stalking, female genital mutilation, forced marriage. I'm very proud of that leadership and that initiative that this government has demonstrated when it came to standing up for women and girls. But we won't be complacent. There is, of course, further we can go and more we can do. I'm keen to focus on the solutions and move forward so that we don't see repeated incidents and tragedies like the one we're talking about today.
Mr. Speaker, it's a sorry and, in fact, tragic state of affairs that the House is convening to discuss this issue again today. There's no doubt about that, it really is. And I think the Home Secretary will fully recognise that reviews have been commissioned since 2021 that led to the Angelini inquiry, and it's part 2 that obviously this will feature into, and I think the Home Secretary, it'd be welcome if she could explain how that's going to work and when that would report. But since then we've had not only the Angelini work, we've had the Louise Casey review as well, which is damning. And I'm afraid the Inspectorate's report was also damning into a raft of issues which the Right Honourable Lady, the Shadow Home Secretary, has mentioned as well: security vetting, misogyny, culture, practices, the whole culture in policing. Recommendations are already there. And in fact, if I may say so to the Home Secretary, previous policing ministers and myself put forward proper recommendations for the strategic policing requirement. There are issues that could be resolved, and actually people could be held to account sooner rather than later through that requirement. Can I urge her to consider, particularly of the tragic cases that we have heard about relating to this particular Carrick incident and his victims, that we start looking to put much of this on a statutory footing. If we don't do that, we are going to be here again and again and again, paying tribute to victims, while quite frankly, parts of the law enforcement system continue to fail the British public and fail victims.
Well, I want to reiterate my thanks and tribute to my Right Honourable friend for her leadership when she was in this role, leading from the front in the fight to protect women and girls and uphold their safety. Lady Eilish Angelini has confirmed that she will consider the Carrick case in her inquiry, and as I've mentioned, part 2 will be brought forward, and we expect it to provide an examination of the wider issues of policing, such as culture and vetting and the safety of women. Those are topics of relevance to this appalling case that we've heard about this week. And let me just confirm that when it comes to the strategic policing requirement, violence against women and girls will be included.
SNP spokesperson Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement. And I also want to put on record the SNP's tribute to the victims in this case for their bravery in the face of the ongoing trauma that they have faced. The charges that have been brought against David Carrick are incredibly disturbing. 49 charges, including 24 counts of rape against 12 women over 2 decades, including incredibly disturbing accounts of domestic violence and coercive control. And yet through this, the Met have sought to protect their own, which is incredibly disturbing, and led to the former Victims Commissioner Vera Bay questioning the commitment to culture change at Scotland Yard. It has been reported that the Met is checking back through 1,633 cases of alleged sexual offences involving officers or involving 1,071 officers over the past decade. Can the Home Secretary tell us more about what retrospective action she expects from this review? because it should be a worry to all of us that these officers are still out there, still in a job, and we may still face what David Carrick reportedly told women when he flashed his warrant card and told victims, I'm a police officer, you're safe with me. It is a chilling prospect. So I would ask the Home Secretary how she intends to make sure that that review is thoroughly carried out and what updates this House can expect. Lady Eilish Angelini has also worked with Police Scotland in improving standards on this, and work is ongoing in Scotland too. But I really would like to ask the Home Secretary, how can women and people with vulnerabilities have the confidence that if something happens to them while they are in London, that the Met will respond in a proper way that respects their dignity?
Home Secretary.
Well, the Honourable Lady asks a series of very good questions, and just to give a bit more detail about what the Met Commissioner has set out in terms of his commitment to strengthen the procedures. There's already a strengthening of vetting of officers, and there's an active review ongoing of historic cases where there may have been a flag on their system for domestic incidents. There's also a data washing process which is ongoing to ensure that their data is being checked against rigorously managed national databases in a very, very extensive way. And of course, this is all being led by a new anti-abuse and corruption command unit, which is actually instilling a much more institutional higher standard of vetting and managing and overseeing this very important issue.
Tim Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apparently, Carrick was known as Bastard Dave by his colleagues, in just the same way as Wayne Couzens was known as the rapist, but alarm bells were not rung. So most worrying is the culture of cover-up and complacency that has allowed such abuse to go on an industrial scale by certain individuals, in this case by 17 years. So we were encouraged on the Home Affairs Select Committee when the new Met Commissioner gave his determination when he appeared before us to root out this mindset and these offenders. But can the Home Secretary say specifically in the queries and the concerns he raised, the difficulty to sack officers, why professional standards are not investigating more of these cases, that it's not suitable to be putting these officers accused of serious offences on light duties. They should be fully suspended, and there should be a duty of care of whistleblowing. What urgent action is she going to take on those issues now to restore some confidence in the Met in particular, and especially by women?
Secretary.
My right honourable friend raises a very good point about the disciplinary process, and indeed Sir Mark Rowley himself has spoken at length, not just at his committee, but more broadly about the challenges that he has faced in trying to dismiss patently inappropriate officers. And he's come up against a heavily bureaucratic process which isn't working. And that's why today I've launched a review into the process of police officer dismissals. I want to ensure that we have a fair and an effective system at removing those officers who are simply not fit to serve.
Of the Select Committee, Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this case, which has rightly shocked the nation, is yet another appalling example of systematic failures within the police to confront male violence against women and girls and the sexist culture that exists within the police. Again and again, the Home Affairs Select Committee has heard evidence of how weak or non-existent vetting and misconduct processes have allowed violent male officers to continue harassing and abusing women, and not just in London, but in forces across the country. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner has, as I understand it, made specific demands of the Home Secretary in relation to changes around the dismissal of officers. So I wondered, could the Home Secretary just update the House as to what she's going to do about those specific requests? And why do we need a review when it's quite clear from the recommendations of His Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary and the reports that the Home Affairs Select Committee have produced of what needs to be done? We don't need another review, we just need action.
Secretary.
Well, I think that it's important that we do look closely at exactly what's happening when it comes to the police misconduct process. Concerns have been raised not only by Baroness Casey but also Sir Mark Rowley, and I think what I want to do is ensure that we have a system that's fit for purpose. For example, there's been concerns raised about the presence of the legally qualified chairs, and those are somehow applying a quasi-judicial approach to a system which should be much more akin to a disciplinary internal human resources disciplinary approach. That's been highlighted so far as not being fit for serving the purpose and achieving the goal that we all want, which is to empower chief constables to make decisions on disciplinary matters and for those to be sustained.
Jackie Doyle-Price.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we are again. It feels like Groundhog Day. I'm here questioning one of our ministers in the government that I support about culture within the Metropolitan Police Service. What is going to change? I listened very carefully to the Home Secretary, and she listed the new offences that this government is putting on the statute book with regard to protecting women and combating male violence against women and girls. But the real challenge is the culture towards women that exists within our police service and throughout our criminal justice system. Can I just repeat the question made by my right honourable friend, the member for Whitton? When are we really going to fully use statutory power to protect women from male violence?
Home Secretary.
Well, I think she raises a good point about police culture, and that's why we need to ensure that we have a good analysis of exactly what that means. We've got some important findings from the Inspectorate and also from Baroness Casey, which set out, and her findings are interim, they're not final, but they do set out serious concerns about police culture, which is leading to pockets of this unacceptable behaviour. We've already commissioned the Angelini inquiries. We must let those run their course, and on the basis of those robust findings, we'll be able to take the right action to ensure that this kind of behaviour is rooted out, that these kind of individuals are not allowed into the police force in the first place, and that we can better protect the public and install confidence amongst the public when it comes to policing.
We now come to Mother of the House, Arit Han.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement, and I completely agree with the very strong questioning which was put by the Shadow Home Secretary, and also agree with what was said by the former Home Secretary and the current chair of the Select Committee. And I've got two questions. The first is about timing, and as honourable members have said, and as has been recognised and complained about by successive Metropolitan Commissioners, what they say is that the regulations that this House has put in place in statutory instruments prevent them sacking officers who they know are unfit to be in the Metropolitan Police. So that puts a responsibility on us to change those regulations. Can I suggest that she, in consultation with the Metropolitan Police, brings forward draft regulations, and let's consult, not in the overall generality of a review, but let's consult on those specific draft regulations, and we will be 100% behind her when she brings to the House change regulations so that the Metropolitan Police are able to manage the force in the way that we all want to see them managed. And the second point is about the Sir Mark Rowley and the response to the Carrick situation, is that it is not just about change in the future, but it's about dealing with those individuals who are currently in senior and management positions in the Met, who seem to think that it was all right for Carrick to be given extra responsibilities, to be promoted, and really an examination of the management suitability of those officers ought to be examined by the Metropolitan Commissioner, and we need a bit of transparency about that. So will she urge the Metropolitan Commissioner, who we're all supporting in his determination for culture change, to do a transparent publication of what tracking he has gone through of when Carrick was looked at and nothing was done, because all of those senior officers have colluded, and will he also look through at a horizontal level all of those officers who were part of banter, who were part of the immediate culture of this officer, who did nothing to report him and therefore were colluding in the perpetuation of these atrocious crimes.
I want to do what works, and that's why I've taken very seriously what the Met Commissioner has said about the process relating to police misconduct hearings and disciplinary processes. I've been clear that where there is a role for government, we will act, but it's important that we look carefully at the issue. That's why the review that I've just announced will cover issues like the legally qualified chairs to ensure that they are actually striking the right balance and the decisions that they are making are the right ones. It's important that we ensure that the trends in the use of misconduct sanctions and the consistency of decision-making in cases of sexual misconduct and other violence against women and girls and those offences are appropriate. Those are kinds of things that we need to look at very carefully. When it comes to the Metropolitan Police, as I said, the Met Commissioner has instituted a new anti-corruption and abuse command specifically to look at any other risk factors and any other issues relating to this kind of incident. An extra 100 officers were drafted in to use covert tactics to identify those officers who act in a corrupt or predatory manner, including those who abuse their positions in the police. I'm encouraged by those early commitments by the Met Commissioner, and I think we need to get behind him so that we can radically improve the system.
James Daly.
Very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think Sir Mark Rowley's statement was pathetic yesterday. A statement of the blindingly obvious, and anybody can say sorry for what's gone on. This is an absolute scandal, and I wish to support what the Mother of the House has just said. In no comment that has been made is there been any suggestion of accountability for anybody else within the Metropolitan Police over many years regarding this man's conduct. His egregious behaviour was known. There were 7 or 8 allegations regarding his behaviour, yet nothing was done. Excuse after excuse after excuse. We can worry about the future, but there are people within the Metropolitan Police who enabled this man to continue being a threat to women and girls, and they should be sacked.
It's important to note that David Carrick's initial vetting to join the Metropolitan Police took place in 2001, and that was prior to the introduction of national standards on vetting and prior to the regime which has been in place since 2017. And that was introduced to ensure consistency in decision-making. My honourable friend rightly expresses frustration with the situation, and I agree with him. It is incredibly frustrating to be here yet again on another tragedy. I would just gently push back. I have confidence in Sir Mark Rowley. I think that he has joined the leadership of the Met very recently, and he's not hesitated in accepting the enormity of the problems that the Met Police is currently facing. He's presented a plan, is already taking tangible action to deliver on that plan. He understands that there is a problem with confidence in the Met Police. There are challenges and problems with standards and performance. He's honest and frank about those challenges and is not shying away about fixing them.
Valerie Vance.
Speaker, could I ask the Home Secretary who will be conducting this review, the internal review? When will it report? And could she ensure that previous Metropolitan Commissioners also give evidence to that review?
Yeah.
Well, the review will be carried out in a comprehensive and extensive way to command confidence amongst police officers, members of the public and other stakeholders. And I want it to report swiftly. I am wary of more reviews and reports and inquiries. We need action. My impression is that there is a real problem with the process. I need to identify exactly what needs fixing, and therefore thereafter we can take swift action.
Vicky Aiken.
Mr Deputy Speaker, may I mirror the Home Secretary's comments to pay tribute to the victims of David Carrick, and also urge other victims to come forward if they've got any concerns about serving police officers or anybody else. Does my honourable friend agree with me that it is important to support the Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, in his quest to rid the rot of the culture in the Metropolitan Police. And I hear that, you know, the Commissioner is now investigating nearly 1,000 police officers and staff, and so we have to prepare ourselves for further revelations similar to Carrick. But does she also agree with me that it's important that the Police and Crime Commissioner for London and his Deputy Mayor for Policing also play their part, and that perhaps they have been missing in action over the last 7 years?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a very good point. Ultimately, the politician responsible for the performance of the Metropolitan Police is the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, and ultimately he should be held politically responsible for failings within the Met. Greater support, greater priority, greater focus from him would do no harm.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My respect also goes out to the brave women who have come forward, but women shouldn't need to be brave. The system should protect them and believe them when they speak out. On the 20th of September 2021, Byline News reported that more than half Met officers found guilty of sexual misconduct kept their jobs. Sure. There's a report today that says some women that report sexual abuse or misconduct may see one of those officers. The Met cannot guarantee that they're not using their power to do that. What's being exposed in the Met is structural and institutional, and I wonder if the Minister agrees with that or even understands that. And does the Minister agree that Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, was right to sack Cressida Dick? And can I just say that the Minister's approach today in the Chamber, this slow kind of kick the can down the road, we'll do another review, only serves to inflict more pain on women and girls. And really the Minister needs to take that on board if she's to do her job properly. And we also need to review all of the cases that these criminal police officers have presided over, because if they're bad, they're bad. They're not just bad in one case, they're bad in all cases. Can I just say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Brent, the tragic murder of Bibba Henry and Nicole Smallman, who were murdered and the police took pictures of their bodies, the pain that their mother goes through, and I speak to their mother on a regular basis, every time there's something like this, it just inflicts more triggering pain on people who have gone through, and the police were slow to act. Now, the Minister can do something about this. The new Commissioner, Mark Rowley, has said that he needs more support in being able to sack officers, not another review, not another review, another report. He needs things to change. And as chair of the London PLP, I just wonder if the Secretary of State is willing to listen to voices from the London PLP and work with us, as well as the Met Commissioner, to change the law and legislation around this.
Well, there are some fair points raised there, and what I find very instructive on this issue, albeit on an interim basis, is the report, an interim report by Baroness Casey, which looked into the Met, its standards on vetting and procedures, and it did make for very concerning reading. It was a very in-depth, she is currently carrying out a very in-depth inquiry into this subject, and she found that the Met doesn't fully support the local professional standards units to deal with misconduct effectively, so effectively the structure relating to individual commands isn't working. There is an uncertainty about what constitutes gross misconduct and what will be done about it. There are some really important lessons to be learned from Baroness Casey's inquiry into the Met, so that we can make sure that things like this don't happen again.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. David Carrick is now one of the UK's most prolific ever rapists, and he did this while serving as a police officer. It's utterly disgusting. But does the Home Secretary agree with me that we should review sentencing laws? We've already done it for people that kill emergency workers. So how about reviewing the sentencing law, so if a serving police officer commits these horrible crimes, we increase their sentence? And does she also agree with me that the managers that knew about this should be sacked immediately and their pensions given to the victims?
Please remember sub judice, that we shouldn't be talking about sentencing. Home Secretary, just answer the points that you can.
Well, my honourable friend, again, voices the frustration and disappointment that we are all feeling today, that a serving police officer has been found responsible for such heinous and appalling crimes and abuse of trust, has shattered public confidence in policing and has undermined the safety of women and girls. We are not going to shy away from doing what is necessary to ensure that cases like this are not repeated and that women and girls in particular can have confidence in policing around the country.
Just to remind everybody, there are aspects of this that are sub judice. Please stay well away from anything relating to things that are still before the courts. Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I too commend the bravery of the women involved in this case, but frankly, some of those women would not have required to have been brave if action had been taken. Yep. As a former police officer, I am disgusted and ashamed by what I've heard. But the Metropolitan Commissioner has said that 800 of his officers are under investigation. Has the Home Secretary required similar figures from other police forces? What is the impact on the operational capability of police officers to do their business? And finally, as the Mother of the House rightly pointed out, police officers are not employed. They are not subject to employment law. They are appointed. And actually, the staff associations within the police service, such as the Federation, play a very important role in disciplinary and conduct. So what engagement is the Home Secretary having with them?
Well, the Inspectorate reported late last year into this issue, looking at forces all over the country and looking at their performance when it comes to vetting and monitoring of disciplinary matters when it comes within policing. The Inspectorate made 43 recommendations, largely focused at Chief Constables around England and Wales, the College of Policing and the MPCC. They've all been accepted. They have to be, there are deadlines for spring of this year and then later of this year, and we're closely monitoring the implementation and delivery of all of those recommendations.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We hear reported on the BBC that this monster, David Carrick, perpetrated a campaign of terror against his girlfriends. He put drugs in the car, he restrained her with police handcuffs. He said, "Who would anyone believe? You or me? I'm an important person, I guard the Prime Minister, I'm a police officer." This highlights the lengths to which this monster would go and also the challenge for those victims to come forward. So as well as the very welcome measures that the Home Secretary set out before us today, all of which I support, does she agree with me that one thing we can do, a positive thing we can do, is bring forward the Victims Bill to strengthen the support of the criminal justice system to these women, to provide better support, to beef up the role of the independent sexual violence advisors? I know it's not her department, but will she work with me and work with her colleague, the Justice Secretary, to see if we can get parliamentary time for this bill as quickly as possible?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I pay tribute to her groundbreaking work when she was in government to support women and girls and their safety. She's absolutely right, and that's why my right honourable friend, the Lord Chancellor, Deputy Prime Minister, is committed to introducing the Victims Bill. I'm particularly supportive of increasing the number of ISVAs and IDVAs. I think they've made a huge difference to the experience of victims going through the criminal justice system. They can make the difference between a victim withdrawing and a victim persisting and reaching a conviction. So I think, yes, putting more resources through and introducing important legislation is absolutely vital.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When the Education Secretary was asked on the radio yesterday if the government could say that women could trust the police, she replied, "It's very important that we do trust the police." In other words, I think that's a no. We cannot have a situation where women who would ordinarily be turning to the police to rescue them from dangerous situations, whether it's out on the street, whether it's domestic violence, whether they're the victim of abuse, feel that the very person that they might be seeking help from is somebody that they can't trust and might actually violate them as well. So I endorse what everyone has said about we need to address this culture within the police force, but can the Home Secretary set out a timetable where she can tell us what immediate action she will take to address this, so that women who are in danger feel that they can look to the police for support?
Listen, I'll be the first person to say that this is obviously a disappointing, frustrating, sobering and chilling day for policing. And it is regrettable and a shame that this has happened. I would also say that the poorly behaved, the criminal police officers do make up a minority, and we do have tens of thousands of very brave, dedicated men and women all over the country who will be feeling the equivalent level of shame and disgust that we are expressing here today. This is not in their name. This is about changing a system so that we root out poor behaviour and so that everybody can be proud to be serving in our police force.
Mary Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, the case has once again highlighted the terrible internal processes within our police forces, and also the inability of people to speak up in a culture which actively works against them doing so. So many police officers will not raise issues with fellow police officers because they fear for their jobs, they fear for their employments. Will my right honourable friend take this opportunity to do a root and branch investigation into the culture within the police forces, particularly with regard to the ability to speak up and whistleblowers to have their voices heard?
It's an important point that my honourable friend raises, and that is exactly what part 2 of the Lady Angelini inquiry will cover: police culture, and whether there is a culture of fear, whether people are scared to speak up and call out unacceptable behaviour. We need to pinpoint it precisely so that we can then take action to ensure that there is an open and welcoming and professional environment within which everybody can thrive.
Carol Moynihan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There are many similarities here in the experience of women within the police, the Met Police, and women within the armed forces. Both organisations in which we should have complete faith, but both organisations which have failed to act on many occasions where there are situations of misogyny. There are two big issues for me here. There are the crimes of the perpetrator himself, but there is also the failure of senior officers to act and take action when concerns have been raised. Now, the Home Secretary has talked about how action is going to be taken on offenders. She's said much less about what's going to happen with senior officers who are aware of such behaviour and have covered it up. Could she say some more about that, please?
Here.
Well, I think that goes to the point about the structures in place to closely monitor new recruits and ensure that people who are newer to policing get the right training and support from their senior leaders. And that's why, as part of our historic Police Uplift programme, which is going to result in record numbers of police officers when we are complete in a few months' time, a large part of that resource has gone to increasing the vetting capacity, the recruitment resource, so that proper standards and quality assurance is injected and really part of the process of recruiting new police officers.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We operate on a model of policing by consent, and I'm afraid too many people, especially women and girls, will be looking at this and saying, I don't consent, I don't agree to this model of policing in the country anymore, and this is just the latest example of what we've seen in the Met. Cases like this set back trust in the police. They make it more difficult for decent, law-abiding officers to do their jobs. And it's shameful that Carrick's case has been allowed to carry on for so long with information apparently known to the force and other forces without being shared, without action being taken on it. So there are clear lessons we can learn here about data sharing, about improving whistleblowing, about suspending officers without allowing them to operate on light duties, about removing officers who we are deeply concerned about. It's great that we are having these reviews, it's great we're trying to learn lessons from them, but I think what people want is concrete action, and action quickly. Can the Home Secretary please advise when we will see that?
Well, as I said, my honourable friend raises the right point about action, and that's why a recent review of vetting capacity as of recently as October of last year, carried out by the Uplift programme, showed that 36 forces had responded and 25 had increased their capacity in vetting units between February and October of last year. I see that as action. I see that as police forces responding to the call to improve their services, improve their resources, and ensure that there are better processes and better systems in place to properly vet and rigorously monitor the behaviour of their professionals.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon. Mr Deputy Speaker, as a former Detective Inspector in the Metropolitan Police, like everyone, I am shocked, revulsed and horrified to hear of the horrent crimes of PC Carrick and the failure of the Metropolitan Police and other police services which allowed these crimes to go undetected and prosecuted for almost 20 years. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of honest, hard-working and brave serving and retired police officers everywhere, I offer my sincere apologies to the victims in these cases, whose needs must be prioritised and given our complete and unquestioning support. Will the Home Secretary confirm to the House that an investigation will be launched immediately, as identified in her review announced today, to identify and prosecute to the full extent of the law or the most severe disciplinary action against any police officer or member of the police staff, past or present, who failed in their duty to protect the public in public office by not reporting or investigating complaints against PC Carrick and preventing him from being arrested, prosecuted and brought to justice before now.
I can't comment on the individual case, but what Baroness Casey's review concluded on an interim basis late last year was that it's taking too long to resolve misconduct cases within policing. Officers and staff do not believe that action will be taken when concerns around conduct are raised. Those are just a sample of some of the very serious concerns that she identified when it comes to the process in place for monitoring and disciplining police officers for unacceptable behaviour. I pay tribute to the Honourable Gentleman's service within the police force, but I know that whatever is needed to be changed, we will do it.
Bailey.
Mr Deputy Speaker, women in Stroud and around the country have woken up with their trust and belief in our police service badly shaken yet again. And I know from speaking to local women that issues in the Met undermine their confidence in Stroud Police, and they can see that the Gloucestershire Constabulary is working hard to protect them, and they can see that they're open to change. But when we know that women are routinely not reporting violence, abuse and harassment, in part because of lack of faith in the police, and with each force doing something completely different, what is my right honourable friend doing to ensure that all police forces get their act together and show the country that they are speaking to each other and that we're going to make national change on this issue?
My honourable friend's absolutely right to raise the issue about the confidence of women in policing. Tangible steps and measures have already been taken after legislating in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act to address concerns surrounding data extraction from victims' devices during investigations. We are well on the way to ensuring that victims are not without a phone for more than 24 hours. That's been a real deterrent to women coming forward with complaints about rape or serious sexual offences. We've led with the groundbreaking Operation Soteria programme, radical transformation on the way the police investigate rape and serious sexual offences. We're also protecting the well-being of victims during trials by offering pre-recorded evidence for rape victims. Those are just a few of the measures that we are taking to send the message to women and girls: come forward if you are a victim, and if you do, the police will be there to support you.
Lawrence Shalami.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary just mentioned that she wants women and girls to come forward with those issues and allegations of rape. The charge rate for rape is 1.5%. This means that the vast majority of those cases will never go to court, let alone secure a conviction. This is not working for women and girls. The courage that they have in coming forward, then to know that it will never secure that. It's a slap in the face yet again for those women and girls. What real action is the Home Secretary going to change to reverse this?
Well, I've been working with cross-government colleagues for several years now in my former capacity as the Attorney General on matters like Operation Soteria. And Operation Soteria is groundbreaking, and it is producing real change in the way victims of rape and serious sexual offences are experiencing the criminal justice system. We are seeing an increase in referrals by the police to the Crown Prosecution Service. That is a sign of progress. We are seeing an increase in the rate of charge by the Crown Prosecution passing the case on to the court service. And we will see an improvement in the number of convictions that we secure. I agree, there is a lot to do, but progress has been made.
Laura Farris.
The first allegation of serious sexual assault was made against David Carrick in 2003, and over the course of the next 18 years there were 8 or 9 allegations of rape, and through all of that he was not suspended from work. In fact, during that period he was actually promoted within the force. What is common to all of these cases is that there appears to be some kind of omerta or closing of ranks between senior personnel when a criminal allegation is made against one of their brethren. Does my right honourable friend agree that the time has come to outsource the disciplinary decision-making decision to another, either another force or, at the very least, an officer who does not know the policeman who is the subject matter of this kind of allegation?
My honourable friend's right to point to the failings. In sum, the Metropolitan Police should have carried out a revet of David Carrick in 2011. This wasn't done until 2017. And the Metropolitan Police acknowledge that this would not have necessarily changed the vetting outcome. So those systemic problems are prevalent, and that's why we need to take action to fix them.
Ed Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. We're back again, Home Secretary. I'm just exhausted about the number of times in this House we have to talk about this issue. Because women in Lancashire have seen what's happened and what's been in the newspapers about David Carrick, and they saw about Wayne Couzens, and they've seen about so many other cases, Home Secretary. And they want to know why there is no legal requirement for vetting when officers move between forces. So yes, we're talking about the Met today, but we could equally be talking about Lancashire Constabulary. So Home Secretary, I'd like to know what plans are in place to legally require vetting when officers move between forces to stop these perpetrators moving around the country to avoid justice.
Well, we need to ensure that there's the right system in place to actually properly identify inappropriate candidates. What we've seen thus far is that actually there are inappropriate processes so that people who are not right for policing are falling through the gaps, falling through the net. That needs to change. That's why I'm glad that the Met Commissioner has actually already committed to instilling an anti-corruption and abuse command unit to properly look at how people are who are inappropriately getting into the police force, and we will take further action to look at the disciplinary process and the reports which are currently running their course need to conclude, so we have an evidence base to take the appropriate action in legislation if necessary.
Teresa Villiers.
It's an utterly shameful and appalling case. I've seldom seen such a palpable sense of shock in this chamber as we've witnessed today. And in responding to these terrible crimes, I hope the Home Secretary will also look at the Benjamin Hannam case of a few years back, where it is deeply worrying that someone who had been a member of a banned extremist group, National Action, managed to be recruited as a probationary police officer.
Well, I think all cases are abhorrent, and where confidence in policing is shattered, and the reputation of the force is undermined. That's why we want to ensure that Chief Constables take the recommended action which has been set out comprehensively, increasing the minimum standards for pre-employment checks, establishing better processes for managing risks relating to vetting decisions, and ensuring that the quality and consistency of their vetting decision-making is improved.
Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I undertook the police and parliamentary scheme with both the Metropolitan Police and Avon and Somerset, going into the homes and situations of the country's most vulnerable people, overwhelmingly women. That those women can't be confident about those police officers is an abhorrent situation. But we've heard nothing from the Home Secretary about what she's going to do to finally introduce mandatory national views on vetting. People in Bristol, particularly women in Bristol, want to know that all those police officers are being vetted appropriately, that that applies across the country. Will she now commit to that being operationalised?
Well, the government legislated in February of 2020 to strengthen the police complaints and discipline systems, making them more transparent, more proportionate and more accountable. This included new powers for the independent office, the IOPC, including the power of initiative, ensuring that the IOPC can commence investigations without requiring a referral from the police, as well as measures to streamline and speed up decision-making. Those build on previous reforms, and as I've announced today, we will carry out a more in-depth review into the disciplinary process, and if legislation is needed to change, then we will do that.
Utterly shameful and shocking case. The vast majority of police officers in the Met and across the country believe in and perform to the highest professional standards, but they want to see their fellow officers who do not have appropriate action taken against them. But the problem is they just don't believe that appropriate action will be taken. And chief constables are tearing their hair out because they know they have some officers who are not fit to be in the police service, but they can't dismiss them easily. So can I join the calls from the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, for the government to bring forward legislation to revise the dismissal procedures for police officers, because the sooner we get rid of police officers who are not fit to serve, the better it will be for all concerned.
I agree wholeheartedly with my right honourable friend. As Baroness Casey identified in her interim review at the end of last year, the misconduct process takes too long. Officers and staff don't have confidence in the process. Allegations relating to sexual misconduct, other discriminatory behaviour are less likely than other misconduct allegations to result in a case-to-answer decision. There is a real need for action to take place. That's why we're going to come up with the proposals on the back of the review that I've announced today.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When Sarah Everard was abducted from a street in Lambeth, not far from my constituency, and brutally murdered by a serving police officer with a history of predatory behaviour, the then Deputy Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police said there was zero tolerance of misogyny in the Met. The appalling crimes of David Carrick show that this was clearly not the case, and the current Commissioner says that there are between 800 and 1,000 officers currently under investigation for abuse. So can I ask the Home Secretary, because she hasn't answered this question so far today, what is she doing to ensure that there are actually consequences and accountability for the enablers in police forces up and down the country who protect abusers and allow them to continue their activities under cover of their warrant card? Because dealing with that issue is an essential prerequisite for zero tolerance to mean anything at all.
Well, the action that needs to be taken has been set out incredibly widely and comprehensively in several reports. That includes increasing the minimum standards for pre-employment checks, establishing better processes for assessing, analysing and managing the risks relating to vetting decisions, corruption investigations and information security, improving the quality and the consistency of decision-making when it comes to vetting, and extending the scope of the law relating to the police complaint and misconduct procedures. There's a very clear plan of action that is necessary amongst Chief Constables, the College of Policing and the MPPC, and the Home Office is monitoring and taking action where necessary.
Mr. Graham.
Mr Deputy Speaker, today's debate shows the depth of violence against women and girls, even by some of those in whom the public should have the greatest trust, and therefore public confidence in policing will be rattled. The Home Secretary said that David Carrick had been recruited before tightened vetting rules were introduced. So will my right honourable friend work with local police chiefs to find out how many people in their forces are, in their view, potentially dangerous to the wider public, so that they and we can reassure our constituents as soon as possible that there are no David Carricks lurking in Gloucestershire or elsewhere?
Well, that is exactly why, for the Met, the Met Commissioner has instituted a review of historic cases where there may be a flag for a domestic incident, and they are rigorously checking their data against national databases. I encourage all Chief Constables to take similar action to ensure that similar cases can be rooted out and action can be taken.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the problems that Mark Rowley faces in the Metropolitan Police run very deep indeed. I've been supporting a constituent of mine with her allegations of threatening and controlling behaviour against a senior police officer. And in the 2 years that I've been supporting her, the police have completely failed to investigate the case properly. They've failed to consider the impact on the children, failed to interview witnesses, failed to get essential medical records. And these are senior officers that are standing in the way of this investigation, as was the case with Wayne Cousins, as was the case with David Carrick. So Mark Rowley is making specific requests to assist him in making the changes that he needs to make in the Metropolitan Police. We cannot wait for another review. So will she commit to sitting down with Mark Rowley and give him the resources and the support that he needs now?
Very good.
May I just clarify one point that I referred to earlier? When it comes to some of the findings of Baroness Casey, I just want to be clear that the allegations that she found relating to sexual misconduct and other discriminatory behaviours are less likely than other misconduct allegations to result in a case-to-answer decision. I think I might have said the opposite before. But what I say, I agree. That's why I've built a very strong relationship with Sir Mark Rowley. I spoke to him yesterday. I have been speaking to him regularly about exactly what action we are taking, both from a parliamentary and legislative point of view, but also from an operational perspective on the ground.
This is an appalling case and another very dark day for the Metropolitan Police, for our trust in them, and particularly for women's trust in them. It's not the first, and I fear it won't be the last. While I applaud what the government is doing in terms of better prosecution of rape and support for victims, those are after the fact. We need to work on prevention, and prevention comes through culture, as many others have said. Does she agree that there are two aspects of that culture? There's the casual day-to-day misogyny that we see from the nicknames that some of their fellow officers, not all, had for them themselves. But there's also the institutional misogyny and denial that came from the multiple reports that were made to the Metropolitan Police, the opportunities for vetting that were all missed and resulted in many, many more rapes. And will she work with the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police to address both these aspects of the culture?
My honourable friend's absolutely right that I must say that the vast majority of police officers uphold the highest standards of behaviour and professionalism, but there are pockets of culture whereby standards fall short. We need to root that out, and the first thing to do is to identify exactly what form it takes, the extent to which it is prevalent, and then we will know the steps that we can legitimately take to stop it happening again.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. David Carrick was a Metropolitan Police officer, but many of his crimes were perpetrated in Hertfordshire, where many of them would have been reported. As a Hertfordshire MP, I would like to pay tribute to the bravery and perseverance of the rape survivors, but could I ask the Secretary of State, will the actions or inaction of Hertfordshire Police be looked at as part of any review? And could I push her again, as many other colleagues have done, to confirm that she will introduce vetting of officers when they transfer between forces, and will she also look at outsourcing disciplinary actions?
Well, there is obviously going to be the Carrick case will be looked at by Lady Angelini, and hopefully those issues that she refers to will be fleshed out. But I am also interested in the point that she raises about transfer of police officers. It's been identified that insufficient vetting is taking place when police officers are moving between forces. We need to take the action to improve that.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is another case and a long list of cases, and it's not just on misogyny, it's on race, and it's on homophobia. Yeah. And we know that when Sadiq Khan called in the Commissioner and asked her, the then Commissioner, to produce a report about what she was going to do, rather than doing her work, she walked out the door and had the backing of this government rather than backing Sadiq Khan. So now we know that this is a systemic problem in the Metropolitan Police and probably police around the country. Is it time that we move disciplinary matters away from the police force concerned and allow women and other victims to be able to report to an independent service when it's regarding a police officer without fear or favour that it will be covered up.
Well, I think what is important is that we ensure that whatever disciplinary process is in place is that it actually works. It's clear that there are serious questions about its efficacy, the time it takes, the process-heavy experience, and ultimately that bureaucracy and procedure are prevailing over ethics and common sense. We need to ensure that the system is fit for purpose and that police officers who are falling short in their behaviour are dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a policing issue, but it's not just a matter for policing. It's also a societal issue, and how we deal with predators who are determined and devious. It's a fundamental issue about safeguarding and the professional misjudgments that are made that allow this behaviour to go unreported. Will the Home Secretary raise the issue of safeguarding and its need to cut across all policy areas to ensure that vulnerable people are protected with her Cabinet colleagues?
Well, we have a designated Minister for Safeguarding. She sits alongside me here, and so definitely in the Home Office we prioritise the welfare of women and girls and victims of crime more generally. There's a huge project of work ongoing, an important relationship with stakeholders, and it's important that confidence amongst victims and those who are directly affected by these heinous crimes are supported in the maximum possible way by the criminal justice system.
Jim Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank very much the Home Secretary for outlining our plan of action to respond in a positive and strong way. Trust in the police is an essential component of the justice system, and whilst it is clear that trust has been broken and down, we cannot forget that that there is an overwhelming number of decent and solid policemen and policewomen in our forces across the United Kingdom. Rebuilding trust in the screening process may take some work. So how does the Home Secretary intend to ensure that all local forces implement lessons learned in the Met to restore confidence? Because confidence restored is what we need. Thank you.
Home Secretary.
The Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right, and there is a large amount of work now, not only for the Met, but also the wider policing family to restore and rebuild trust and confidence amongst the general public, but also women and girls. I visited some local forces, Kent Police I visited before Christmas, and actually there is a very good example of how the force is really leading from the front, instituting a whole raft of operational measures to support victims of serious sexual offences and rape, and rebuilding trust with local communities. So it is possible, and I'm very heartened by the progress that I'm seeing around the country.
Yeah. That completes the statements. Those who wish to leave, please do so. Right, we come to the next statement. I call the Secretary of State for Scotland, Alistair Jack.
Mr. Speaker, today I will make an order under Section 35 of the Scotland Act 1998, preventing the Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill from proceeding to royal assent. This order will mean the presiding officer of the Scottish Parliament will not submit the bill for royal assent. This government believes, however, that transgender people deserve our respect, our support and our understanding. My decision is centred on the legislation's consequences for the operation of reserved matters, including equality legislation across Scotland, England and Wales. The Scottish Government's bill would introduce a new process for applying for legal gender recognition in Scotland. The changes include reducing the minimum age a person can apply for a gender recognition certificate from 18 to 16, and removing the need for a medical diagnosis and evidence of having lived for 2 years in their acquired gender. The bill would amend the Gender Recognition Act 2004, which legislated for a single gender recognition system across the United Kingdom and which received a legislative consent motion from the Scottish Parliament. The approach taken in the Scottish Government's Gender Recognition Reform Bill was the subject of intense debate in the Scottish Parliament. A number of significant amendments were tabled right up until the end of the bill's passage. and the Minister for Women and Equalities corresponded with and met with the Cabinet Secretary Shona Robertson to discuss the UK Government's concerns before the bill had reached its final stage. Mr. Speaker, I have not taken this decision lightly. The Government has looked closely at the potential impact of the bill, and I have considered all relevant policy and operational implications together with the Minister for Women and Equalities. And it is our assessment that the bill would have a serious adverse impact, among other things, on the operation of the Equality Act 2010. Those adverse effects include impacts on the operation of single-sex clubs, associations and schools, and protections such as equal pay. The Government shares the concerns of many members of the public and civic society groups regarding the potential impact of the bill on women and girls. The bill also risks creating significant complications from having two different gender recognition regimes in the UK and allowing more fraudulent or bad faith applications. The Government is today publishing a full statement of reasons alongside the order, which will set in full the adverse effects the Government is concerned about. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the claims put forward by those who would seek to politicise this decision and claim that this is some kind of constitutional outrage. And you can hear them, Mr. Speaker, you can hear them. The Section 35 power was included in the Scotland Act, which established the Scottish Parliament. This is the first time the power has been exercised, and I acknowledge that this is a significant decision. The powers of Section 35 of the Scotland Act are not new, and this Government has not created them. They have existed as long as devolution itself. And we should be clear that the power was included in the Act by the architects of the devolution for a reason. Donald Dewar himself noted that the power struck an important balance. The Section 35 power provides a sensible measure to ensure that devolved legislation does not have adverse impacts on reserved matters, including on the equalities legislation, such as the Equality Act 2010. This is not about preventing the Scottish Parliament from legislating on devolved matters, but about ensuring that we do not have legal frameworks in one part of the United Kingdom which have adverse effects on reserved matters. And we should be clear that this is absolutely not about the United Kingdom Government being able to veto Scottish Parliament legislation whenever it chooses, as some have implied. The power can only be exercised on specific grounds, and the fact that this is the first time it has been necessary to exercise the power in almost 25 years of devolution emphasises that it is not a power to be used lightly. In the instance of the Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill, I have concluded that the bill would have serious adverse effects on the operation of the Equality Act 2010, and as I've set out in my correspondence with the First Minister yesterday, I would prefer not to be in this situation. The United Kingdom Government does all we can to respect the devolution settlement and to resolve disputes. It is open to the Scottish Government to bring back an amended bill for reconsideration in the Scottish Parliament. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I have set out to the Scottish Government that should they choose to do so, I hope we can work together to find a constructive way forward that both respects devolution and the operation of the United Kingdom Parliament legislation, and I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement? This is an incredibly serious moment. It's the first time Section 35 has been invoked. Donald Dewar has already been mentioned. The father of devolution, of course, designed Section 35 to protect devolution. It was passed by all parties in this House and hasn't been objected to since. It was intended not as a blocking mechanism, but an enabling mechanism, so that the Scottish Parliament could pass legislation and devolve competencies without changing reserved functions. There was concern at the time by colleagues of the Secretary of State that this could be used as a veto. So a memorandum of understanding was agreed. It said, and I quote, "Although the UK Government is prepared to use these powers if necessary, it sees them as very much a matter of last resort. The UK Government and the administration concerned will therefore aim to resolve any difficulties through discussion so as to avoid any action or omission by the devolved administration having an adverse impact on non-devolved matters." So can I ask the Secretary of State, is this a last resort? Has the Secretary of State had extensive discussions with the Scottish Government before taking this action? No. How many times has the Secretary of State met with the Scottish Government before the bill was passed, during its debate in Holyrood and since its passage? It appears to me that this has only become a last resort in terms of the legal timing because both governments can't and won't work with each other. Yeah. The Secretary of State says that Section 35 is being used, among other reasons, in relation to the Equality Act. Both the Scotland Act and the Equality Act are landmark pieces of Labour legislation, establishing devolution and enshrining rights to be free of discrimination in law. Nobody has to question this party's commitment to equality. We passed the initial GRA, we brought in the Disability Discrimination Act, and we got the world-leading Equality Act into law. But clearly, there's a need for laws passed by Holyrood and those by Westminster to interact. And in this case, the trans community need that cross-border interaction to work. Part of the reason that after 25 years of devolution, Section 35 has never been exercised is largely because of the way devolution was set up and intended to operate. Governments with their own agendas, but with a common purpose, working together to serve the Scottish people. Now Scotland is saddled with an administration in Edinburgh that's hell-bent on breaking devolution and a Conservative administration here in London that's intent on ignoring it. Indeed, the Secretary of State seems to spend more time with government lawyers to stop things happening rather than make them work, and the Scottish Government is spending hundreds of thousands of pounds on lawyers challenging laws they know are unchallengeable in order to manufacture political grievance. And in this case, it's the public who are let down. Trans people who suffer intense discrimination will now not see this legislation take effect anytime soon, if at all, and women's rights groups who will likely not see their concerns addressed or their fears alleviated, because this simple truth is that this has turned into a constitutional bun fight. I would also suggest that the SNP would be rightly screaming, and they are doing today and would do so in the past, if a piece of legislation passed in this place had implications for default competencies. They would challenge that, and they would rightly challenge that, as is their right. And if we are to accept the argument from the Scottish Government that there is no effect on the Equality Act, then the courts will surely strike out this Section 35 action, as we believe the Scottish Government will take it to court. Mr Speaker, can I also ask the Secretary of State, Scottish Labour got the primacy of the Equality Act on the face of the Gender Recognition Bill. Will the statutory instrument that he detailed in his statement give the details of where he thinks it is incompatible? Yes. The Secretary of State said last night there was a version of this Act which the UK Government could support. So what does that look like? But he says in his statement there are complications with two different gender regimes. Is he saying the Scottish Parliament shouldn't have the competence? As the bill was debated in Holyrood, was it not obvious to him and to his colleagues that it could contravene reserved law? What did he do about it then? During the passage of the bill, Scottish Labour made clear that if the bill was to work, clear guidance was required. The SNP Scottish Government said it was for the Equality and Human Rights Commission to provide such guidance, not them as the government. Why doesn't the Secretary of State instruct the EHRC to provide that guidance, look at the cross-border issues he mentions, and provide recommendations as to the interaction of the Equality Act? Both governments should commit to accepting those conclusions. Or is the Secretary of State saying that the ball is only in the Scottish Government's court to bring back amended legislation, and he now backs out of the process? Mr Speaker, we support the principle of updating the GRA, which when the Labour Government introduced in 2004 was world-leading, but 2 decades on now requires modernisation to humanise and to remove the indignities in this dreadful process. We've ended up in a legal and constitutional impasse. My final question to the Secretary of State is, what is he going to do to resolve it?
Well, Mr Speaker, to answer his questions, hopefully in the right order, it is not a last resort. To understand the Scotland Act, the Section 33 is where the UK legislation is directly changed, and Section 35 is when it's adversely affected. And we have 28 days to make a decision in either case before the legislation goes for royal assent. And in this case, the legal test that has been given to us and proved by our officials is one of Section 35, which is adverse effect on two parts of UK/GB legislation. So that's where we're at. We have 28 days to make that decision, and we have to make a decision in that time frame. And in this case, this very senior legal opinion advises us that a Section 35 is appropriate. And we will see that in my statement of reasons, which we have laid with the order. On his second point, officials have been meeting with officials in the Scottish Government since the bill was introduced, and the Minister for Gender and Equalities wrote, after the second stage, wrote to the Bill Minister expressing her concerns and asking for a meeting, and that meeting took place, and again, her concerns were expressed at that meeting. Regarding the EHRC, the EHRC have said that they're willing to work with and support the Scottish Government if they can. However, they make it very clear that their ongoing concerns are still on the record, and that's where that rests. And I think that addresses all the points that he raised. Well, but if any are not addressed, I'm sure others in the chamber will ask those questions.
Douglas Ross.
Majesty outlined in his statement how the UK Government has sought to constructively engage with the Scottish Government during the passage of this bill prior to it being voted on in the Scottish Parliament. Yet Nicola Sturgeon has now tried to turn this into a political battle between the Scottish and UK Government, when all, as I understand it, the Scottish Secretary and the Government are trying to do is protect women's rights. So despite the howls that we are getting from the SNP, can the Scottish Secretary confirm that all the SNP have to do is bring forward a bill in the Scottish Parliament that protects the rights of women and girls across the United Kingdom?
Yes, and actually I think that, Mr. Speaker, fortunately that addresses one of the points that the Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland raised, and I can address that here. I mean, I have written to the First Minister. I've suggested that we meet to resolve these issues, and it is the case that the Scottish Government's bill has adverse effects on those two pieces of Scottish legislation. You will see it in the Statement of Reasons, which has been produced by our legal advisers. And what is missing is sufficient protections and safeguards for women and children that are reflected in existing Westminster legislation, and that is why I have had to lay this order.
We now come to SNP spokesperson Dr Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Vetoing this legislation is an unprecedented attack on the Scottish Parliament, which passed the Gender Recognition Reform Bill 86 to 39, including MSPs from every single party. Gender recognition is a devolved policy area, and this does not change the 2010 Equality Act or give any additional rights to those with a certificate. It shortens and simplifies the process, and particularly ends the requirement for a psychological diagnosis of gender dysphoria. This is in keeping with the guidance from the World Health Organization and UN, which recommends change to a legal statutory process based on self-identification. This change has already been made by many countries over the last decade, including neighbours Ireland, Belgium, Denmark. But this government is threatening to end UK acceptance of international certificates. I find it bizarre, considering the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, suggested a similar proposal in 2017. So can the Secretary of State explain exactly which parts of the Equality Act are changed by this bill? Why did he not raise specific concerns during the two consultations carried out by the Scottish Parliament, or in response to the Cabinet Secretary's letter in October, rather than a response that came 3 days before the final debate on the bill? What modifications is he suggesting to the bill that wouldn't include a return to the outmoded medicalised process? Why is he using one of the most marginalised groups in society to pick a fight with the Scottish Parliament? Is he seriously, after 300 years of different marriage ages and voting ages, suggesting there can no longer be legal or age differences north and south of the border? And does he recognise that vetoing this bill simply highlights the hollow reality of devolution?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady won't be surprised to hear that I don't recognise very much of what she said as being correct, and I would point her to the Statement of Reasons, which will be laid alongside this order today, and our legal advice is very clear. The Equality Act 2010 is reserved, and there are adverse effects There are adverse effects, and they will be there in the statement of reasons. And I listed some of those in my statement I made only moments ago. I listed them areas around associations, women's safe spaces, single-sex clubs, single-sex schools, etc., etc. It was very clear. It was very clear what I said, and you will see what legal counsel have determined when you see the statement of reasons.
Laura Ferris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A Conservative government standing up for women's sex-based rights in Scotland. I congratulate the government on this decision, which we know will protect women's sex-based specialist services in areas like rape crisis. But does he... But does he agree with me? Given the verdict of the UN Special Rapporteur, given the verdict of Dr. Hilary Cass, which is not yet complete, it is essential that every corner of the United Kingdom reaches an agreed position on the age limit for a gender recognition certificate.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker.
Chair of the Select Committee, Pete Wishart.
This is the single biggest attack on Scottish devolution and Scottish democracy since the establishment of the Scottish Parliament in 1999. A move to strike down a piece of legislation which is supported by every single party in the Parliament is as provocative as it is anti-democratic. When the Scotland Act went through Parliament back in 97-98, the Conservatives then called Section 35 the colonial general rule. Is he now the real-life colonial general imposing his view on a reluctant Scottish Parliament in the name of his and his party's culture wars?
Mr. Speaker, I come back to my original point. This is a decision I didn't take it lightly. It was after much consideration of the legal advice that we received, and it is based on a Section 35 order which is in the 1998 Scotland Act, an act that was brought forward by the Labour Party, led through Parliament by Donald Dewar, and voted for by the Scottish National Party.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Isn't the central point here that devolution is not the same as independence? And in every devolution, to the disappointment of some, I accept, but in every devolution settlement, including ours, every devolved legislature has to legislate with consideration for the other parts of the United Kingdom. If that does not happen, Section 35 is the appropriate instrument for the UK government to consider the use of. And isn't the visceral reaction to the government's temerity in even considering the use of Section 35, where there are clear conflicts between the devolved approach and the UK approach, a demonstration that there is no acceptance on the part of the SNP of the devolution settlement at all?
Well, my learned right honourable friend is absolutely right. I mean, devolution is about granting powers, not giving powers away, and not ceding powers. And that is what the Devolution Act does. That Westminster, through the Devolution Act, gave powers to the Scottish Parliament, but the Act was very clear. It kept Section 33 and Section 35 for when there were conflicts, and a conflict has arisen here in the case of adverse effects towards UK-wide legislation in the terms of the two acts that will be referred to in the Statement of Reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State claims that there is a version of this bill that the UK government will accept, and indeed it has been noted by the Chair of the Women and Equalities Select Committee in this place that the bill is broadly in line with the recommendations made by their committee following their inquiry into the Gender Recognition Act. Can the Minister explain why he did not work together with counterparts in Holyrood to avoid this unnecessary and unprecedented constitutional collision? And will the Minister now make a statement here in this House as to what reform to the GRA the government will make across the UK if they're seeking to block progressive reform in Scotland?
Well, I'd say to the Honourable Lady that I am doing the constitutional part here in my role as Secretary of State for Scotland, and the Section 35 order is where the legal advice has taken me. The Minister who's on the bench, the Minister for Gender and Equalities, will deal with the policy, and it's and you should absolutely raise your point with her.
Liam Fox. Sir Liam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many in the House who will agree with the content of the Scottish Government's bill. And there are many in the House, I have to say, including myself, who will object to the contents of it. But that is not the point at issue here today. We live in a unitary state. To have different gender recognition certification processes in different parts of the United Kingdom are likely to produce conflict and confusion. Does my right honourable friend agree that it was never part of the devolution settlement that any one part of devolved government across the United Kingdom could effectively change or require a change for citizens across the whole of our unitary nation?
I absolutely agree, Mr. Speaker.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's invoking of Section 35 in this case, as the bill clearly conflicts with the Equality Act and would have repercussions for women across the UK. Does the Secretary of State recognise the strength of feeling amongst women, women's rights groups and activists in Scotland that this bill seeks to allow anyone at all to legally self-identify as either sex and therefore enter all spaces, including those necessarily segregated by sex, such as domestic violence settings, changing rooms and prisons? And given the previous UQ, does he not understand how vitally important this is at the moment?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think the honourable lady deserves a lot of respect for her courage in standing up on this issue. And I think when the statement of reasons is read later today, she will be proved to be absolutely right in the things she's saying.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Having served as a Minister in the Scotland Office alongside my right honourable friend for a couple of years, I know how compassionately and diligently he has looked into these matters. It is a complex issue. There are lots of consequences. But do we not owe it to everyone to look at these matters dispassionately, to work through the points of conflict and turn the dial down on some of the heat that's been generated?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The tone is very important in these matters, and it is not a decision that I've taken lightly. It is after due consideration of the legal advice received. And yes, let's take the heat out of these matters. Let's deal with the legal issues and then see if there's a resolution we can find.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So we've had 6 years of wide consultation, two-thirds of MSPs supporting the legislation, in support from MSPs from every single political party in the Scottish Parliament, the SNP, the Conservatives, the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats. Yet these actions from the Tory government are shameful and actually quite scary. So does the Secretary of State for Scotland share my concerns that this decision sets a dangerous precedent where Westminster dictates and Holyrood must simply shut up and do as they are told?
No, Mr. Deputy Speaker, obviously I don't. You know, in 24 years, the Scottish Parliament has passed 347 acts. The Scottish Government has, the United Kingdom Government has never used the Section 35 Act in that time. It has been deemed, the legal advice has been deemed that we should use it this time, and that is what we've done because there are adverse effects on UK-wide legislation.
Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I point out to my right honourable friend that as opposition spokesman on the devolution bills when they were passing through Parliament in 1988, I took part in the debate where the question of the devolution of equality rights was explicitly debated. I pointed out that anti-discrimination laws have to be handled with great care because it is all too easy to substitute one type of intolerance of minorities for another, and that is exactly what the SNP Act does by denying the rights of women and girls. But the important point is that the Labour spokesman, one of the architects of devolution, Henry McLeish, responded that the human rights might be devolved, but equal opportunities should not be devolved, that they should not be able to, that the Scottish Parliament should not be able to, and quote, that they should not be able to impose new duties or additional regulation in equal opportunities matters. It was expressly debated in the House of Commons, it was voted on in the House of Commons, and the SNP lost their amendment on that topic. Isn't it time now for the SNP to respect the devolution settlement? And can he write to the official opposition and ask them exactly what their response to his statement means? Why have the architects of devolution been replaced by weasels?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are fortunate to have a colleague of such great political sagacity amongst us, who was there when the legislation was brought forward, and he is right. It was voted for as a democratic bill that went through this Parliament, supported by all parties, and that is the instrument, Section 35, that we're using today, is part of that bill that was brought forward by the Labour Party and supported by the Scottish National Party back in 1998.
Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, whatever your views about the Gender Recognition Reform Bill, Nicola Sturgeon's obsession with independence has clouded her judgment, and she is showing disregard for the rest of the United Kingdom and its laws. It is her own party that voted in favour of Section 35 being included in the Scotland Act. The rights of women and other vulnerable groups should not be pawns in her constitutional game playing. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that invoking Section 35 of the Scotland Act is deeply unfortunate, but however necessary, because the GRR bill has not taken due consideration in UK-wide laws, and that is, in fact, it is Nicola Sturgeon that is failing to respect devolution and the UK-wide Equality Act with her dangerous actions?
Yes, Mr Deputy Speaker, I absolutely agree with the Honourable Lady. I thank her for her comments. We do not believe, and it will be in the Statement of Reasons, that there are sufficient protections and safeguards in the GRR bill for women and children.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As a committed unionist, like every member on this side of the House, but also one that respects the devolution settlement, the principle of one legislature intervening on another legislature could set a significant and serious precedent. So can my right honourable friend reassure me that the reason he is using the Section 35 order is because of specific legal concerns, because of the impact of that legislation on all parts of the United Kingdom, including Scotland, rather than for any other political means seeking to undermine devolution?
Yes.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When we hear talk of agreed positions across the UK, what the Tory right-wingers mean, Scotland does your tell, and the Labour MPs are getting cheers from these guys over there wanting to have a look at themselves. But after 6 years of consultation and discussions about the GRR bill, when did the Secretary of State, when did this government suddenly discover that equal pay is somehow threatened by it? And what is the problem with equal pay that he says is under threat?
Well, the Minister for Women and Equality has raised that subject with the Bill Minister, and it will be explained in our Statement of Reasons. The adverse effects are numerous. And if you read the statement, you will see those points.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe that the liberties and responsibilities of all citizens across the 4 nations of the United Kingdom are equal, which is why, amongst other things, I keenly supported the extension of same-sex marriage to Northern Ireland. Now, I share the concerns about the rights of biological women to single-sex spaces, but I'm most concerned about the capacity of children, minors, to determine their own gender and embark on potentially life-changing physical transformations. This dispute has been confected by the SNP in pursuit of their separatist agenda. So does my right honourable friend agree that it really is shameful that they have weaponised vulnerable children in pursuit of that agenda, and would impose that agenda on the majority of children across the whole of the United Kingdom?
Yes.
Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. When they finished. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In my role on the Public Affairs Constitutional Affairs Committee, I have with others been around the United Kingdom on scrutiny and the operation of devolution, of which I'm a strong supporter. The state of relationships between the Tories and the SNP is deleterious and it's damaging all our rights. The SNP went to court to argue that sex was a legal construct, not a biological construct, and therefore has landed us in this position, and they are trading on people's rights. It's outrageous. They are disregarding sex-based rights, which is exactly...
Keep going, Karen.
It's not acceptable for people to stand up to talk about women's sex-based rights and to be constantly badgered by men like Let us speak. Equally, don't accept barracking from the men in the corner over there. What we need to know now, and it'd be helpful to have the reasons before going forward, is what exactly the UK government, who has not discussed this in advance of this coming here before and behaved outrageously, what exactly are they expecting the SNP Scottish Government to do to help the rights of transgender people and women?
Well, I won't go into the details of Lady Haldane's judgment in December, but you're absolutely right. That has created part of the conflict, and that again will be laid out in the statement of reasons. I'd say that to the Honourable Lady. What we would like the Scottish Government to do is to address the concerns we have around sufficient protections and safeguards for women and children across UK-wide legislation, and that to be reflected in the bill.
Bell. Can I have a point of order? Can I have a point of order? Can I have a point of order?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I welcome the order the Secretary of State made today? I'm sure the legislation passed by Holyrood was well-intentioned, but in their unwillingness, and I don't know whether it was stubbornness or naivety, to accept that there will be a tiny minority of bad actors, passing that bill without the amendments that were proposed by my right honourable friend here and his colleagues means that they're putting the sex-based rights of women and girls across the United Kingdom at risk. And is that not the point, Secretary of State, that it's not just affecting Scotland, it's affecting women and girls across the United Kingdom?
Yes, indeed.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The real truth of the GRA discussion is that almost 5 years ago, this government opened up a consultation for GRA reform and did sweet nothing on it. Opened up that Pandora's box of fear and of hate and of misinformation. And then when one part of our country takes action, which we all should have taken action, they want to use it for a constructed constitutional crisis. Is it not time that this government bring forward proper GRA reform that includes the bases that are laid out in the Scotland Act and put to bed once and for all the lie that this is about equalities?
Well, I'm here to answer to the constitutional decision I've taken. But I suggest you go to orals and ask those questions of the Minister for Women and Equalities.
Rachel McLean.
Mr Deputy Speaker, in response to some of the comments from the SNP benches, I'm happy to look at myself and stand up here and speak about protections for 16 and 17-year-olds who are able to self-ID as a legal opposite sex, travel to this country and then become part of our society. There is a clear read across to the Equalities Act in our country. Having served in the Home Office and seen the desperate need for women and girls to be protected from grooming gangs, from predators, from sex offenders, to access those single sex-based services, which we thankfully have protections for them to do here.
Order. Let's not have that. You may not agree with what people are saying, but please have the respect that they have the ability to say what they want to say. This is what we should be doing in this House. Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Does the Secretary of State therefore agree with me? This is absolutely the right thing to do. I support his action, and women and girls across the country in the other 3 nations are also going to thank him for it.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and it is absolutely about safeguards and protecting safe spaces for women and children. She's absolutely right on that. And the risk of lowering the bar for bad faith actors, she makes that point as well.
Amy Callaghan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Enacting Section 35 is disgraceful and unprecedented, and doing so brings the risk of this political tactic being used again. Does he envision Section 35 being used against any other bills progressing through Holyrood, and if not, why only this bill?
Well, I would say to the honourable lady that she's absolutely right, this is unprecedented. It is a very high bar. It was not a decision I reached easily or took lightly, but the legal advice was very strong, and it was for Section 35, and I have used it. But as I said earlier, 347 acts have gone through the Scottish Parliament in the last nearly 24 years. The system works. The Scotland Act 1998 works, but in that Act, whether you like it or not, but whether the SNP like it or not, however, remember they did vote for it in 1998. There is a Section 35 order, and it's for this type of event.
Okay. Caroline Johnson.
Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, there will be those in this House that agree and those that disagree with the substance of Scotland's Gender Recognition Reform Bill. But the SNP surely knew, as they rushed this legislation through Holyrood, that it would bring them into direct conflict with the UK Parliament legislation and with the devolution agreement. Indeed, some may speculate that that was their intention. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the SNP should respect the devolution agreement that they voted for and not use women, girls or transgender individuals as pawns in their separatist agenda?
Yes, and this, I'd say to my honourable friend, this is entirely a legal debate we're having. It's it's about the Scotland Act 1998, and we shouldn't be bringing in or politicising the transgender community, who I was disappointed by the First Minister's remarks yesterday. We respect them, we value them. This decision is entirely about the legal advice I've received.
In Blackford.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we often hear about respecting the Scottish Parliament, but isn't it the case that this absolutely demonstrates that power devolved is power retained? We accept that the Secretary of State has the powers enshrined in the Scotland Act under Section 35, but what the Secretary of State has just done is ignored the fact that parties that voted for this in the Scottish Parliament had a manifesto commitment. It has the majority support of the Scottish Parliament, and it absolutely demonstrates to everybody in Scotland that if you want to protect your Parliament, if you want to protect the rights of the Scottish Parliament to legislate and devolve matters, then we have to take away the threat of action from the Secretary of State. And the only way, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we protect our Parliament is by Scotland becoming independent.
Mr Speaker, I've just won a £10 note.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, this just proves to me, this latest debacle from the SNP proves that they are not fit to govern in Scotland. It's absolutely pathetic. But does the Secretary of State agree with me that this gender reform bill, so-called gender reform bill from the SNP, is just a pathetic, snidey attempt to use young people, a cynical attempt on their pathetic pathway to independence?
Mr Speaker, the position I accept is that what I'm doing here is addressing the legal issues as advised to by legal counsel. The issue here is adverse effects on UK-wide legislation, the Equalities Act, the Gender Recognition Act 2004, and that is what I'm entirely focused on.
Ben Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I listened very carefully to what the Secretary of State said, but I didn't hear a clear explanation as to why the government believes the Scottish Gender Recognition Act conflicts with the UK Equality Act, as in all it does is it simplifies and demedicalises the process of transition. It doesn't change the status of somebody who has transitioned. That used to be Conservative Party policy. It's the policy of many other civilised countries, a growing number of countries. It's not good enough for him to say he's going to publish something later today. He speaks for the government. He needs to be able to explain the rationale for this drastic move here to the House now. The government also needs to explain what's it going to do with all those foreign nationals who come from countries that already have some form of self-identification. Is the government, the UK government, seriously going to take away their rights retrospectively?
Well, no, we're not, and the Minister for Women and Equalities has done a WMS on that. And regarding the changes, there are changes which are 16 to 18-year-olds, self-ID without any medical diagnosis. These are changes, but most importantly, from the legal advice I have, and it will be in the Statement of Reasons, it's very detailed, which is why I don't want to bore everyone to death with it now. The Statement of Reasons shows the adverse effects on two pieces of UK-wide legislation, and that is the reason the Section 35 is deemed appropriate.
Mark Jenkinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend for standing firm on the facts against the noise? Does he agree with me that rather than manufacturing constitutional battles, the SNP would be better focusing their energies on fixing the failures across Scotland, not least in health and education?
Well, again, I don't want to bore everyone with a long list, but we could add ferries and many other things to that list.
Mary Black.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I notice that the Secretary of State fails to mention that this is the most consulted piece of legislation that has ever gone through the Scottish Parliament. So this idea that it is being rushed is nothing more than a lie. Now, as I've said, this is already an attack on devolution. It is an attack using and weaponising the most vulnerable group in our society. And on that note, I want to ask the Secretary of State then, just in his own words, what does he think the point of the Scottish Parliament is?
Hear, hear.
Well, the point of the Scottish Parliament is to serve the people of Scotland on the areas that are devolved to them, but to be clear, within the Scotland Act and the terms of the Scotland Act. And it's not an attack on devolution to use a Section 35 order where it's deemed appropriate by legal counsel. When the Scottish National Party voted for that very act themselves with that order in it.
Jonathan Gallis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the statement made by the Secretary of State, and I want to also place on record my support for the heroines such as J.K. Rowling and others who stand up despite the continued aggression and violent abuse they receive from certain people in this place and across the Scottish Parliament. Does the Secretary of State agree with me? This is simply about protecting young girls and women to their right to having safety in single-sex spaces, and this politicisation of that is an absolute abomination.
Well, it is, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's also about protecting the devolution settlement and two UK-wide acts.
Alison Thewlis.
Deputy Speaker, I've been contacted by Mackenzie, an inspirational woman I met recently in my constituency, and she says, I did not choose to be trans. I did not choose to have my rights taken away, and I certainly did not choose to have my life up for debate from people who don't even know or empathise with my community. So can he tell me, in the absence of the UK doing anything whatsoever about improving trans rights, why he's standing in the way of the Scottish Government making progress?
Well, I would suggest to the Honourable Lady, first of all, of course, we respect and support the trans community, but if she wants to raise specific issues, the Minister for Women and Equalities is very happy to have a meeting with you.
Paul Bristow.
Mr Deputy Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree that if this House passed legislation that impinged on what should be a devolved competence, there would be howls of protest opposite? The fact they're shouting down women in this House over UK-based equality legislation show that this is not about equalities at all. It's all about bashing the UK, and for them, single-sex-based rights is just collateral damage.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very fair point. This is not, for me, about anything other than following the legal advice, the adverse effects of UK-wide equalities legislation, which, of course, involves safe single-sex spaces.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. There clearly, as we've heard, is disagreement about the process that is contained within the legislation the Scottish Parliament has passed. But could the Secretary of State clarify something? Because whether one agrees with that or not, the net result would be someone would be issued with a gender recognition certificate. He argues in invoking Section 35 that this would have serious adverse impacts on the operation of the Equality Act. Can he explain why the same certificate issued under the 2004 Act does not have those adverse impacts?
Exactly.
What I say to the honourable gentleman, what we're trying to do here is avoid two different regimes which conflict either side of the border.
Nick Fletcher.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in full support of the Secretary of State's decision this morning. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the SNP are using this subject to deliberately cause division to further their single-issue campaign of creating an independent Scotland, regardless of the consequences to children and women across this nation?
It should be ashamed. It should be ashamed.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's the conclusion some people might have reached when listening to the question from the honourable member from Ross Skye and Lochaber.
Mr Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Of course, members opposite impinged and devolved competencies in legislation last night when they voted for their anti-strike legislation. But can the Secretary of State tell us, since the Scottish Parliament has passed this gender recognition reform bill and his decision today, what correspondence has he had with the Scottish Government to try and resolve the issue? Or is it him that's a bad faith actor?
Well, as I think I've said, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister for Women and Equalities and officials, civil service officials, had a number of engagements. My involvement comes after the event because it is a constitutional involvement, but on the policy area, it was the gender policy area, it's absolutely for the Minister to have that engagement, and she not only wrote, she also had a meeting.
James Daly.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I very warmly welcome my right honourable friend's statement today? And does he agree with me that it does seem quite extraordinary that the criticism of his decision today seems to be that members opposite would have him not act upon legal advice which states that this legislation impinges upon the rights of women, children and some of the most vulnerable in our community. If the Scottish Secretary was not undertaking this action today, that would be a bigger outrage than what we have heard here today. This government is the defender of the rights of those who are most vulnerable and who need protecting in our society, and it is a disgrace that this has been painted in the constitutional light it is by the SNP for their own end rather than the rights of women and children in our country.
Absolutely, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Ardell.
This Tory government make me sick to my stomach. And if this Secretary of State is going to come to this House and trample all over trans rights, over Scottish democracy and over equality, he should at the very least do his homework, because he clearly knows as little about this bill as he does about devolution. So can the Secretary of State tell me, are he and his government so scared of democracy and equality that he really thinks it's justifiable to use one of the most marginalised groups in our society as political fodder in their anti-trans, anti-equality and anti-democratic endeavours?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't recognise any of those remarks. This is absolutely following legal advice and not taking the decision lightly on the adverse effects that this bill has on two UK-wide, GB-wide bills. And that is the position we're in. We have written to the Scottish Government to explain our position. We will lay the statement of reasons later. This is nothing to do with trampling over transgender rights. This is entirely to do with following a legal process and taking the legal advice that we sought.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State for Scotland knows the value in which I hold the Union, so I'm sure he will understand how difficult this is for me. But as a Scottish woman, the mother of a Scottish daughter, someone who has campaigned and continues to campaign and work for women's safety, I have heard the concerns, and I have looked at every clause and amendment of this bill, spoken with MSP colleagues from all parties, in the search for where it undermines the Equalities Act and the protections in single-sex spaces and others that it offers me and every other woman that I know. I can't find it. Some of the UK's finest legal minds have pored over this hugely scrutinised bill in great detail and found no conflict. But I can see where it actually guarantees that it will not challenge the primacy of the Equalities Act. So can the Secretary of State point me to the exact lines of this bill which he feels undermines my and every other woman's rights, and justify why he is playing fast and loose
with the union and really doing so much to hurt the most vulnerable people in our society.
Well, that's simply not true. I'm looking to protect the vulnerable, as she will see. And the legal opinion may well be divided on this, but the legal opinion we've taken is that there are adverse effects on the Equalities Act and the Gender Recognition 2004 Act. And I note the First Minister's comments earlier today that she intends to take this to judicial review. So we'll find out in the Court of Opinion, whether the Court of Opinion that I've been hearing is right or wrong when we go to the legal courts.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would love to hear from the Minister more detail on the legal advice that has been given, because I'm still unclear how this would undermine the Equality Act. And I would also like to say, isn't it true that the only reason we are here is because of government failure to listen to its own consultation with 100,000 people responding to it, and also using trans people as a political football, for example, leaving them out of the conversion therapy until conveniently this week?
Well, look, I would urge the benches opposite to reflect the tone here. This is a legal decision. We need to take the heat out of this debate. What we are dealing with is a reduction in safeguards for women and children. That is the legal advice we have, and later when you read the Statement of Reasons, you will be able to draw your own conclusions.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the United Kingdom's first ever female First Minister is enjoying the lecture from the Secretary of State and the various Cicero tribute acts behind him on feminism and the protection of women's rights. Isn't it the case, Mr Deputy Speaker, that what we have here is a decaying government in its last months in office, needing some red meat for its base, an utterly supine Labour Party trying to triangulate through all of this? Meanwhile, trans people are the collateral damage. Just as Section 28 haunted Thatcher's government, Section 35 will always be associated with him. So let me ask him, he must surely have the Statement of Reasons in that folder on his knee. Read it out from the dispatch box.
We will publish the Statement of Reasons, and on the other remarks the honourable gentleman made, Mr Deputy Speaker, opinions may vary.
Ms Saville Roberts.
This is a calculated attack on devolution, democracy and trans rights, and it's increasingly clear that this tired and bitter Tory government will weaponise any issue, no matter how sensitive, and they'll do that to subvert devolution. Now, if this was really about the Equality Act, ministers would be referring this to the courts. They wouldn't be withholding their own legal advice. They would be seen to have this tested in the courts, rather than taking, as they are, unprecedented unilateral action. So what does he have to say to the unionist Welsh Labour Minister, Vaughan Gething, who today said that this UK government undermines the union?
Well, obviously, Mr Deputy, I entirely agree. We are supporting the union. The devolution bill is what we believe in, and Section 35 order was democratically put there. And we believe that we have to take the legal advice we have. And people say read out the Statement of Reasons. The Statement of Reasons and my order will have been submitted to the parliamentary authorities, and they'll be available in the time frame when they decide to release them this afternoon. And you will be able to read everything you want to read there as to the reasons behind this, but essentially it's about protecting and safeguarding women and children where we believe there are adverse effects.
Kirsty Blackman.
Speaker, against a background of rising hate crime, my trans siblings will be horrified and terrified at the level of misinformation and lies in this chamber today. Given that the Secretary of State has had lots of legal advice on this, presumably he's also had briefings on this, could he tell us what is the effect of a gender recognition certificate? What does it entitle someone to do?
Well, we believe, we believe, you'll see in the statement of reasons, that there is a reduction. I make this very point very clear. There is a reduction in safeguards for women and children, and you will have plenty of time to read that today.
Thank
you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The reason why the government can't tell us exactly what the conflict is with the Equality Act is because there isn't one.
Yep.
Yeah. The Scottish Gender Recognition Reform Bill does not affect the operation of the Equality Act, and everyone in this House knows that full well because Labour MSP Pam Duncan-Glancy put it on the face of the bill with their amendment. So will the Minister admit what this Section 35 order is really about, and that is fanning the flames of a culture war that is harming trans people across the UK?
No, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, that's an appalling thing to say. It is entirely addressing the legal advice that I've been given, and the legal advice tells me that there is a reduction in safeguards across conflicting with two UK-wide bills, and that is the reason for the Section 35 order, and that is why the advice was to use it, and it will be available to all this afternoon.
Deirdre Brock.
Deputy Speaker, and as has been clarified by my honourable friend, the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire South, this Act has been under consideration by the Scottish Parliament for 6 years. Yep. Now, if the UK government thought there was some legal basis to challenge the bill, why didn't they do so in the Supreme Court through a Section 33 order before now, as they've done previously?
I'm afraid I don't want to be rude to the honourable lady, but I'm afraid what she just said shows that she does not understand the Scotland Act or what actions are available to the United Kingdom government. We cannot bring forward a Section 33 Act while a bill is going through the Scottish Parliament, nor can we invoke a Section 35 Act while a bill is going through. Once the bill is finished its final stage, its third stage, there's a 28-day process, and the legal advice, which I must say, this legal advice is taken on all bills that the Scottish Parliament passes. That's part of the devolution settlement, and then we decide what course needs to be taken based on the advice we get. And on this occasion, the advice is that a Section 33 is not appropriate, but a Section 35 is.
Owen Thompson.
Speaker, and I have to say I think it's exceptionally discourteous of the Secretary of State to consistently refer to this statement of reasons that nobody in here except him appears to be able to be seen. This isn't an urgent question. This wasn't something that he didn't know about. This was a statement that he brought himself. So we should have had the statement of reasons before we came to this statement. But I wanted to ask the Secretary of State, what is it about persistent electoral failure in Scotland that makes him so averse to following the principles of basic democracy?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is beyond parody. It's democracy. Democracy is what the Scotland Act is. Section 35 is in the Scotland Act. The SNP voted for the Scotland Act with Section 35 in it. It is a democratic instrument.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and agree that women and girls must be protected and safeguarded. The Minister will be aware that a precedent was set for the circumnavigation of devolution when government here brought abortion and demand legislation for Northern Ireland. With great respect to my colleagues and this friend, I recall the members who are my friends representing Scotland. I do not recall the members defending the cause then for Northern Ireland. So will the Minister confirm the precedent supported by many who are opposing today means that the government retains a right to step in for issues that they deem to be equality and human rights?
Well, I'm not an expert on the Northern Ireland bills, so I won't stray into that area. But I will say that the protections and safeguards for women and children that we have been advised need to be looked at by these adverse effects. That's what we're dealing with the Section 35 Act today, which is part of the Scotland Act.
Dave Dugan.
Mr. Speaker, you would think
that before pulling the trigger on a Section 35, you'd be absolutely across your brief.
Yep.
But it seems today that the Secretary of State hasn't got a clue about this at all. We've heard very little about process and even less about substance. But the Secretary of State says that this would have significant impact on, amongst other things, GB-wide equality matters in Scotland, England and Wales. What consultation, can I ask then, has he had with the Welsh Government or Senate before this drastic intervention? Or is this really an issue for the de facto English Government as a priority? And isn't it the case that with independence looming larger than ever before this crumbling union, this is an act of desperate democratic vandalism?
No, I believe the UK government did consult a number of years ago. The Minister for Women Equalities tells me did consult a number of years ago, and Wales would have been included in that, consultation. But the point is that there is no democratic whatever that you're saying. It's entirely a democratic bill that has Section 35 in it, that we are now using that order to protect what we believe is women and children's safeguards, because we believe they are undermined by the cut across into 2 GB-wide bills.
Wayne David.
Speaker, in his response to the Shadow Secretary of State, the Secretary of State for Scotland said that Article 35 in the 1998 Act was not an instrument of last resort. But then, after that, there was the Memorandum of Understanding signed in 2012, which made it an instrument of last resort by common agreement. So I want to ask the Secretary of State, what discussions on a constitutional basis has he had with the First Minister of Scotland to avoid this impasse?
Yeah, well, I'm glad. I thank the honourable gentleman for that point, because it's not the last. It's not the last resort. What I said to his honourable friend, is that we have 28 days. We take the legal advice. We have to act within that 28 days, because then, failing that, the bill goes for royal assent, and that's the time frame we operate in. There's then the opportunity for further discussions with the Scottish Government to see if we can get the legislation in scope. We made the same offer with the UNCRC bill, which we took to a Section 33, and that offer still stands. We're happy to discuss with the Scottish Government what amendments could be made to the bill to get it in scope and not cut across have adverse effects in UK-wide legislation. So, last resort isn't last. There's never quite a last resort when you can go on talking and discussing and trying to resolve your differences.
Stuart Housie.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's true that UK ministers do have the right to interfere under Section 35 in Scottish legislation on the grounds of defence, national security, international obligations, or if the Scottish legislation modifies or has an adverse effect on UK reserved law. That much is clear. But given the Tory chair of the Women and Equalities Committee has said that the GRR legislation, quotes, does not change the Equalities Act, and that the Scottish Secretary has been singularly incapable of giving a single example of where it might. This is not about process. This is a debate on principle. And would it not be better, instead of interfering, instead of engaging in a rather crass culture war, if the Scottish Secretary apologised to trans people, apologised for trampling over Scottish democracy, folded up his little red folder and removed the threat to interfere?
Well, I ask again, let's just take the heat out of this debate. This is about the 2010 Equalities Act, which is a GB-wide piece of legislation, and the legal advice we have that there are adverse effects to that bill. That's entirely what it is, and that will be published this afternoon in the Statement of Reasons.
Stephen Furry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I stand in solidarity with Scottish colleagues across the political spectrum. It is worth pointing out that it's important that we do harmonise equality and rights issues upwards, but the UK is not a unitary state in these matters. The Secretary of State has jumped backwards and forwards in terms of describing the Equality Act as either UK-wide or Great Britain. It does not apply in Northern Ireland, just to make that very clear in terms of the record. But in particular, does the Secretary of State recognise that similar legislation has been in place in the Republic of Ireland for over 7 years now? And we in the UK have the common travel area with Ireland, which has reciprocal rights of freedom of movement and also in terms of social security and other areas. So if the government can manage to live with a different system of GRA in Ireland, why not Scotland?
Well, last time I looked, the Republic of Ireland wasn't part of Great Britain or the United Kingdom. It is absolutely the case that we're talking about British citizens here being affected. I'm told there is no devolved administration anywhere in Europe that has different gender rules to the state.
Mr. Oswald.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, thank you. It's really very regrettable that the Secretary of State has come here today on this issue and with so little information. I think that all of those, this very vulnerable group who are impacted by what he is wanting to do, really deserve significantly better than the Secretary of State standing up repeatedly with absolutely no information, telling us that a statement of reasons will be published later, and yet he is unable to tell us what these reasons are. It is his job to tell us what these reasons are, and he has singularly failed to do that today. It is no wonder that his former colleague, the former Scottish Conservative Head of Communications, Andy McKeever, when looking at how the UK Government is dealing with this issue, has described the UK Government intervening here as an act of constitutional vandalism. And he said it demonstrates Westminster's superiority complex in overdrive. Does the Secretary of State recognise that people will reasonably and rightly feel that way, and that as well as their concerns about this marginalised group, they will feel extremely unhappy about this overriding of our democracy?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no. I hope people will realise that the United Kingdom Government has been given legal advice that raises concerns for women and children and their safeguards and protections and adverse effects to UK-wide legislation, and that we are acting on that, and we have the backs of women and children across the United Kingdom and in Scotland if their safeguards and their single-sex spaces only and etc. are impinged upon. If that's the issue, if that is the issue that you will see in the Statement of Reasons, if that's the concern, we believe it is right to act on that for all citizens of Great Britain.
Mr. Speaker, the Women and Equalities Committee in 2021 published a report which clearly stated then, and is still the case now, that the gender recognition certificate did not impinge on women or girls' rights. It was very clear and very unequivocal. It stated very clearly that the exclusions applied in all instances and that women and girls would continue to be protected regardless of the Gender Recognition Certificate. The same applies in this case to the Gender Recognition Reform Act, and there is nothing within the proposals that contradicts that. So will the Minister stand here today, now, clearly, and issue very outline of what legal advice he has been given and state here in this chamber right now what the legal advice is, because we're still waiting.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in short, two different regimes create adverse effects.
See MacDonald.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, these answers are absolutely pathetic. Can I ask, why is it that states and territories in the US and Canada and Australia can successfully operate self-ID without interference or complaint from either neighbouring territories or from central government, but that can't happen here where we're supposed to have the most powerful devolved parliament in the world? And secondly, can I ask him, why does the Equalities Unit fact sheet produced by his government for its own consultation on self-ID state clearly there will be no change to the provision of women-only spaces and services? This has been the law since 2010 and will not change. He's grubbing around for legal advice in order to peddle myths in this chamber, is he not?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I did say that there was no devolved administration in Europe that had different gender rules to the state. But the honourable gentleman raises the USA, Canada and Australia, where there's no central ID law because they're very differently. They are federal structures.
Peter Grant.
Mr. Speaker, could the Secretary of State maybe take some heat out of this argument by confirming a few matters of fact that a lot of his colleagues seem to be unaware of? Could he confirm that this rush piece of legislation has been under 6 years of scrutiny by the Scottish Parliament? Could he confirm that during that period, in the last Scottish Parliament elections, an overwhelming majority of MSPs were elected on explicit manifesto commitments in favour of this legislation? Could he confirm that there is absolutely nothing in this legislation that makes any difference to the rights or ability of anybody to go into any protected single-sex space in Scotland or anywhere else in the world? And finally, will he confirm that when he eventually has a courtesy to let us see what he intends to put forward and the advice on which it is based, will he guarantee that this House will have a further chance to consider and vote on what he's proposing?
Well, I didn't catch all of everything. My tinnitus gets the better of me sometimes, and I didn't catch everything the honourable gentleman said. But I think he asked if. I mean, as to all the legal reasons, we've covered that 100 times today. But as to whether or not there'll be a chance for another debate and another vote, my understanding with Section 35 is that the opposition have 40 days to pray upon it, and that would then lead to a debate in this Parliament.
Patrick Gregg.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Secretary of State for vetoing Scotland is going to be quite disappointed when he eventually gets to the House of Lords, because not even for all its faults does the House of Lords have the kind of veto power that he's exercising today. Indeed, even the United States President, if he vetoes a bill, it is subject to checks and balances by the Congress. So just further to my friend and further to what he just said, if a motion is tabled praying against the Section 35 order, will the government guarantee that time will be made available for a debate and a vote on the floor of this House?
Well, that, Mr. Speaker, is a question for the Leader of the House.
Alan Dorrans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, in the earlier oral statement by the Secretary of State for Scotland, he said it is open to the Scottish Government to bring back an amended bill for reconsideration in the Scottish Parliament. Can I ask what provisions would need to be added or taken away from the original bill to make it acceptable to this Government?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think I said earlier that basically, regarding the amendment, any amendment to the bill, if the Scottish Government want to bring it back, they have to address. I know there are difficulties for them in this, but they would have to address the central issue, which is that we don't believe in the cross-cut against GB legislation that there are sufficient protections and safeguards for women and children. And there is, as I say, it is as reflected in existing Westminster legislation.
Don't need the figures. Right.
No, take them after.
No, I'm going to take point of orders. I want to get through to this. After the 10-minute rule bill, I will take points of order before, depending on what the House decides. I call Stephen Flynn to make an application for leave to propose a debate on a specific and important matter that should have urgent consideration. Under the terms of Standing Order number 24, the honourable member has 3 minutes in which to make such an application. Stephen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to seek your permission to have a debate this afternoon under Section 24 of Standing Orders in respect of the unprecedented and unjustifiable decision of this United Kingdom government to overturn the views and the legislative programme of the democratically elected members of Scotland's National Parliament in Holyrood. Mr. Speaker, the arguments on this matter are lengthy. Some of them have just been covered. Many more will hopefully be covered in a debate to come, should you so seek to grant it. And I am not seeking to be presumptuous in that regard. But should you seek to grant it, I will endeavour to cover those many points and to highlight to this chamber and to the public the democratic shortfall that exists at the heart of this supposed union of equals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member asks leave to propose a debate on a specific and important matter that should have urgent consideration, namely that this House has considered the Government's decision to use Section 35 of the Scotland Act with regard to the Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill. I have listened carefully to the application of the honourable member. I am satisfied that the matter raised by the honourable member is proposed to be discussed under Standing Order number 24, and that the honourable member has leave of the House. If no objection, we then come to the motion that the member has obtained the leave of the House. The debate will be held today immediately after the 10-minute rule motion. The debate will last 2 hours and will arise on the motion that the House has considered that the specific matter set out in the honourable member's application. I shall remind the House that the Standing Order number 24 provides for additional time taken by this debate to be added on the end of the proceedings of the safety bill. Right, let us now go to the 10-minute rule bill. I said I was going to deal with them after the 10-minute rule bill. I'm going to put them all together. Okay. We now come to the 10-minute rule bill. Simon Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the Secretary of State to undertake a review of the support available to markets and market traders and of the options for improving that support and for connected purposes. Markets, Mr. Speaker, are close to my heart, as my grandfather's butcher's business, R.A. Dodds, was based in the Granger Market in Newcastle, where they had 5 stalls, and from where they expanded between the wars to establish shops across Northumberland. I grew up hearing stories of the family business, which sadly no longer exists, but the memories are still strong, as I found a few years ago when visiting the Granger Market. Also, when I was Mayor of Llanfachlin 5 years ago, I played a key part in establishing a farmers' market in the town each summer. I am delighted to have 11 colleagues from across the House as co-sponsors of this bill, and I know they, like me, strongly support their local markets, particularly my constituency neighbour, the Honourable Member for Wrexham, with whom I, as the MP for Clwyd South, share the parliamentary representation of Wrexham County Borough Council. The city of Wrexham has its origins as a market town, and the livestock market was at one time the largest in Wales. The People's Market is now T-Pawb, the Central Market continues in its traditional way, and the Butcher's Market is due for redevelopment next year to offer a wide range of high-quality Welsh food and drink. Markets also play an important role in Clwyd South, where street and specialist markets held in Llangollen, on the Rheg estate and elsewhere in the constituency make a marked contribution to our society. I was also, until August last year, the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Markets Group, which gave me further valuable insight into the successes and needs of the markets industry. Markets are part of the history and tradition of many towns and cities in the UK. The most recent survey of the markets industry indicates some 1,150 traditional markets are now trading at an outlet for an amazing figure of over 32,000 small and medium-sized enterprises. They exist through charters from the Crown, custom and practice, and statutory legislation. In addition, there are numerous specialist markets, continental and Christmas markets, that generate essential footfall for town and city centres and support local economies, tourism, hospitality and employment. 2 national organisations represent the markets industry: the Association of British Market Authorities, NABMA, that focuses on market operators, local authorities, private operators, CICs and charities, and the National Market Traders Federation, NMTF, that supports market traders across the UK. Both organisations currently meet with the government through the Retail Forum and the All-Party Parliamentary Markets Group. Slowly, the market industry is returning from the financial community and personal damages of COVID. The recovery has seen some markets enjoying success and attracting investment as part of exciting regeneration schemes, but for others the picture is still not encouraging. The NABMA 2022 survey was the first meaningful assessment of the state of the markets industry since the pandemic. The main headlines and questions arising from the survey of 241 markets are as follows. Stall occupancy has fallen from a national average of 77% 4 years ago to 72%. Street markets and outdoor covered markets have seen the greatest decline. How can we reverse the decline? More markets are operating, they are operating at a loss, a 6% increase from 4 years ago. Only 40% of markets are trading with a surplus. Is this sustainable going forward, and how can this be reversed? Markets feature heavily as part of town and city regeneration for a number of local authorities. How can government funding be attracted to deliver successful and modern markets? Traditional family businesses are declining, especially those specialist businesses such as butchers and fishmongers. How does the market industry attract new and younger traders? Markets are at the heart of local communities. They are part of local history, but also have a key role to play in the future of communities and government initiatives, particularly levelling up. A key area for the government to address is on business rates. In 2022, business rates assessed on markets totalled over £20 million. The Chancellor announced the relief of business rates for many businesses, but due to an anomaly, local authority markets do not enjoy the benefits of this measure. Now, because of restrictions in the local authority finance legislation, a local authority cannot grant a concession to itself on business rates, whereas private markets can take advantage of the benefit. Therefore, a key part of the review called for in this bill would be for the government to look at extending business rate relief to local authority markets, including parish, town and community councils. Markets operated under charitable trusts should also be beneficiaries. The markets industry has taken several important initiatives via NAMA and NMTF to address areas which need more support. I believe that these initiatives provide pointers to the areas in which the government could focus its support for the industry. Firstly, recognising the fall in market occupancy in local businesses, the industry is delivering a campaign entitled Grow a Business in 2023 to attract more individuals to try out market trading. This is especially for young traders, but also individuals that are looking at a second or new career. Part of the historic success of market trading is to see small businesses prosper and grow and then move into the local high street. Never has this been more important. Secondly, the industry's Young Traders Market campaign celebrated its 10th anniversary in 2022. From relatively small beginnings, it has grown into an incredibly successful campaign. The winners go on to 10 regional finals involving 250 young people, and then 90 of them go to the national final held in Stratford-upon-Avon. During the campaign, many sustainable businesses have been created, and it is a flagship for the industry. Thirdly, the Love Your Local Market campaign has gone from strength to strength over the last 12 years. Its origin lay in the Mary Portas Review into the Future of the High Streets, which was commissioned by former Prime Minister David Cameron in 2011. The government at the time was concerned with the same issues as concern the government today, the contraction of retail, and it was seeking to deliver real change in communities and make towns multifunctional places to live, work and visit. Markets featured prominently in the Porter's report, which said markets can serve as fundamental traffic drivers back to our high streets. The Love Your Local Market campaign, which is now in its 12th year, attracts more and more support and is now celebrated around the world in over 25 countries. Government provided funding support to launch the campaign, which serves as an important catalyst to change. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the value of markets to our local communities is widely recognised, and I know that the government is keen to be as supportive as possible. As is called for in this bill, a review by the government of the support available for markets and of the options for improving that support would be welcomed with open arms by market operators and traders alike, and bring lasting benefits to our communities across the length and breadth of the UK.
This would normally be the opportunity for one MP who wishes to oppose this 10-minute rule motion to do so. I see nobody wishes to do so, and I have had no indication either. So I will just pose the question. And the question is that honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Sarah Atherton, Paul Bristow, James Daly, Sally Ann Hart, Mr David Jones, Ben Lake, Robin Miller, Robbie Moore, Helen Morgan, Jim Shannon, Matt Vickers and myself, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Baines.
Thank you. Markets and Market Traders Review of Support Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 24th of February, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 24th of February. Thank you very much.
Right. Order, please. Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very grateful for you taking a point of order. In the earlier programme in the House, you rightly agreed for a Section 24 emergency application, which the House has agreed to hold today. But I fear we may have a bit of an empty debate because the statement of reasons for why the Government have called the Section 35 order, which is unprecedented, it's never happened in the history of this House before, have not been given to members and will not be laid until later this afternoon in the library. And I wonder if it could seek your guidance of whether or not the Section 24 debate should be postponed until such times as not only have they been published, but we've had time to digest them.
Can I just say, we have got the Secretary of State with us. I don't know if he'd like to inform the House where we're up to.
Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr Speaker. We laid the order at 12:34 with the statement of reasons. The House authorities have to clear it before they publish it. They won't do that till 5 p.m. However, what I have got dispensation to do from Mr Speaker, I have got dispensation to publish it on the UK Gov website, the statement of reasons. We're doing that now. They're being emailed to you, to the Honourable Member for Edinburgh West, and to the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South. You are having them emailed, the statement of reasons emailed to you now.
A point for us, Mr Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In relation to what the Secretary of State for Scotland has just said, we've had in excess of an hour's worth of questioning to him, where he's repeatedly mentioned the statement of reasons, which we have until this point not seen. I'm now being told that I'm going to receive the statement of reasons. I think it would be wise, Mr Speaker, with your guidance, for the House to be suspended so that all of us can consider those reasons in full prior to the debate, because they will have, obviously, an intrinsic value to all of us in that regard.
Further to that point of order.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Further to that point of order.
Sorry, further to that point of order, and then I will come. Yes. Go on now.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It remains, or I remain, to be convinced whether or not the Secretary of State understands the effect of a gender recognition certificate, but it is surely now apparent that he does not understand the concept of parliamentary accountability. Since as long as I have been in this House, if the House were to be made aware of a government document or a publication of any sort, it was placed in the House of Commons library. It was not sent by email to individual named members. Surely all members of this United Kingdom Parliament have an interest in knowing what the government position is, and there is no good reason for this unprecedented departure from previous process.
For the point of
Mr Speaker. This has been an absolute utter mess today. The Secretary of State made a voluntary statement. He wasn't forced to the House through an urgent question. He came voluntarily. And central to the government's case has been that the GRR bill, as passed by the Scottish Parliament, conflicts with the Equality Act, and he has a statement of reasons as to why that is the case. He never provided that statement of reasons for members to question him on. Now he's going to be supplying it through email. Could I insist that you follow the leader of the Scottish National Party, so that we have an opportunity to adjourn to consider this properly, that we could come back and question the Secretary of State, who has to be at the dispatch box in the next debate on these statements of reasons, so we get to question them on the reasons why this UK government is invoking a Section 35 order against this legislation.
Point of order, Christel.
Very much, Mr Speaker. I noticed that the Secretary of State in the previous session said that he had not brought the statement of reasons and that he did not want to bore us with it. And I found that quite an extraordinary statement to make, given the gravity of the situation and the gravity of the subject matter that we are dealing with. I wonder if he has now changed his mind and doesn't think that it is something that is tedious and boring for us to deal with, but actually realises that this is a serious, important piece of dialogue that we should have had from him in advance of this session. And I wonder if you're able to give us any guidance, Mr Speaker, on how everyone who wanted to contribute to the previous session and didn't have the information might be able to contribute to this session in full possession of the information.
Further that point of order, Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wonder if you can advise the House if this situation has any precedent where a Government Minister or Secretary of State can turn up at the dispatch box without the necessary accompanying information to advise and guide the discussion and debate in a question session, which it seems to, in my experience here since I was elected, Mr Speaker, seems to be the way that things are supposed to have been done. Is this precedented or is this unprecedented, this shambolic behaviour from the Secretary of State for Scotland?
Right, well, I think we've got to try and make some progress. Sorry, Owen Thompson, I know.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I appreciate that. I seek your advice, and I apologise to Mr Deputy Speaker for trying to intervene during the question session. However, I think it's important because the statement of reasons is clearly a critical factor in the discussion we're having. We've not been able to question the Secretary of State on it through the statement he made at a time when he brought the statement. We're going to have a debate which is encouraging and welcome, but most of us want to have a chance to have seen the statement of reasons before that starts. So can I ask for your advice, Mr Speaker, as to what further opportunities, even beyond this Section 24 debate, members of this chamber will have to question the Secretary of State in detail on the statement of reasons when they eventually get around to publishing it?
Brown, I think that.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So further to that point of order, as has been said, with over an hour of questions there, a voluntary statement from the Secretary of State, he kept referring to the statement of reasons, but yet wouldn't divulge any information. He also kept referring to the Women Equalities Minister and said that she would actually be able to answer all the questions. So, Mr Speaker, did at any point did the Government discuss who was the most appropriate person to bring forward this statement so that we could actually, as honourable members, question the Government properly and ask somebody that actually had some knowledge to be able to answer questions?
Right. We're going to have to make some No, I'm going to come. It's slightly separate, so don't worry. What I want to do is to try and say, look, in an ideal world, yes, it will be easier. It is now live, and I hope that it should have been emailed to certain members to ensure that they can see it. Do shake your head just yet, just check if you want, that be helpful. What I would say is, we could argue that the Secretary of State has set it out for over an hour in which he answered the question, which he answered the question on. But what I want to do is ensure that this debate goes ahead. We could have put it off to tomorrow, and quite rightly you wanted it today, which is important. So I'm going to go ahead. It's not the best way to start the debate. I do ask you to check. I am assured it is online and is available for members to do. But I do want to do this next very important point of order, which I've been waiting. Mr Flynn, do you want to come in on this? Because I do want to separate the two.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have many skills at my disposal, but the ability to speak whilst also looking at the Government's statement of reasons is certainly not one of them. I think it is entirely unfair for me as an elected member in this House to partake in a debate which you have kindly granted, and I appreciate that, without being in full possession of the facts. That is not my fault, Mr Speaker. That is the fault of the Secretary of State for Scotland, who, whilst undermining Scotland's devolution, he's not just undermining Scotland's devolution, Mr Speaker, he's undermining this place, and that is of serious consequence to you, I imagine.
No, I'm going to answer that point of order first, I think. What I would say is that this isn't the end. This is the beginning. There will be lots of opportunities where this will further be discussed. But I want to make sure this debate starts, and it's important that you do lay out the facts. Hopefully during this time you will have been started to read it. What I want to do is deal with the point of order from Amy Callan, who's quite rightly been waiting, and I wanted to separate the two issues because I do believe it's an important one.
Mr Speaker, on a point of order, I seek your advice as to what options are open to correct the record after the member for Stoke-on-Trent North, who is no longer in his place, spread misinformation in his question that people in this House and in Holyrood are inciting violence on the issue of the GRR.
That's disgraceful.
That is a matter of opinion, but what I would say, and I really do recommend that members are very careful in the language that they use, And it is important that we show tolerance, but more importantly, that we show respect to each other, and nothing should inflame the tensions that will already be running high. So I thank the honourable member for raising that point with me. I do say to all members, please think long and hard before you speak, because messages that you say in this House can be reflected in a way that I do not wish to see. Right. Let us... Oh, sorry, I forgot about you, Mr. Christopher Joe.
Mr. Speaker, this is a relatively trivial point of order compared with the previous ones, but nevertheless, it relates to the procedures in this House. And you were present in the chair during topical questions today, and you would have heard the Energy Minister seemingly criticise me for not having given prior notice of the topical question which I chose to ask. I had originally in mind to ask a different question, but because that earlier question had already been answered, I thought it would be perfectly reasonable to choose another topical subject, and I was disappointed that my right honourable friend did not know the answer, because there is a lot of evidence come out recently that there has been a 15-fold increase in the number of household fires in 2022 caused by solar panels, and I'm surprised that the Minister didn't know anything about it.
The Minister wants to... In which case I'll answer it for you. And of course you can ask any question. That's the whole idea of topical, is to keep the Minister alive and on his feet. It's not for me to apologise when a Minister cannot answer. Let's leave it at that. Is it on something I've already ruled? If it's the word I've already ruled, I want to make progress. If it's completely different, I'll judge in a second, please.
I was just wanting to ask, Mr. Speaker, that given that we're going to go into this debate and haven't seen the stuff, will you give us a measure of flexibility if we need to nip out to get a copy, because we haven't seen it, and then still allow us to speak, even if we maybe miss a few seconds of the debate?
I'm sure we can even bring the copies in for you. In fact, I do see that Mr. Halsey is already doing due diligence in delivering, and quite rightly too. We now come to the emergency debate. I call the Leader of the SNP, Stephen Flynn, to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Here we have it. Here we have it, eventually. And I'm expected to read this whilst also speaking. I have to admit, Mr. Speaker, there is a real temptation for me to stand here and read every single word of this into the record right now. They want me to, Mr. Speaker. They probably shouldn't goad me to. They probably, I will, and I'll come back to that, Mr. Speaker. On a more serious note, calm down. On a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, I want to start with an apology. An apology to those people, and I think this should apply to everyone, irrespective of your views in respect of the GRR. An apology to those people whose hopes and whose aspirations for the future, who have fought so hard for a piece of legislation for so long, that they now see that that hope is being taken away from them. And it is being taken away from them by a government that they didn't vote for, that we haven't voted for since 1955. And, Mr. Speaker, this goes to the heart of this very issue, because this issue, at its very core, is about democracy on these islands and what democracy looks like on these islands within this United Kingdom. In Scotland's democratically elected Parliament in Holyrood, legislation has been passed which relates directly to a devolved competency. That legislation, the GRR Bill, is the most consulted upon legislation in the history of the Scottish Parliament. That legislation received support, not just from the Scottish National Party, but from the Labour Party in Scotland, Conservative Party members in Scotland, including the Right Honourable Member for Murray's predecessor, as I understand it to be the case. In a moment. It received support from the Liberal Democrats in Scotland and it received support from the Greens in Scotland. In totality, it received support from nearly 2/3 of Scotland's democratically elected Parliament in Holyrood. It is an outrage, Mr. Speaker, that we have a situation in this United Kingdom where this government is seeking to overturn the mandate and the legislation put down by the people in our Parliament in Scotland. I will.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way, and just to give him a wee chance to look at even the first page of the reasons for this appalling decision. My honourable friend spoke earlier about the World Health Organisation and the other European and Commonwealth nations who have this legislation already, and how Scotland would be brought into line with that. And this statement says removing a number of measures which the UK government regards as important safeguards are the very measures. Perhaps if the honourable gentleman wants to pipe down and listen, he might learn something. And these measures, which include the medicalisation of the process and indeed the breach of human rights, which include having to present a trans person having to present themselves to a panel just to justify their existence, are the very things that we sought to remove because it made the rights of trans people so affected.
I thank my honourable friend for that worthwhile contribution. I didn't hear all of it in its entirety because of some of the rabid gammon to my right-hand side, but it was nonetheless an incredibly important point to make. And it's actually important, I will in a moment, it's actually important to reflect upon that, because we heard during the question session when the Secretary of State was talking, Mr. Speaker, and some of the questions that were coming from Conservative backbenchers, in and around rerunning the debate that's actually happened already in Holyrood. We've had numerous members on the Conservative benches suggesting that they oppose the GRR for a number of different reasons. But those reasons have already been exhausted in Scotland's democratically elected Parliament. If members on those benches have issues with what the Scottish Parliament has put forward, they should perhaps jump on a train, go to Scotland, get themselves elected in Scotland to the Scottish Parliament and try to change legislation there, rather than using this place to overturn Scotland's democratically elected Parliament. I'll give way to my honourable member for command.
I thank him for giving way. He rightly said that the GRR bill passed with cross-party support at Holyrood, including some Conservative MSPs. Now, one of the Conservative MSPs was Jamie Green, the Conservative Party spokesperson for Justice. Now, given his role, he showed good courage to vote for that. But isn't it the case that his leader, the only member for Moray, has just sold Jamie Green down the river?
I entirely agree, and perhaps the honourable member for Murray would like to address that point himself.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. When he's speaking about people who have supported and opposed the bill, can he confirm that a Scottish Government Justice Minister resigned her position to oppose the bill, a former Scottish Government SNP Cabinet Secretary voted against it, and in total 9 SNP MSPs felt this legislation was deeply flawed, was wrong, and they voted against it?
Mr. Speaker, the member, whilst he sits in this chamber, of course, already sits in Holyrood as well, and he will be familiar with the fact that the majority, the overwhelming majority of parliamentarians elected to Holyrood voted in favour of this legislation. Now, I appreciate that he lost that debate in Holyrood, but he should not be supportive of this government trying to overturn that decision. And I would be really interested to hear about the conversations that he's had with his elected colleagues in Holyrood about this particular decision.
Of course, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving me a second time. Of course, I have had conversations because I was the only party leader in Scotland to make this a free vote, to allow members of my party to come to a conclusion, as Jamie Green did. Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP refused to do that, which is why she lost government ministers as a result.
So, if we're going to talk about losing, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman lost the debate in Scotland, and I will repeat once again, it is not democratic to try and overturn that legislation here in this place. I'm not going to give way. No, I want to make a little bit of progress. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's been inferred by some members on the Conservative benches opposite that this is in some way in conflict with the Equalities Act. Indeed, I'm sure that within this tome before me that is the case. But yet there's senior members on those benches who've also been vocal about the fact that it doesn't intervene or overturn the Equalities Act in any way, shape or form. So, which one is it? Of course I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I ask him, does he find it, does he agree with me and find it ridiculous that the Conservative Party keep claiming that they want to protect women and children's rights, given the fact that just last night this government undermined workers' rights, they want to get rid of the Human Rights Act, they introduced the rape clause, and they want to remove us from the European Court of Human Rights? Is it not the case that if you want to defend rights, you get them as far away from this law as possible?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable friend has made an incredibly important point in respect of that legislation last night. Because it's not just in relation to the GRR where the UK Government is seeking to overturn and ignore Scotland's democratically elected politicians. That's also true of last night's legislation in relation to the right to strike. Because, and I'm not making any grand assumptions here, I would assume with wholehearted confidence that an overwhelming majority of parliamentarians in Holyrood would be opposed to the legislation that is being put forward by the UK Government in terms of the right to strike. But, Mr. Speaker, that is going to be ignored too. Just as on Wednesday, tomorrow, we're going to have legislation before this House in relation to the 4,000 pieces of EU legislation which this UK Government wants to throw into the wind. Legislation which puts our food standards at risk. Legislation that puts workers' rights at risk. Legislation that puts overwhelming power in the hands of Tory ministers unelected in Scotland, of course, to do as they please. Now, the Scottish Parliament has been clear once again that it opposes that, Mr. Speaker. But yet that too is going to be ignored. Scotland's democracy ignored and ignored. Indeed I will.
Grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and of course he's making the powerful point about the fact that this is in its core just an attack on the rights of the people and the Scottish Parliament. But these comments that he's just made about the attacks on the Parliament have also been repeated and echoed by the Welsh Labour First Minister Mark Drakeford, who's called this intervention today, this Section 35 interference, he's called that a dangerous move. Isn't it the case that there's a deafness, not only in this place, but on those benches next to us from the Labour Party, about how dangerous these moves are for democracy across the nations of the UK?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And it appears that Mark Drakeford has more of a backbone than the vast majority of the Parliamentary Labour Party put together, and they could do well to learn from his views in respect of that. But, Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that democracy matters and that this UK Government is seeking to consistently ignore Scotland's democracy. I mentioned the right to strike, and of course I mentioned the EU retained law bill. But it's also true in respect of Brexit as a whole. 72% of Scots want to rejoin the European Union, yet this UK Government, and indeed this Labour Party, have absolutely no interest in that position whatsoever. Of course I will.
Grateful to one friend. I know he's not had an opportunity to look at the statement of reasons, some because it's 57 paragraphs of which you've just been served up. I've had a quick chance to have a look at this. And can I say to my honourable friend, maybe not bother having a look at this in any great detail, because it's specious, it's hypothetical and it's poorly informed. And one example of that, Mr. Speaker, is on equal pay. You seem to believe that a trans man would take advantage of the opportunity to be paid less. It's the type of rubbish that's included in this. What does you think of that?
Mr. Speaker, I've not obviously had the opportunity to look at that myself, but if that is the case, it is a complete and utter embarrassment. And it shows that just as this Secretary of State was unprepared today in relation to this matter, so too is his government in relation to the arguments that they are putting forward. I'm a little bit embarrassed for them in this regard. Of course I'll give it.
And he's been incredibly generous. And I just want to point out on page 1.4, one point that I think is particularly concerning, and it says in relation to those points that the government are trying to take out of the legislation that they have concerns with. Taken together, these amendments remove any requirement for third-party verification or evidence from the process. Now, if I'm not wrong, when I came out, I did not have to seek verification from anybody to be a lesbian. So I do not understand why we are treating trans people as if they are applying for some kind of arbitrary, inanimate thing. You know, this is about their identity, it's about their lives, and it's about their livelihoods, and we should treat them with the dignity and respect that they deserve.
Sir Speaker, you'll be unsurprised to know that I very much agree in that regard. But if I may return to the points I was making in respect of democracy. No, in relation to democracy, as I said, the right to strike, the EU legislation, Brexit, but also importantly, Mr Speaker, Scotland's right to choose. As we found towards the end of last year, and if the Father of the House wishes to awaken from his slumber, no, Mr Speaker, he does not appear to awaken from his slumber. Very distracting to see that in front of you in a democratically elected Parliament, Mr Speaker. If we are to reflect upon democracy, Scotland last year was denied its right to choose. Its right to choose by this UK government. Now, the Supreme Court was clear that we don't have the power under the constitutional settlement to have a second independence referendum, irrespective of the views of the people of Scotland. And yet the only answer that this UK government can give to any question in relation to that is no. No, you cannot have your say. So no matter which way we turn, no matter which issue it is of the day, this UK government is not interested in Scotland's democracy. But, Mr Speaker, let's look in closer detail at the Conservative Party position in relation to that. I'll give way.
I thank Ronald for giving way. Is it not the case that these statement of reasons clearly state that the government does not have any legal basis on which to challenge this legislation, and the simple fact is that the Secretary of State for Scotland has opened himself up to judicial review of this because he will simply find that he has no modification of the existing Equality Act, and there is no examples within this outline that indicate where he has justifiable reasons for outlining this Section 35 order. None. None.
Mr Speaker, I think the Secretary of State has opened himself up to many things, ridicule amongst them, of course, for his failure to see the blindingly obvious. But if I may just revert back to my previous point in respect of the wider Conservative position in relation to this, let us be clear, and in no doubt whatsoever, that the Conservatives are seeking to utilise this issue for a culture war. Nothing more and nothing less. Because this is the dying embers of a failing government that sees the polls, that knows that it's on its way out, that knows that members are going to lose their seats. And in a last gasp attempt to create division, they are using some of the most vulnerable people in society to create a culture war. Absolutely, Alan.
Well, friends, very kind. He's absolutely right on that point, and we were accused earlier on in the debate in the SNP of trying to use this as a vehicle to create a constitutional schism and conflict. But in actual fact, the SNP, like all the other parties in Holyrood that voted this through in the Scottish Parliament, had a mandate from the electorate in Scotland. Is he concerned, like I am, that that government over there has no mandate from anybody for this action that they're taking?
I absolutely share the views of my honourable friend. I am deeply concerned about that, and also deeply concerned about the culture war that they are seeking to stoke, Mr Speaker. But let's also importantly reflect upon what we have here. It's a Conservative government which, as I said, hasn't been elected in Scotland since 1955. But it's perhaps most intriguing that what we have, Mr Speaker, is a Secretary of State for Scotland, who we know in the coming months will be walking out of this place, but he'll not be walking anywhere else but along to the undemocratic House of Lords. Mr Speaker, Baron Jack, as he will come to be known is trying to tell Scotland's democratically elected parliamentarians what they can and can't do, whilst at the same time knowing that he is going to end up in an unelected chamber. Shame on him and shame on his Conservative colleague. I will give way, yeah.
Why does the honourable gentleman think the Gender Recognition Act has been such a protracted dispute in the Scottish Parliament and has so divided the Scottish National Party?
I don't actually agree with him on this, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a healthy thing in democracy for discussion to be had within a parliament. And that's exactly what's happened in Holyrood. And it may have escaped his notice, but I will repeat it, because parliamentarians from each and every party in Holyrood voted in favour of this legislation. And the question to him and his colleagues is why they are seeking to overturn Scotland's democratic view in this way. And I'm more than happy to invite him back in to answer on that specific point. He's not interested in answering on that specific. I've been very generous so far, Mr. Speaker. But of course, this isn't just about the Conservatives. This is about the Labour Party too. Should they rise from their seats and remove the splinters on this particular topic? Because this is the party who released a document last year from Gordon Brown which was meant to put devolution front and centre, something which critics like myself said we've all heard it before. It's not going to happen. And when Scotland's Parliament is under attack from Westminster, where are the Labour Party? Nowhere to be found.
Very gratefully, this is the final time I'll intervene on the honourable gentleman. I wonder if he can tell us, do all his SNP MPs here in the UK Parliament support the SNP's Gender Recognition Reform Act?
I tell you what my colleagues support, Mr. Speaker, and that is enabling the people of Scotland to make decisions over their future without interference from his Westminster government. So, Mr. Speaker, we've heard it all from the Conservatives before in terms of their culture war. We know that the Labour Party are rowing back under the Leader of the Opposition from their support for the LGBTQ+ community in relation to this specific topic. And it's deeply, deeply disappointing to hear that that is the case. And when we go to the Scottish electorate again, not only will we have a Labour Party which is against the biggest issue that dominates Scottish politics at this moment, Scottish independence. Not only are they against Scotland having its view in respect of our membership of the European Union, they're also supportive of the UK Parliament overriding Holyrood. Shame on them too, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I will, of course,
grateful once again for my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't the desperate political act of this Tory government grubbing around for one last dying ember of distraction and producing this vacuous document as an excuse, isn't it an example of desperation? But isn't it also an example, as he's been outlining, of desperation to get into power, that the Labour Party won't even take a position to support devolution, the devolution they were supposed to champion in the first place?
Absolutely, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And I'm absolutely confident that the people of Scotland will be watching and listening to Labour's position in relation to this. But let's not. I'm more than happy to let the honourable gentleman intervene if he so wishes. No, he doesn't. He doesn't wish to. He just wishes to chunter from a sedentary position, Mr. Speaker. But we heard. Yes, of course I did.
I'm listening to his argument, which appears to be about democracy, and in some respects I can see the power of his argument, but I'm a bit confused because it seems to me that the SNP, with representatives from Scotland, voted for the Scotland Act and for the Section 35 measures that are being used today, and that furthermore the fact that they can be used today in the UK Parliament is because the Scottish people voted to remain within the UK in a referendum just in 2014.
But with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member is missing the point. The democratically elected members in Scotland's Parliament have voted for legislation within a devolved competency, and the UK government, her party, are seeking to remove that or to block that legislation. That's simply not fair and it's not democratic Mr. Speaker, in any way, shape or form. But what comes next? What comes next from these continual democratic, the continual democratic deficit that we experience on these here islands? Well, I think it's actually time, and it's incumbent for reasonable unionists, of which I think there are many. I don't see very many in front of me, Mr. Speaker, but which I think there are many in society, to come forward. Of course I'll be there.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. In part 2 of this big flabby document, the heading is Adverse Effects of Different GRC Regimes Across the UK. If there is no allowance of different GRC regimes, how come gender recognition is devolved in the first place?
Indeed, a very powerful and eloquent point from my honourable colleague, as always. But the point of what comes next is incredibly important. Where do we go? Where do we go when Scotland's Parliament and our views and our purpose is just being ignored by Westminster? What are we to do? What are people in Scotland how are they to respond to that? When are reasonable unionists going to stand up and say, you know what, this isn't on? If you believe in this union of equals, then you'll put the Scottish Parliament first. I don't see that. I don't hear that in Westminster. And this is the clearest example of that. And it's a very rare occurrence. I will indeed.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. And he's making a really powerful speech and really bringing the real democratic deficit really front and centre for people. But as well as the huge disappointment that I'm sure we all feel at what the UK government, the Tory government are doing, is he disappointed if I tell him that the UK Labour Party will, it is reported, not challenge this intervention at all, to the great disappointment of a number of their Scottish MSP colleagues, and that these colleagues of theirs are deeply disappointed, and no wonder that's the case.
Just as we are looking for reasonable unionists, Mr. Speaker, they're clearly not found on these benches. And if the honourable member, the Shadow Secretary of State, wants to clarify that that's not the case, then he's more than happy to do so. I'll be unsurprised if he doesn't. But, Mr. Speaker, the point I was making, of course I will.
Reluctant to be goaded by the SNP, but nonetheless, here we are. Look, just to be clear, I certainly want to make sure that there is a proper gender recognition plan across the whole of the United Kingdom, because I'm sick and tired of people setting women's rights against trans people's rights. That's where I want to get to, and I'm looking for solutions to that problem, not anything else.
I do respect the sincerity with which the honourable member delivers his points in that regard, and I see other honourable members nodding. Well, if that's the case, I'm sure that the honourable member will support us, because we have a solution in Scotland. That solution is the legislation that has been put forward in the Scottish Parliament, which has received democratic support in the Scottish Parliament, and which this UK government is blocking. And he should share my anger and the anger of his, I hope, colleagues in the Scottish Parliament in relation to this particular point. But, Mr. Speaker, it's a rarity in this place, and I'm sure she'll forgive me in this regard, that I agree with some of the comments for the member from Edinburgh. I can't quite Edinburgh West, Mr. Speaker. But I think when we were hearing from her earlier in respect of the difficulty that this is causing her in respect of the union, that is the sort of voice that we need to hear at this moment in time from those reasonable unionists about where they seek to go. Because if this is a union of equals, as it is portrayed, if Scotland's Parliament is to be the most powerful devolved legislature in the world, as we are often told that it is, then why is this Section 35 order being used?
Will my honourable friend give way?
Of course.
I'm grateful once again for him giving way. He's talking about reasonable unionists and said that he couldn't see any on these benches. But of course, there are reasonable unionists who have been on these benches. Would he be interested in the words of Jed Killen, former Labour MP, who said the idea that one man elected by 22,000 people can overturn the devolved legislation brought in by the Scottish Parliament and supported by the vast majority of our MSPs is outrageous and surely will not stand up in court.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, that is very much the case. And whilst we're on that point of reasonable unionists, I want to reflect upon the words of Donald Dewar in relation to the Scottish Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because this is, after all, what we are talking about. He said, Walter Scott wrote that only a man with soul so dead could have no sense, no feel of his native land. For me, for any Scot, today is a proud moment, a new stage on a journey begun long ago and which has no end. This is a proud day for all of us. A Scottish Parliament, not an end, a means to a greater end. And those two are part of our mace. Woven into its symbolic thistles are 4 words: wisdom, justice, compassion and integrity. Wisdom, justice, compassion and integrity. Each of those words is reflected in the legislation brought forward in the Scottish Parliament. It's why it received overwhelming support from Scottish parliamentarians. It's why members from each and every party in the Scottish Parliament voted in favour of this legislation. And it is why it is so important that we stand up for Scotland's Parliament, that we stand up for Scotland's democracy, and that we ensure that the people of Scotland's views are heard in this place. And I sincerely hope, and I do say this, Mr. Speaker, in all sincerity to the Secretary of State, I hope that he will reflect upon the damage that he seeks to do to his own union in this regard, that he vault-faces, that he shows that he does respect Scotland's democracy, and that he allows this legislation to pass as it should. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lamont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A short time ago, the Secretary of State for Scotland made a statement to this House regarding the Government's decision to exercise the Section 35 power of the Scotland Act with regard to the Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill. Now, for the benefit of members who were not present at that statement, I shall summarise what action this Government is taking and why. Mr. Speaker, today the Secretary of State is making an order under Section 35 of the Scotland Act 1998 preventing the Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill from proceeding to royal assent. As the Secretary of State has said, this is the first time the power has been exercised, and this is not a decision that has been taken lightly. However, it is a decision based on the legislation's consequences for the operation of reserved matters across Scotland, England and Wales, including on equality legislation. The Scottish Government's bill would introduce a number of changes around gender recognition in Scotland. These include reducing the minimum age a person can apply for a gender recognition certificate to 16, and removing the need for a medical diagnosis and evidence of having lived for 2 years in their acquired gender.
Is it acceptable, Mr. Speaker, for the Minister to read out the statement that has already been made, changing the order of some of the sentences?
It's up to the Minister what he wishes to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will continue. The bill would also amend the UK-wide Gender Recognition Act 2004, which legislated for a single gender recognition system across the entirety of the United Kingdom. Now, it's this United Kingdom Government's assessment that the bill would have serious adverse impact, among other things, on the operation of the Equality Act 2010. Effects would include impacts on the operation of single-sex clubs, associations and schools, and protections such as equal pay. There are also significant complications from having different gender recognition regimes in the UK, and there is also a danger of allowing more fraudulent or bad faith applications. I'll give way to the honourable member.
Thank the Minister for giving way. If he has regard to paragraph number 15 in what purports to be the statement of reasons, he will see that it states there it is practically and legally undesirable for all, including in particular the individual holder of the GRC, that a person will have one legal sex in Scotland and a different one in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. Is the Minister satisfied that this test of practicality and legal desirability or undesirability is one which is sufficient to meet the test set out in section 35?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, well, we do have concerns. We believe the creation of the two different processes for legal gender recognition in different parts of the UK is going to create complications, which is why we have taken the action that we have. Now, if the Honourable Member does not agree with that assessment, with the reasons set out in our reasons paper, there is the opportunity to pray against the order, there is the opportunity to vote it down, there is the opportunity to judicial review the decision-making process. So there are other options open to the Honourable Member to raise those concerns. The Government has taken its decision based on the legal advice that we have received. We stand by that decision. The Secretary of State stands by that decision. And Honourable Members opposite, if they disagree, have other options open to them to challenge that. Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe, and this Government believes, that transgender people deserve our respect, our support and our understanding. We have a long-established, world-leading equality framework that protects everyone, including transgender people, from discrimination, harassment and victimisation, and advances equality of opportunity for all. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Section 35 power has always been part of the architecture of the devolution settlement because it is an integral part of the Scotland Act, as which we've heard already all parties in this House supported at the time. It provides a sensible measure to ensure that the devolved legislation does not have adverse effects on reserved matters, including on equalities legislation. Now, as the Secretary of State has said, it is open to the Scottish Government to bring back an amended bill for reconsideration in the Scottish Parliament, which deals with the concerns that this Government and many, many others have raised about the legislation and the impact that it will have. I'll give way to the Honourable Member for Badenoch Spades.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister's given it away. The Government's got concerns. Well, there we have it. The Conservatives had their objections voted down in the Scottish Parliament, so he's using the device of Section 35. Quite honestly, the statement of reasons is not worth the paper it's written on. And he knows that he can use his parliamentary majority in any praying motion to strike down an act of the Scottish Parliament. What price Scottish democracy? What price the right of the Scottish Parliament to enact legislation based on the majority in that Parliament, based on a mandate given by the people of Scotland that this Government is going to throw away because this Government, this Parliament knows better. And equality of equals, Madam Deputy Speaker, you have to be joking.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I have made clear repeatedly, the Scotland Act always intended that in these moments where there was unintended consequences of legislation being passed by the Scottish Parliament which impacted across the United Kingdom, Section 35 gives us the opportunity to act in this way. The letter from the Secretary of State to the First Minister is clear about the amendments that can be made to the bill to allow it to be approved by the Scottish Parliament and to meet the concerns in terms of the impact it's going to have to other parts of the UK. We very much want to work with the Scottish Government constructively to secure those amendments to that bill to ensure the legislation can pass which meets our concerns. So we do hope the First Minister and the Scottish Government will bring back the amended bill for reconsideration by the Scottish Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that the members opposite, the Right Honourable and Honourable Members opposite, will acknowledge that the United Kingdom Government has set out its desire to work together with the Scottish Government so we can find a constructive way forward to amend this bill so that it can pass by the Scottish Government and reach royal assent. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State, Scotland, Ian Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think the time that the Minister took when responding to the SO24 shows you that the Government really don't have very much to say on this particular issue. Or maybe he didn't get the statement of reasons either. in terms of what the government were actually proposing. Can I start, Madam Deputy Speaker, by just restating again that this Labour Party is the party of devolution and the party of equality. And it won't be lost on many that the two bills that we're debating today, the Scotland Act and the Equalities Act, and indeed the Gender Recognition Act, are all Labour Party bills that we brought in the advancement of devolution and equality in this country. And it's very difficult to conclude anything other than today's debate being about two governments who are incapable of working together. I read or skimmed I read and skimmed the 13 pages of the reasons. I mean, the farce that we've had to even try and get these reasons today as part of this debate. And when I got to the end, my initial reaction was, well, what is the government going to do about it? Because they can't just bring an unprecedented Section 35 order to this House to then lay out reasons, but then get to the end of those reasons and decide what we're going to do about it. As we stand here today, the Gender Recognition Bill in Scotland is dead unless both governments can come together and resolve the issues or perceived issues or otherwise. I'm happy to.
I just wonder whether my honourable friend has looked at paragraph 3, I think it is, because the Minister was not, who was not taking interventions earlier, was suggesting that all the government has to do in Scotland is bring forward a bill with amendments. So far as I can see, it would have to come forward with a bill that doesn't have anything in it. That's the only bill that the Westminster government would accept, isn't it? If you go by these, the amendments suggested in paragraph 3.
That's where we get to the crux of this process. My honourable friend from Rhondda made a similar point earlier about wanting to make sure that trans rights and women's rights are protected in this country and doing it properly. And this is certainly not the way to do it. So we now have a process whereby I suspect and we know the First Minister and the Scottish Government will take the UK Government to court on the basis of these reasons and their unseen legal advice. And then the courts will have to decide if these reasons that they've put forward are actually legitimate and indeed reasonable in terms of the bar they have to reach, that there would be adverse consequences on reserved legislation. And I think, in actual fact, at the end of that process, we might be in a situation whereby the courts are going to have to decide to resolve these arguments because both governments are unwilling to do so together. I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Is he concerned, like me, that gender recognition is devolved, and yet half of the blather in here is that it conflicts with the 2004 Act? That's the whole point of devolution, is that you can actually change legislation in Scotland in a devolved policy area.
Yeah, it's a very helpful intervention, because it is the case that the first Section 14, the first category of adverse effects, talks about different regimes across the United Kingdom. Well, that to me suggests that the government doesn't want this devolved. There are other issues such as abortion and other issues that would have cross-border implications that are devolved. But I would gently just say, and also in response to the Honourable Lady, that Donald Dewar designed Section 35 for the very question she has just asked. It was to allow the Scottish, but well, I mean, she does say, now, if you don't mind me repeating, but not for this issue, Donald Dewar didn't envisage all the issues that would come through. Devolution was always a journey for the Labour Party and will continue to be so. But the key point, I think, in making in this is that Section 35 was put there to enable the Scottish Parliament to be able to legislate in devolved areas that may have an impact on the rest of the UK, but Section 35 was to be used as a last resort, is what it says, for when there might be some conflict. So if the first adverse effect in the paper is that they don't want different circumstances under gender recognition certificates between Scotland and the rest of the UK, then surely they're saying it should not be devolved. I'm happy to give way.
I thank him for giving way. I agree with a lot of the points he's making on devolution. So obviously he's read what really we should be calling the clutching at straws reasons rather than a statement of reasons. He mentioned a judicial review. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm sure him, like me, can read this and just see how weak these UK government arguments are. So on that basis, and if he believes in the protection of devolution, that Scotland should be able to do things differently, surely he agrees with us that the UK government should drop this action now, and actually the Labour Party should be full square behind the Scottish Parliament on this.
But the point that the honourable gentleman forgets is this is going to end up in the courts regardless, because the Section 35 has been brought forward. anybody who prays against the Section 35 gets a debate and a vote. The vote's not going to be won. You said yourself they have a majority of 80, a working majority of perhaps 100 on this issue, and therefore it will have to be settled in the court. And can I just say that as much as I don't want this constitutional battle to be on the backs of trans people and women's rights as well, it would be quite good if the courts did settle these issues, because maybe we could move on with substance and do what is right by trans people for equality in this country. I was going to give way to the Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland.
To the Minister the Shadow Minister for giving way, because can I take him to paragraph number 20 in the purported statement of reasons, where it says that one of the barriers that would be encountered is existing IT infrastructure. Can the honourable gentleman tell me if he's ever come across a case before where apparently law has to be designed to fit IT infrastructure rather than IT infrastructure being designed to fit the law?
Well, it's a valuable intervention. I'm glad, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm getting all the questions on these adverse effects, when in actual fact it's the government's document. But you're absolutely right. And what I think we've missed in this entire debate over the last few months is the fact that people in this country currently have gender recognition certificates, just under a different process where IT systems have to deal with that particular purpose. So how you get to a gender recognition certificate is the argument here, not how you implement it, because we implement them already.
I'm very grateful. Just on the substance and on the issue of how you get a gender recognition certificate, for me, one of the key things is that we take this suggestion that it's a pathology out of the process. I don't want it to feel like we are treating trans people as if they have a pathological condition. Isn't that the key thing that we need to change?
Yes, I agree, and that should be part of this argument, and we should be taking the pathology office out of this. This isn't a medical disorder that we're dealing with here, and that should be part of the discussion. But of course, all of these, I wish we were having a debate about all these things, because actually we should be, rather than having a constitutional debate between two governments that don't want to resolve these issues but want to fight about it in different ways. Yes, I'm happy to give way if Madam Deputy Speaker allows me.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister, and he's seeking to cast this conflict or tension, whatever you want to call it, as being between two governments. But in actual fact, dependent on how the Labour Party decide to act, this is a conflict and a tension between two parliaments, because there is cross-party support for this bill in the Scottish Parliament from the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, the SNP and the Scottish Labour Party, whereas in this House it's simply the Conservatives who are standing in the way of this. Can he advise how the Labour Party will move on this?
But the honourable gentleman is completely and utterly fundamentally wrong about that point. What we're dealing with today is a debate between the UK and Scottish Government. This is what's in the legislation of the Scotland Act of 1998. So what we're actually dealing with today is a debate between two well, it has to be resolved by the two governments. If you want the Labour Party to try and resolve this, then we're happy to take the seats of government either in the Scottish Parliament or here, but it's got to be resolved by the UK and Scottish governments. That's the black and white of this particular issue. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady whilst his colleague is chuntering in the background nonsense.
Tim for giving way, and I've been interested in how he has characterised some of what we've heard today, but I need to say to him that the Labour Party, if they see that they don't have a role in this, if he doesn't think that they ought to have a view or an opinion or take a position, then he needs to make that very clear, because his colleagues in the Scottish Parliament do have a view. They did vote for these provisions, as did members of the SNP, members of the Liberal Democrats, and indeed some Scottish Conservatives. So I think he should stop being, I think, a bit disingenuous and be clear. Where does the Labour Party stand on this? Are they going to defend the rights of the Scottish Parliament to act or not?
Well, I'll tell you exactly where we stand. We want this legislation to work. At this moment in time, the legislation at this moment in time is dead. And it's dead because, well, the Honourable Lady says from central position because of them. The bottom line here is that, and the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South quoted Donald Dewar at great length, and Donald Dewar will be turning in his grave at the moment in terms of what's going on in terms of devolution in Scottish politics. But because Donald Dewar created the Section 35 process for the very reasons the Honourable Lady has just said. It's a process to enable cross-border problems to be resolved. Now, let me finish the previous point first. Now, the government have come forward with 13 pages that they think adversely affects UK-wide legislation. I think it's thin. I haven't had a chance to look at it straight the way through. Well, it might be rubbish, but there are concerns that people have had that we either have to alleviate or bring people with them. What the SNP have forgotten about this entire process, and we are very experienced at this because we do it all the time, when you're doing major equalities legislation, you've got to bring people with you. And if it means that we've got to get people round the table, no, you shouldn't bring people with you. So if people raise concerns, you should just say that you should just dismiss them. No, this is me saying it. Equalities legislation is difficult, and you've got to bring people with you. Now, these adverse effects might be rubbish. I think, as I've already said, at initial glance, I think they are pretty weak and pretty flimsy. But the courts are going to have to decide whether we like this or not, because that's where it's going to go. Well, and the Scottish Parliament have the right to pass this legislation because it's devolved. But also the Scotland Act protecting the Scottish Parliament has a mechanism in there written by Donald Dewar to ensure if there are cross-border concerns, those are dealt with. And that's the way it is in terms of this particular process. Madam Deputy Speaker, I haven't gone even through the first bit. Well, I'm going to give way to the honourable gentleman if he will apologise for saying we were weasels before, and I hope he's gone back and read my speech, which is not what I said during my contribution during the statement.
With the greatest respect, what I'm hearing from him now is that he neither supports the position of the Scottish Parliament, nor does he support the position of the government, and he says we need to win public support. How much public support has the Labour Party got in Scotland? And isn't this the problem he's got to face? Leaving himself with nowhere to stand in Scottish politics and falling between stools is hardly standing up for the devolution settlement, of which he should be so proud that Donald Dewar established.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's quite obvious that the honourable gentleman didn't listen to my contribution during the statement and hasn't listened to my contribution since. So I had no idea which debate he's listening to, but it's certainly not the one that I'm participating in at this particular moment in time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bottom line here is, and this is the undeniable fact whether we like it or not, the only way to resolve this today will be for either both governments to come together to try and find an accommodation, and I'm surprised they haven't done so. This has been on the card since 2016, and all we're getting now is a statement of adverse effects 1 day, 24 hours before the expiry period of when the bill is supposed to get royal assent. So coming in at the 11th hour with a Section 35, with 13 pages of adverse effects that haven't been communicated or worked with the Scottish Government before. Now, I've no doubt the Scottish Government, I'm not involved in detailed discussions at ministerial level, perhaps the Labour Party will be at some point in the future, but maybe it takes two to tangle in these discussions. But if you genuinely want this legislation through, and the Government genuinely want to try and see if there is any adverse effects that could affect residents in England, Wales and Northern Ireland that aren't part of the Scottish Gender Recognition Act, then isn't it incumbent on both governments to get together and do everything they possibly can to try and resolve this so we can get it on the statute book? Section 35 can be removed and it can go for royal assent as was supposed to have happened some time ago. And that's the grim reality in Scottish politics at the moment. It's happened with the Children's Rights Bill, where the UK Government challenged the Children's Rights Bill through the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that certain aspects of the Children's Rights Bill had overreached under Section 33 of the Scotland Act, and another one of Donald Dewar's sections that he wrote in to protect devolution. And the Scottish Government was asked to remove those sections and the bill would get royal assent, and 2.5 years later nothing has been done. And that just shows you that we are just in this political paralysis in Scotland at the moment where nobody can do anything because it's turned into political football about the Constitution, and the trans community and others are sitting there in disbelief today that that is not going to be able to be taken. Let me just make some progress. I wanted, Madam Deputy Speaker, because of accusations that had been made, Just to go through a little bit of what the Scottish Labour Party's response to the bill was in the Scottish Parliament, we had a multitude of concerns with the initial bill, and nobody could have said that the initial bill that was presented and drafted to the Scottish Parliament was in any way fit to become final legislation. But we worked constructively with the legislation, constructively with the UN Rapporteur for Women and Girls, constructively with the LGBTQ+ community, and constructively with women's groups who had concerns that they were raising about the bill, and we did put forward amendments. We got the Equality Act on the face of the bill, which is referred to in a lot of the adverse effects in the government's document, and we did get many other amendments to that bill to help alleviate some of the concerns with the initial part of the bill. But the only way we're going to settle these arguments now is, unfortunately, through the courts. I'm happy to give way to the Leader of the Scottish Conservatives.
Grateful to the Shadow Scottish Secretary for giving way. His UK leader said at the weekend that he has serious concerns about reducing the age from 18 to 16. However, when my Scottish Conservative colleague Rachel Hamilton brought forward an amendment to keep the age at 18 rather than reducing it to 16, Labour MSPs joined with the SNP to vote that amendment down. What's his position on the age limit in Scotland?
Yeah, but we put in protections on the age limit in Scotland. And can I just say to the honourable gentleman, we've got one party in here, the leader of the SNP, accusing the Scottish Labour Party and the UK Labour Party of different positions on this. There's nothing between the different positions, but devolution. But we should have devolution at the same time. Now, Keir's made it perfectly clear, but Anas Sarwar and his team got significant protections in terms of 16 and 17-year-olds, including the notary public issue, which means you have to swear in front of a notary public in order for this to take effect, and you have to get a responsible adult over the age of 18 in order to be able to do any of this under the age of 18. So what the honourable gentleman is essentially challenging people on is not to have different views on it, and two of his own front bench MSPs voted for the legislation. So people are entitled to have a slightly different view on what is an incredibly important subject. And you know, the only thing that the honourable gentleman managed to do in the last week, not get both governments together to try and resolve this, was to write to me to ask my position on this bill. Well, I would rather they came together. Well, we want this bill passed, and we want the Section 35 resolved. It's as simple and straightforward as that. And you know, we've had a position for some time to modernise the GRA. We've already had the position eloquently expressed by the member for Rhondda, and that position is still the position that we currently have. And can I just say to the member, to the government, in terms of the member for Leeds Central, I think he made the crucial point, and it goes back to the member that we had the intervention from as well. The Equality Act already exists with gender recognition certificates, and those spaces, particularly single-sex spaces, are protected under exemptions under the Equality Act as we currently sit here today. And the adverse reasons that the government are giving us in terms of that is not about the process of getting a GRC, but the process that is currently already in place. The government are all over the place on this, and it's little wonder that they're fanning the flames of people who wish to break up the United Kingdom as the only result to be able to do this. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've already said a number of times, I have to give way.
Isn't it right that in the passing of the Equalities Act, it was noted then that the GRA needed reform and it needed to be depathologized? The party that came in straight after the passing of the Equalities Act, the party currently in government, has spent over 13 years, or 12 and a bit years, fiddling their fingers, fanning the flames of fear and hatred on this. And then when one of the parliaments of this kingdom has taken decisive action, rather than stepping up and working to resolve it, instead they've constructed a constitutional crisis which will benefit their voting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think that's, from the honourable gentleman, that's what I've been saying. We desperately want the legislation passed, but we desperately want to make sure that the issues raised under the Section 35 are resolved, and there's only two ways to do that, either through the courts, which I think where this is heading, or for both governments to get together. We don't have the power to be able to do either that. Madam Secretary, let me finish with this, that opinion polling shows that the overwhelming majority of people in Scotland just want their two governments to work closely together in the interests of the country, and in this particular issue, in the interests of equality. So could I say to both governments, these issues are not irresolvable. We can create an environment where protections exist for women at the same time as strengthening the rights for trans people. We can create a legal framework where GRCs issued in Scotland are entirely compatible with UK-wide equalities legislation, and we can have a country where both the Scottish and UK governments act like grown-ups, get round the table and resolve these issues. That's what used to happen. That's the way in which Donald Dewar designed this legislation that this government are now implementing. And I think genuinely constructive discussions between both governments, let's lock them in a room until they find a resolution to this, and don't let them out till they find it. And I can assure you there's a way through this, but they're unwilling to take it.
Hear, hear. Before I call the next speaker, just to say that this debate has to finish by 27 minutes past 5, so I'm introducing a time limit. I will start with 5 minutes, but it will go down after that if necessary. Douglas Ross.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I speak in this debate as someone who's extremely privileged to both serve in this Parliament and in the Scottish Parliament. So I'm able to bring some points of view which were not accurately articulated by the leader of the SNP, who is sadly leaving the chamber at the moment, because I think it is important, because I am referring to a number of the points he made. He speaks about the legal advice. We had the situation in the Scottish Parliament when the night before crucial amendments were being debated, Conservative MSPs, Labour MSPs and indeed SNP MSPs were written to by the Cabinet Secretary about their amendments and legal advice surrounding them, but were told that legal advice couldn't be shared. Yet here we have the UK Government sharing their statement of reasons with Parliament, and I think that's, well, it is based on legal advice, and I'm just showing the different approach by the government. It is based on legal advice. That was clear from the Scottish Secretary. And also, I think it is important to recall that although the SNP leader in this place and others have said this is a debate that has been raging in Scotland for over 6 years, that's absolutely correct. I've not yet heard, and I'm willing to take an intervention from any SNP member, that can explain to me why it had to be passed by December of last year. What was the rush in the lead up to Christmas that meant it had to go through the Scottish Parliament before the end of the year? I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm delighted to just remind the Honourable Gentleman, and we've heard this a few times already today, that this is the opposite of rushed legislation. This has been in the works for 6 years. This has been a repeated manifesto commitment of a number of parties, and it has been the most consulted upon piece of legislation. Hear, hear. You might more reasonably ask, why did it take as long as it did?
The point the Honourable Lady is missing is, yes, there has been that debate for 6 years. Why then did it have to go through stage 3 and looking at amendments until midnight one night and 1:30 in the morning for it to be rushed through before the end of the session? Surely, if there was that, I will give you a moment, but surely, if there is that much debate, that much controversy, and remember, 150 amendments, if that legislation wasn't rushed, there wouldn't have been the need to look at 150 amendments. And I do yet wait to hear any SNP member saying why it had to be put through in December of last year. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Does he not recall that the debate in the Scottish Parliament went on till those hours and votes occurred at those hours because of his stalling?
It wasn't stalling, and indeed, well, I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some people may say the 12 or 15 points of order we had earlier from SNP members was stalling. I don't believe that. I believe that was politicians making a point in Parliament. Just like in the Scottish Parliament, we were looking at 150 amendments because the SNP had rushed this through. And there's also been a lot made, and I'll give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member. He raises the issue of 150 amendments. That's the point, because there was effective scrutiny that took place, and he, his colleagues and other parties put down these amendments, and they were looked at in the correct manner. And of course the Scottish Parliament had to take time to do that. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be proud of that.
And I am. And I am, and that's why I wanted that debate. That's why I just make the point. Why couldn't we have continued that debate into the new year? What was the big issue that meant the SNP and the Greens were forcing this through by the end of the year? The last couple of points I want to make on the process in the Scottish Parliament is there's been a lot said, and the leader of the SNP refused to even acknowledge that while there are members of all parties that supported this bill, there were a significant number of SNP opponents to the bill. SNP ministers resigned in Scotland as a result of this legislation. I'll give way in a moment. But what I would say is I gave my MSPs a free vote. I think that was right that they were given the opportunity. In fairness, one of our former colleagues in this place, Michelle Thompson, who's now an SNP MSP, spoke about the dark arts of the whips within her parties who were trying to stop debate. And no, this was from Michelle Thompson. She used to be an SNP MP. She was speaking about the dark arts of her whips in this debate. And I'm just interested to know about the SNP MPs who oppose this legislation. I'm not sure if any of them are here today, but I'm sure the honourable gentleman will tell me that there are SNP MPs that oppose his government's Gender Recognition Reform Act.
Thank you for giving way. I don't beg to speak for the rest of my colleagues, and it is a matter for record that some SNP MSPs voted against the GRR. That did happen, but the point of democracy is it was the will of the Scottish Parliament as a whole, and it's the will of the Scottish Parliament that him and his government are trying to thwart.
No, we're not, and I'll come on to explain that in a moment. The last point I want to make is, again, the honourable gentleman who leads the SNP here spoke about this government taking a view on the Equality Act. I can only assume then, Madam Deputy Speaker, he is unaware of the letter to the SNP Minister who led this bill, Shona Robeson, from the Equality and Human Rights Commission, dated the 22nd of September last year, long before this bill came back to the Scottish Parliament, that said there was potential cross-border implications. Indeed, the Equality and Human Rights Commission said, in our view, there is an implication for the operation of the Equality Act 2020. This isn't the Conservatives or this UK government saying it. It is the Equality and Human Rights Commission, and they made that very clear to the Scottish Government and indeed to the SNP. I'm really sorry, I've now got 2 minutes left, so I apologise to the honourable lady. There is a lot I would like to get through here. I would have liked to have heard from the Liberal Democrat MP, because it does seem in both Holyrood and here, Liberal Democrat and Labour are supporting Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP on this. And I do worry that they are treating this issue in the same way they treated children and young people with the passing of the UN Convention on the Rights of Children bill. We were told then it was absolutely essential legislation. They then legislated under the competencies of the UK government, and the UK government took the Scottish government to court. That was controversial at the time. Nicola Sturgeon said it was an absolute outrage. Yet, having heard the ruling from the Supreme Court on the 6th of October 2021, with the Supreme Court saying that legislation was flawed, it went back to the Scottish Government and it went back to the Scottish Parliament. What has happened since the 6th of October 2021? Well, I can tell you. On the 1st of February 2022, the Deputy First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney, wrote to the Scottish Secretary and said they are looking to reintroduce this amended legislation to the Scottish Parliament. Given how important the UNCRC was to SNP members and the SNP government, can any SNP MP here today tell me when that bill will be introduced into the Scottish Parliament? I'll give way to the honourable lady if she can tell me.
I'm not sure whether he was aware, but over the last 2.5 years there was this thing called the COVID pandemic, which actually kept several governments fairly busy.
Not sure if the honourable lady perhaps hadn't heard me. I was saying there was a letter from the Deputy First Minister on the 6th of February 2022. So almost a year ago, we'd passed Omicron by then, and John Swinney was telling us that he would introduce that. This is another example, Deputy First Minister, of the SNP using legislation and vulnerable people to promote a battle between the UK and the Scottish Government. We can do far, far better than that.
Order. After the next speaker, I will drop the time limit to 4 minutes. Absolutely no problem with colleagues taking interventions, but do remember it leaves less time for others to speak. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my Highland colleague from Murray this afternoon. You know, we've heard a lot today about the passage of the Scotland Act, and it probably is worth reflecting that the Scottish Parliament has only been in existence since 1999, a very different Parliament from the one that we have here, one that's elected under very different systems, the list system that means it's very difficult for a party to achieve an overall majority. There have been 7 elections to our Parliament. The SNP have been in government in the last 4, and only one of those we've had a majority. And I think to answer some of the comments made by my friend from Edinburgh South is that the SNP government has always had to try and reach a compromise with other parties, has always tried to reach a consensus. And I think over the course of that 23-year period, it's worth reflecting on how much has been done by the Parliament across party on the subject of equalities. We can be proud of the journey that Scotland has been on. And my goodness, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can be proud of the bill that was passed just before Christmas that gives equality to trans people. Really something that should gladden the hearts of all of us. And when you recall what happened in that vote just before Christmas, MSPs from all parties voting for that legislation, a substantial majority of the Scottish Parliament. Of course, parties that were elected in the main with a manifesto commitment of delivering that legislation. And as has been referred to, a debate that took place over a 6-year period. And to hear people talking about that legislation being rushed, my goodness. But there's a very important principle here, because you look at the SNP benches, and we've been here in substantial numbers since 2015, and if I think back on everything that's gone on since that period and everything that's happened since the 2014 referendum, we've repeatedly been told that this is a family of nations, that Scotland was to lead the United Kingdom, that Scotland's Parliament was to be respected. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, how many times have we been here and seen that legislation has been passed without the consent of the Scottish Parliament, throwing away the Sewell Convention that's supposed to protect the rights of the Scottish Parliament in default areas to give consent? We've seen it in so many times. We've seen it in the European Withdrawal Act. We've seen it in the Single Market Act. We're seeing it in the legislation which is coming tomorrow on EU laws. But the biggest disgrace, we saw it yesterday, of course, over the issue of strikes. But let me make some progress, and I will. But we also need to think about what is happening here. Because this is a bill that's been passed by the Scottish Parliament, where the Scottish Parliament has legislative powers, where the Scottish Parliament has legitimacy. And the Secretary of State is using powers given to him under the Scotland Act to strike down an act of the Scottish Parliament, and why this scrap of paper is simply not worth what is written on it. This is not about interfering with the powers of the UK government and interfering with acts passed by the UK government. This is simply about interfering with the Scottish Parliament. And it makes that point to everybody back in Scotland, that our Parliament has been under attack ever since we've been here as an SNP group since 2015 and the numbers that we have. And this is just the latest example. The UK government could have gone to court if it wanted to in this. But it's using this legislation, the powers that the Secretary of State has, a man that's going to disappear from this chamber and end up in the unelected House of Lords, that can stop an act of the Scottish Parliament, that can strike down an act that's been passed by a majority of MSPs, to strike down a bill that has the support of members of every political party. What a disgrace. And the message to the people of Scotland: if you want to stop the Secretary of State for Scotland interfering in our Parliament, if you want to stop the UK Parliament denying our rights, denying our democracy, then, friends, come with us. Complete the journey. Scotland must become an independent nation.
Sir Peter Bottomley, Father.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to listen to the former parliamentary leader of the SNP. He at least did spend a bit more time on Section 33, more than his successor did. It's certainly true that there were 3 ways the UK government could approach this Scottish bill. One is to say it is deeply unpopular with many people in Scotland. Do nothing about it and let the SNP take the political flak, which would probably reduce the number of members of the Scottish Parliament and the member of SNP members in the UK Parliament at future elections. That would, to some people, be the political way forward. The better way forward is, if there's something substantial in the problems that this bill may create for the UK Equalities Act, is to take action either under Section 33 or under Section 35 of the Scotland Act 1998. I think the government had a choice. They've chosen to go for Section 35, and I think that's the right choice. And when the right honourable gentleman who's just spoken refers to what's happened since 2015, I remind him, I've reminded before, that in 2017, the SNP got 37% of the vote in Scotland, and the Conservatives got 44% of the vote in the country as a whole. I think we'll see how this works out. I think the best way forward, if I can give advice to everybody, is that we follow the suggestion from the Secretary of State to the First Minister that the governments get together and work out how to have a gender recognition bill in Scotland, which is compatible and obviously compatible with the Equalities Act, so that women don't feel that they're losing any kind of their security in any way whatsoever. I commend that to the House.
Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, this is really a dark day for democracy. I think it's shameful that the UK Parliament and the so-called Secretary of State for Scotland, who I note is no longer in his place, would seek to override the democratically elected representatives who people in Scotland have sent to our national parliament. It really does show complete contempt for the Scottish Parliament and for its ability to pass legislation within its areas of competence. So it's no exaggeration to call this out for what it is. It's a politically motivated assault on our democratic processes and our democratic institutions by a right-wing Tory party that has no compunction at all in using one of the most marginalised groups in our society to achieve its aims. And we need to remember what this is all about. It is about simplifying the process for people applying for a gender recognition certificate. That is all this is about. It doesn't change the effect of a gender recognition certificate. That remains the same as under the Gender Recognition Act 2004. It only seeks to improve and simplify the process by which a trans person can apply for legal recognition of their acquired gender. That's a right that's been in place for 18 years. And this bill passing represents an important step towards creating a more equal and fair Scotland, where LGBT people are valued and included and empowered. And I'm proud that the Scottish Parliament voted for that. And let's be clear, the Gender Recognition Reform Bill was passed overwhelmingly by the Scottish Parliament and by members from all parties, including the Tory party, and with the overwhelming support of SNP, Labour, Green and Liberal Democrat MSPs. And all of these parties, represented in Holyrood, apart from the Tories, had actually committed in their manifestos to improving gender recognition laws. The provisions, we've spoken about this, they're the most widely consulted upon in the history of the Parliament, and as well as the very broad and wide-ranging consultation, the Scottish Parliament's Equality, Human Rights and Civil Justice Committee heard from people, including the Leader of the Irish Senate, about experiences with similar legislation there. And it's not only Ireland, we've heard about this today. These kind of measures are in place increasingly in countries across the world. This is not groundbreaking stuff. It's inconceivable to me that there is a good reason for us to be arguing about it. And we've heard about all these conversations that took place. We've heard about the amendments. We've heard about the way that it passed through Parliament with all of these conversations happening. So on any examination, this has been a very detailed and a very thorough process leading up to a very clear decision. And all of that within the competence of the Scottish Parliament. So why the UK Government, who's no friend of human rights in any guise, wants to step in, why they want to step in on this issue, which affects a marginalised group so much, is a mystery to me. It might be that the Secretary of State for Scotland has a different view to me on gender recognition reform, and that's his right, just as my views are my right. But what should not be his right, as one man, the soon-to-be Baron Jack, stepping forward and overriding the democratic voice of the Scottish Parliament, throwing his weight around just because he can. And I've read the statement of reasons now, and I still can't fathom what the basis is for this measure. But I think that whether it's on the Constitution or whether it's on the gender issue, I think that the quote of the Secretary of State and the quotes of the government actually are on a real sugary peg here. Whether we think about the Tory Reform Group and what they said, the chair of the Equalities Committee pointing out that this does not cut across equalities legislation, whether we look at what Andy McKeever has said. On all of these fronts, these people are making important points which should be listened to. But fundamental to all of that is the democratic point. The Scottish Parliament has voted for these measures, and it's their right to do so.
Alan Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to contribute to this debate as a passionate unionist, like many members on this side of the House. And I am concerned about any legislation that could undermine the settlement that we have within the Union of the United Kingdom. And I say this as a former Secretary of State that took a devolution bill through Parliament and was also in the Cabinet when the last Scotland Act went through Parliament as well. And having served in a devolved administration, what I understand the genuine objectives and the support that the devolved administrations hold. So the starting point, so the principle of one legislature intervening on another legislature is could be a very dangerous precedent. So my starting point in this debate would be to have sympathy with the Scottish nationalists, with what they are claiming, with what they're doing, and to understand the points in which some of them are making. That it could be a dangerous precedent. But Section 35, this is not about gender recognition. It is not about all of the sensitivities that are associated with that. This is about the process of good lawmaking, of providing clarity and providing satisfaction within the Equalities Act. And that is something that we all should be concerned about because of the people that would make use of the Equalities Act, because of their vulnerability and the appalling way some of these people will have been some of these individuals would have been dealt with previously. So the synthetic anger that comes from the benches opposite troubles me, because the reality is that they often refer to the courts in order to clarify the devolved settlement, and that is fine and in order and provides ultimate clarity. And this Section 35 order, we all know, will still end up in the courts. And so why so much synthetic anger around that? Because that will provide clarity to this as well. And if they have so much confidence in waving this document around saying that it is worthless, well, that will be the finding in the court. So let's at least concentrate on the good process of lawmaking, where one legislature has respect for the other. And if there is a genuine concern, they should respond to the invitation made by the Secretary of State, where both leaders of legislatures can get together to debate and discuss and seek to deliver a positive outcome, because this is about the outcomes, not about the anger and the synthetic noises that have been made by the members opposite. So, and I then want to turn to the Labour Party, and I'm sorry that the Shadow Secretary of State is not in his place, because I am really disappointed by the approach that the Labour Party have been taking on this. They've been criticised and called different names, and legitimately so. And I say that with no gratification or pleasure or anything like that, because I thought the Labour Party was a unionist party and would want the law to be respected and Section 35 to be used for the very reason that they lay down. But the Shadow Secretary of State sought to manufacture all sorts of nonsense around this debate, rather than recognising the legitimate concerns that exist. Surely the Labour Party would want to see a good lawmaking process. So there is a time when process and principle matters to secure good legislation, but also, I would say to the Shadow Minister opposite, to secure the union as well.
Order. Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member from Vale of Glamorgan, who says he's a unionist. I have no reason to doubt that, but I would assure him that I am as well. And I would like to assure not only the honourable member opposite, but the members of the government opposite and the leader of the Scottish Conservative Party that my objection to this, and my party's objection to this, is not to do with the fact that Section 35 exists. We think that that is a good check and balance. It's not to do with the right of the UK government to intervene when there is a genuine need for it. It is that this is not the time, it is not the case, and it is not appropriate. The Parliament of Scotland considered this very carefully. The honourable member for Murray talked about the letter which came pointing out potential differences, or potential problems, I beg your pardon, with the Act. I wonder if it occurred to him at all that in the year between that, or almost year between that letter arriving and the amendments being placed before Parliament, those were taken into account. That the legislation that was passed by the Scottish Parliament looked at every conceivable situation and took it into account. I asked the Secretary of State earlier if he could point out to me the section of the bill which undermines my rights as a woman, my daughter's rights as a woman, all the women I know, the children I know, and he didn't. But we have been directed to this document, this flimsy, weak apology of a statement of reason as the supposed justification for this Section 35, Order 35 intervention. And to say it's weak is to flatter it. Those of us on the opposition benches and some who support the government have looked at this bill in great detail. Our colleagues in the Scottish Parliament pored over it with a fine-tooth comb and considered 150 amendments. It says on the face of the bill that it will always guarantee the primacy of the Equalities Act. The Parliament of Scotland has made a decision, a considered decision. The elected representatives of the people of Scotland have made that decision on behalf of a very vulnerable section of our society. They have made progress towards a society where those people feel respected, honoured, treasured in a way that perhaps they had not done before. And I am grateful to my colleagues in the Scottish Parliament for having done that for my fellow Scots. And I have to say, I am disappointed in the government of the United Kingdom that they have taken this completely inappropriate opportunity to stage a constitutional crisis, a constitutional confrontation with the Scottish Parliament, because please be sure it is the Scottish Parliament. It is not the Scottish Government. And I would ask that they carefully reconsider the damage that they are about to do to the unionist cause in Scotland if they do not respect the wishes of the Scottish Parliament.
Miriam Cates.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the Government's decision to use its Section 35 powers with respect to the Gender Recognition Reform Bill in Scotland. Now, like many other honourable members, I'm afraid I haven't had a chance to read this in full and in detail, so I will focus my remarks on a few key areas that I think are significantly important. Firstly, in paragraph 27, the Government rightly points out the bill does not create sufficient safeguards. And I think, indeed, the Government is very right to be concerned about fraudulent and malign applications, with the implications for child safeguarding. Now, this morning in the Education Select Committee, we had Professor Alexis Jay, who, of course, chaired the inquiry into institutional child sexual abuse. And it was harrowing to hear the stories of decades of child sexual abuse throughout institutions across this country. And there's one key feature of that abuse, which is that predators will exploit any loophole they can find to get access to children. And that is, I'm afraid, what will happen with this bill. We shouldn't be asking how easy is it for someone who's uncomfortable with their sex to obtain a GRC. We should be asking, how easy is it for a predator to get access to children? And I'm afraid this bill would make it vastly easier for a predator to get access to children, to change their sex, to change their gender, with an eye to exploiting loopholes of accessing children and women in particular. No, I've only got 4 minutes, so. The naivety that this has been written with is absolutely astounding and hugely worrying. I think also the reduction of the age limit to 16 is a significant safeguarding risk. The human brain does not end development until about the age of 25. You can't drive a car when you're 16. There are an awful lot of things that you're not allowed to do legally when you're 16 because you cannot assess the long-term implications on your welfare. Changing your legal gender with a potential route to long-term changes to your fertility, your sexual function, your health is not suitable for 16-year-olds. There's a huge safeguarding risk. Paragraphs 30 and 48 mentioned membership on the grounds of sex and single-sex spaces. Sex Matters did a report recently looking at the impact on single-sex spaces and the ability of men to access them through changing their gender. The one thing women say is, I never went back. I never went back to that swimming pool. I never went back to that counselling class. For many women, the dignity of being a women-only space, of knowing that there are no men that are going to be there, is so important. We will see a chilling effect on important single-sex rights if this goes through. And I think, you know, as a woman, I fully understand the threats to dignity and safety that this poses, because it will change the social contract. In this country, we recognise that in toilets, in changing rooms, in public spaces, there are areas where only women are allowed. I had an experience recently in a restaurant where a man dressed as a woman walked into the toilets. I was on my own in the toilets. He stood behind me and stared at me into the mirror, looking at me in my eyes. Now, I have no idea if he intended me any harm, but my instinct, my evolved instinct as a woman, was to be frightened, because unlike almost any other species, women are far less powerful than men. We can't defend ourselves. That's why we have... No, it's a fact. The difference in strength between men and women is phenomenal. That's why we have separate sex categories for sport. Women are evolved to be wary of men in intimate spaces. That's why we have single-sex spaces. They must continue to exist for the safety and privacy of women. This threatens that social contract. Finally, it threatens the understanding of our law, which should be based on fact. And you cannot change your sex any more than you can change your place of birth or who your parents are. Now, I fully understand the complex arguments involved in this, and we should treat it with compassion. But if the law is not based on fact, then how can we trust the law? That is why the government is absolutely right to serve this notice.
Order. Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Goodness me, that speech was probably one of the worst transphobic dog whistle speeches that I've heard in an awful long time. The idea of linking trans people with predators, frankly, is disgusting, and you should be ashamed.
No, calm down. Yes.
No.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Way to you, or anyone else, to the honourable member. To the honourable member. Now, on the substance of this, ignoring that horrible speech that we have just heard, actually...
Order, Peter Bottomley.
Did the Chair hear anything transphobic in the previous speech?
I have to say to the Father of the House that, different colleagues, different members of this House are going to interpret speeches in different ways. And I suggest that what we do is move on quickly. I think the honourable gentleman needs to calm down, moderate his language, and move on to the substance of the debate. Otherwise, I will ask him to resume his seat. Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is difficult when we're talking about these emotional matters, but the reality of this is, this Section 35 is the new Tories' Section 28. It is their continuation of a war against a group of people, their culture war, that they want to pursue. And they think it will advantage them in the polls. That's what the Australian Conservatives thought as well. That's what the Republicans in the US thought. But I trust it will not, because the people do not like the bigotry that we hear from the other side. So, what... It is bigotry. I will give way. It is bigotry what we just heard.
I recognise the individual feels...
Could I just say to the honourable gentleman that we are very short of time. I hope that if he takes an intervention, he will stick to the 4 minutes. Alicia Cairns.
I recognise that the honourable gentleman feels very strongly about this, but I would ask him to caution labelling a party as solely one thing, because it is the Conservative Party colleagues who have led for a conversion therapy ban that today has been announced. When I was elected, no other MP talked about it for 7 months, and we have today delivered it. So I would caution him, please do not label all members of certain sides of the House to be transphobic or homophobic, and I would also challenge that anyone should be labelled that within this House.
I will say that there are some very honourable members on all sides of the House, including on that side, who have resisted the moves from the government when trans conversion therapy was removed, pushed for it to get back in, and their work is to be applauded. But what this report says, in reality, is there is no amendment that this government would accept that they would allow to pass. What this flimsy piece of paper indicates is that the only bill that they would accept is the current UK law, and anything that deviates from it would be blocked. Well, I'm afraid that is an undermining of the very concept of devolution. Just be honest. Just be honest and come and say that you want to remove the devolved competencies of this area from the Scottish Parliament and you want to return them back to Westminster. At least that would be an honest debate rather than this dog whistle debate around the safety of children, which frankly is not correct. Now, of course there will be concerns. Of course this bill will not be perfect. No bill is perfect. But one of the key principles of my job, I think all of our jobs, is to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And let's see how this bill rolls out in Scotland. We could have seen the flaws that might have come from it, and then they could have amended it. The Scottish Parliament could have made the actions to amend, because all bills are living documents and practical. But instead, and I say this as a gay man who loves all male spaces sometimes, finds that actually the liberation of having those spaces is important. And I am sure that many women feel that the safety of all women's spaces is important to them. But this bill does not change that law one bit. GRC certificates exist at the moment. We have already a system where you can change your passport and your driving licence without a GRC certificate. Going into a toilet or a public facility or a refuge is not contingent on a certificate at all. So all of those arguments are bogus. And to continue a bogus argument, knowing that it is bogus, is, I'm afraid, a form of bigotry.
Craig McKinley.
And Speaker, I'm rather is actively discouraged, which is taking a lot of people away from what is a credible and superb future employment. But in Scotland, I always like to give the sunbed rule. You can't even go on a sunbed in Scotland, and yet here we are. You can't contract, and yet here we are. We all wanted to do lots of things at age 16, and I will declare to the House I rather wanted a tattoo and an earring at age 16. And here we are at age 56, and I'm damn pleased I didn't go up that route. But what it does mean when I lay on the beach is that most people now sort of point at me and say, look at that, there's a guy without a tattoo on this beach. Now, the other safeguards that I'm concerned about is about sex offenders. I mean, are we really that naive to think those that are so minded will not exploit some of these rules to do things that we know that they will be minded to do? Are we really that naive that we are left to think that people will do the right thing in all circumstances? Now, I am an absolute libertarian conservative. I have no interest how people want to live. That is a matter for them. I have completely no interest, and I don't bring my opinion to this place for legislation. That is not my interest or concern. And I steadfastly do that. People can do exactly as they please. I'd be delighted to.
With him, I do question some of the elements of this bill, in particular why the amendment making clear that anyone going through being charged and trial for sexual offences should be excluded. I think that was madness. But I would just question one point of his argument. What evidence is there that by a man becoming a woman, he somehow has more privileged access to children than he currently does as a man? This is what I cannot understand within the argument.
The Honourable Lady hasn't been here for the whole of the debate. I am getting concerned that people who've been here are not going to be getting. So I am going to say that I will reduce the time limit now to 3 minutes, but I would urge the Honourable Gentleman to bring his remarks to a close, because otherwise he'll have taken a lot more time than...
I thank my right honourable friend. I could go into quite a story, actually, about a nurse, a transsexual woman that was presented to a constituent of mine and the daughter for an intimate examination, but it's a story for another day that I haven't got time to examine here today. But I'm concerned that the potential for obtaining a GRC is much easier and much reduced, rather than what I think has been a well-debated and well-rehearsed and settled argument across the UK up to this date, where living as an appropriate the opposite sex or in a different sex for 2 years, having some medical advice and intervention, and the guarantee and offer that one shall live in that way for the rest of one's days, has been the settled will. I think that's sensible. I'm fully in agreement with that. And as I say, I'm a libertarian conservative, so I really don't mind what people want to do. But this is an issue about Section 35 of the Scotland Act. This changes the Equality Act 2010. It changes the way we live, and I support the government.
Alison Doolis, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the right of the Scottish Parliament to legislate and to oppose this government's attempts to override the democratic wishes of our democratically elected Scottish Parliament. We join in Scotland countries like Denmark, Malta, Ireland, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, Portugal, Ireland, Switzerland, Argentina, Uruguay and New Zealand in doing this. The UK government has not acted itself, yet it seeks to deny the Scottish Parliament the right to do this. The very thin statement of reasons that the government has brought forward really is a whole load of supposition, guesswork and nonsense within this. We can't possibly have a gender equality... we can't possibly have this legislation in Scotland because HMRC can't fix its systems. We can't possibly have this in Scotland because the UK government is second-guessing the number of people that might actually take it up. We can't possibly have this in Scotland because the very tiny, small, limited number, a handful of private schools that still offer in Scotland single-sex places might have a problem. This is ludicrous nonsense and very, very thin. But what I do want to raise in here particularly is a statement by all of the women's organisations in Scotland who have stated today too much of this debate around this bill has been shaped by misinformation on what the bill will actually mean in practice. The majority of human rights, women's and equalities organisations in Scotland have shown clear, consistent and unified support for this legislation throughout its 7 years in development. And there's a longer statement that is signed by Amnesty International, Close the Gap, Engender, Human Rights Consortium, Just Rights Scotland, National Union of Students Scotland, One Parent Families Scotland, Rape Crisis Scotland, Scottish Trade Union Congress, the Scottish Refugee Council, Scottish Women's Aid, Scottish Women's Convention, Scottish Women's Rights Centre, Young Women's Movement and Zero Tolerance. So if the UK government ministers in this place think they know better than these experts with years of experience in dealing with vulnerable women, they really have another thing coming. They should reject their actions today. They should draw back from opposing this bill, and they should let the Scottish Government get on with the business of giving trans people the rights they so richly deserve.
Nick Fletcher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to start where the SNP leader finished off. He's not in this place, sorry about that. Talking about wisdom. I want to ask, where is the wisdom in the removal of the requirement of an applicant to have or have had a diagnosis of gender dysphoria? Where is the wisdom in reducing the minimum age for applicants from 18 to 16? Where is the wisdom in the period for which an applicant must have lived in their acquired gender before submitting an application from 2 years to 3 months? Where is the wisdom in the removal of the requirement for an applicant to provide any evidence that they have lived in their acquired gender when submitting an application? Where is the wisdom in the removal of the requirement for a panel to be satisfied that the applicant meets the criteria? There may have been 6 years of consultation. There may have been many experts who have gone through this, but unfortunately there has been no common sense. The only common sense that I have heard today, and the wisdom that I have heard today, is for the Secretary of State to use Section 35 to protect women and children in England. I have spoken on this subject before, and I have been vilified for saying transgender children, they are just going through a phase, only for the NHS to write an article a few weeks later saying the majority of children are going through a phase. This is a toxic subject, and it is now being used by the SNP as a political football. But I want members to remember across this House what this is all about. There are families in this country now where their boys and girls are coming home from school and saying they are in the wrong body. These sorts of things are being glamorised on TV as though it's a wonderful thing. Well, let me tell you, it is tearing parents, families and children apart and setting children on a path of puberty blockers, hormone replacements and then onto surgery. It is a disgrace what we are doing with children, and it must stop. I just hope that the parents of those children who come home and have to hear their children go through this show the wisdom and stick fast and hard to their beliefs that they are born, their child was born in the right body. And we should do all we can in this place to protect those parents, protect women and protect children.
Neil Hanvey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to make it clear that balancing rights is not a simple task. Balancing rights is complicated and it requires proper attention. We've needed constructive discussion on equality and rights for years, but that has been consistently dismissed and denied. This is entirely the wrong issue for a constitutional clash. It's a matter of public record that I, myself and my party have grave concerns about the format and consequences of this bill, as it has alienated women campaigners and defenders of the rights of women to access single-sex spaces across Scotland. But there are a couple of points I want to make for the Secretary of State's attention. A Section 35 order is absolutely the wrong approach. The Secretary of State said earlier today that the SNP had not objected during the passage of the Scotland Bill to override the clause which has been invoked today. I have to tell him that is simply not the case. Far from the Section 35 override clause being agreed to by the SNP, it was objected to strongly, most of all by my party leader Alex Salmond. It was realised then it would cause the very trouble it is creating now. There are two questions for the Secretary of State and he must address them. Firstly, if it is inappropriate to use Section 33, will he now publish that legal advice, however exceptional to do so that is? And secondly, why has the Secretary of State not used Schedule 6, Part 1 of the Scotland Act, as that would surely have been a route open to him? That act, the part of the Act states at Schedule 6, Part 1, that in the schedule devolution issues means any other question about whether a function is exercisable within devolved competencies or in as regards Scotland, and any other question arising by virtue of this Act without reserve matters, the matter was not referred to under that schedule. Why? I have no concerns about trans people. My concern is, and always had been, about bad actors. As mentioned earlier today regarding the police case, that's been in the press today. Predators are determined and devious, and they will go to extraordinary lengths to access their prey. We know that through various reports, not least the behaviour of organisations in the Lambing report about overly optimistic and unrealistic views of predators. 42% of trans-identifying prisoners are on the female estate are sex offenders. That's not representative of the trans community. It's a distortion. So any suggestion that people will not use it for nefarious ends is wrong.
Order. James Daly.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I rise in support of the Government, my honourable friend from Don Valley, and more specifically my honourable friend from Penistone and Stocksbridge, who is one of the most thoughtful, honourable people in this House. Yeah. And the language that has been used against my honourable friend is typical of the language of the left for people with deeply held, honest views. And it is the word disgusting was used across there. It is disgusting that my honourable friend was treated in that way here today.
Yeah. Remove the whip from him.
Now, I think this, in general, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been a good debate. We have had the normal debate every single time I'm in this chamber listening to my honourable friends from the SNP. No matter what the debate, we come back to independence, one version of it or another. And when we look at the title of this debate here, there's two things to talk about. The first is, as it says up there, Section 35 power. Now, the question therefore legally, constitutionally, is are the government entitled constitutionally to use that power to intervene on this decision of the Scottish Government? And clearly they are. There is simply no argument against that. The Equalities Act of 2010 is the legislation within the United Kingdom that guarantees equal human rights, equal rights for everyone, no matter where you live in the United Kingdom. This piece of legislation from the Scottish National Party amends the 2004 Act, the Gender Recognition Act, and that brings it in to the competence of Section 35 because, as has been said previously, the Secretary of State is entitled, if there are adverse effects of this legislation and the impacts of the operation of the Equality Act that result from the fact that the GRC changes a person's protected characteristics of sex for the purpose of the 2010 Act. So that clearly does. There is a legal basis to what the government. So if we go away from that, constitutionally, the government are entitled to do this. We can have a debate regarding what are the merits of one argument or the other, but the government are entitled to do this. They are the elected government of the United Kingdom. We talk, and I know my friends from the SNP would prefer us not to talk like this. We are the United Kingdom, and legislation like the Equalities Act 2010 applies to us all. Now, in terms of the issues that we're talking about here, because of the competences, because of the Section 35, it brings within the scope that people, members such as me, from English constituencies, can speak in respect of this. And I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure I'm waiting for somebody from the Labour Party to call me transphobic or something, I believe that 16 is too young for these decisions to be made. I believe that this legislation is a direct threat to women's rights, sex and health-based rights, and especially single-sex spaces. Now, those are genuinely held beliefs. So the government are entitled to do this. The government share my beliefs, and they are entirely correct in what they are doing today.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a policy statement, not a legal document, and one so thin that it's absolutely translucent for such an unprecedented unilateral action in invoking the Section 35 powers. And frankly, I've been disgusted by a lot of the tone of the debate today. There are a lot of people who I'm very interested to hear suddenly become massive defenders of equality, including the Honourable Member from Don Valley, who I remember being in a Westminster Hall debate with when he said that Doctor Who being a woman was turning boys gay, among other ridiculous arguments.
Give way.
Please.
Will you give way?
That is not.
I won't give way, actually. I think we've had more than enough. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I will not withdraw it.
No. The honourable gentleman must resume his seat. Must resume his seat. If he wants to say a point of order, he can make a point of order.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Nick Fletcher.
Honourable Member to withdraw that and refer to answer. That is not what I said. That is an outright lie.
No. The honourable gentleman must qualify that. I think he meant she may have unintentionally misled the House. Is that what he is going to say? I hope it is.
Yes, it is, Madam Deputy Speaker.
It is. And I hope, with regard to the point of order, which obviously he was addressing to me, to say that he felt, on a point of order, that what had been said was incorrect. My response to that is that if the Honourable Lady at any point feels that what she has said, when she goes back to look at the debate, has unintentionally misled the House, that she will correct the record. And I'm taking her word for it that she will do that. Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on checking Hansard, the honourable member actually said that Doctor Who, being a woman, was turning boys towards a life of crime. So clearly it was a matter of misogyny rather than homophobia. However, I am very sorry for having inadvertently misled the House in accusing the member in a very legitimate comment that I made about his brand new respect for our equality legislation, in having made a remark that was misogynist rather than, in fact, homophobic. So I apologise for that omission. I will not give way. We've heard more than enough from the honourable member today. What I would like to talk about is the substance of this piece of paper, because, frankly, it is an absolute joke. I will declare an interest as an LGBT woman, as someone who is myself LGBT and exists, something that's been forgotten entirely in this debate by people that are trying to draw a false distinction between the rights of women and the rights of LGBT people, including trans people. I'm afraid that I don't have the time that I would like to go through all of the clauses in here, which, as I said, are so flimsy as to be ridiculous, including clause 20, which I'm calling the computer says no clause, which, as the Shadow Minister referred to earlier, says that the law can't be changed because the computer system couldn't handle it. The computer system should be changed to abide by the law, not the other way around. These adverse potential impacts are flimsy. This piece of paper is an absolute nonsense, and as I said, there is just no justification whatsoever for such an unprecedented action in invoking Section 35.
Mr. Blackman. Madam Speaker, I want to start with an apology to all of those trans people in Scotland who had the hope that they were going to be able to get the gender recognition certificate that they can't currently get because they cannot provide thousands of pages of evidence, because they cannot go in front of a panel, because they cannot get a medical diagnosis of gender dysphoria, which the WHO has said should not be necessary in order for a gender recognition certificate. I want to apologise that we've given them that hope, and the UK government has again dashed that. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are a room full of cis people talking about the lives of trans people. That is what we are doing in this room. We are talking about the lives of other people. We're talking about rights that do not affect us in the privileged, entitled position that we have here. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to know why the UK government has suddenly decided that it's going to try and protect vulnerable women and children. Suddenly it's decided this. It didn't think this when it was talking about the rape clause and implementing that. It didn't think this when it was demonising migrants and refugees. It didn't want to protect women and children until today, when it seems like they can suddenly use this wedge issue to attack trans people, to demonise the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish Government for the decision that we have taken, the decisions that we have taken in Scotland to try to improve the lives of our trans constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, I asked the Secretary of State earlier, I asked him what a gender recognition certificate does. He did not have the faintest clue what a gender recognition certificate does, yet he has got the power to veto this legislation from the Scottish Parliament. I have looked at the Statement of Reasons, and it has no reasons that have any impact on the lives of women and girls who are not trans. It does not have any impact on the lives. Because it is a manufactured grievance. The Labour Party is absolutely correct. It's a manufactured grievance by the Conservatives. They are cynically using the lives of trans people to create this conflict. A gender recognition certificate does not allow you access to bathrooms. It does not allow you access to changing rooms. It does not allow you to change your passport or driving licence. You can do that without a gender recognition certificate. All it does is allow you to live and die in dignity. It allows you to have the correct gender on your death certificate. It allows you to have pension providers recognise your gender. It is something that trans people need and cannot currently access because of the massive barriers put up in the current Act. Devastated that people over there are suggesting that we should roll back on the current Act even. What we should be doing is making life better for people and improving human rights, not dismantling them. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First and foremost, this is an attack in devolution. This is an attack in the elected members of Scottish Parliament. And it's an attack made by a Scottish Secretary who's never actually respected the institution of the Scottish Parliament in the first place. He's always thought Westminster was more important, always thought Westminster had primacy over the Scottish Parliament. Now, it's the same Scottish Secretary that tells us we've got the most powerful devolved parliament in the world. We don't even have the most powerful devolved parliament in the UK. The Northern Ireland Assembly's got much greater powers than Scotland, including pensions and rights over the Union, to name but two. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you listen to the arguments in here today, the right-wing Tories standing up pretending to speak for women's rights. Right-wing Tories that are part of a culture war. Right-wing Tories that then have the cheek to say that we're manufacturing a constitutional debate. How can us manufacture a constitutional debate when 2/3 of the Scottish parliamentarians elected to the Scottish Parliament voted for the GRR? I can't give way, we don't have enough time. So it's absolutely grievance politics and a culture war from the Tories. And then we get the clutching at straws reason of statement. Now, somebody tried to say this is legal advice. It's not legal advice. Everybody knows if you pay a lawyer, you can get a lawyer to write what you want. And that's what this is, a list of bogus reasons to come up for reasons for the Scottish Secretary to introduce a Section 35. Now, let's look at the equal pay section. It's unbelievable. It's saying transgender people are going to cause problems with equal pay because if somebody transgenders from becomes a transgender woman, then they might have been in higher pay before, and that's going to affect the claims. They're also saying somebody actually transitioning could affect the claim of somebody else's equal pay claim because they can't use that person as a benchmark. If you're talking manufactured grievance, you can't make that up. In actual fact, that must happen just now when people have already got a GRC certificate. So if it doesn't undermine equal pay settlements just now, how can the GRR undermine equal pay settlement? Now, the bottom line is, you know if you're on the right side of the argument when the opposite side of that lot there. Comparing trans people to predators, it's an utter disgrace. And Monofemo's already did it. But you know on your right side of the argument, when Amnesty International closed the gap in gender, Human Rights Consortium, Just Right Scotland, NUS Scotland, One Parent Family Scotland, Rape Crisis Scotland, Scottish Trade Unions Congress, Scottish Refugee Council, Scottish Women's Aid, Scottish Women's Convention, Scottish Women's Rights Centre, Young Women's Movement and Zero Tolerance on the same side as us.
The question is that this House has considered the Government's decision to use Section 35 of the Scotland Act with regard to the Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Aye. Clear the lobby. The question is that this House has considered the Government's decision to use Section 35 of the Scotland Act with regard to the Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Stuart Anderson and Mike Wood. Tellers for the noes, Peter Grant and Stephen Bonnar. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 318. The noes to the left, 71.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 318. The noes to the left, 71. So the ayes have it, unlock. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day. We hope.
The Online Safety Bill as amended on recommittal in Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Now, before we open the debate, I want to make a brief comment about the scope of today's debate. Today's debate on consideration follows the recommittal of the bill to a Public Bill Committee in December last year. We are therefore debating today only the new clauses and amendments listed on the selection paper issued today. These are either new clauses relating to the recommitted clauses and schedules, amendments to those clauses and schedules, or amendments to other parts of the bill consequential on changes made to the bill on recommittal in the Public Bill Committee. On December the 5th, the House finished its consideration on report of other parts of the bill. The scope of today's report stage generally does not include those parts of the bill that were not recommitted. The exception is where amendments on the selection are consequential to the changes made to recommitted clauses and relate to clauses that were not recommitted. Should there be time for debate on third reading, it is of course permissible to speak then to any of the content of the bill. I should also remind the House that because of the time taken for the emergency debate, proceedings on consideration are now scheduled to finish at 8:13 p.m. and proceedings on third reading at 9:13 p.m. We start with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other new clauses and amendments as on this selection paper. I call Shadow Minister Alex Davis-Jones to move new clause 1.
Madam Deputy Speaker, once again it is a privilege to be back in the chamber opening this debate to the third report stage debate in recent months of this incredibly important and urgently needed piece of legislation. I speak on behalf of colleagues across the House when I say that the bill is in a much worse position than when it was first introduced. It is therefore vital that it is now able to progress to the other place. Although we are all pleased to see the bill return today, the government's delays have been incredibly costly and we still have a long way to go until we see meaningful change for the better. Madam Deputy Speaker, in December, during the last report stage debate, we had the immense privilege to be joined by a number of the families who have all lost children in connection with online harms in the public gallery. It is these families who we must keep in our mind when we seek to get this bill over the line once and for all, and as ever I pay tribute to their incredible efforts in the most difficult of all circumstances. Today's debate is also very timely, in that earlier today, the End Violence Against Women and Girls Coalition and Glitch, a charity committed to ending online abuse, handed in their petition, which calls on the Prime Minister to protect women and girls online. The petition has so far amassed more than 90,000 signatures and it is rising, so we know that there is a strong support for improving internet safety across the board, and I commend all of those involved for their fantastic efforts in raising this important issue. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to make a brief comment on the government's last-minute U-turns around their stance on criminal sanctions. The fact that we are seeing amendments withdrawn at the last minute goes to show that this government have absolutely no idea where they truly stand on these issues. The fact that they are ultimately too weak to stand up against vested interest, whereas Labour are on the side of the public and have consistently put safety at the forefront throughout the bill's passage. Madam Deputy Speaker, more broadly, I made Labour's feelings about the government's highly unusual decision to send parts of this bill back to committee for a second time very clear during the debate, so I will spare colleagues by not repeating those frustrations here today. But let me be clear. It is absolutely wrong that the government chose to remove safety provisions relating to the so-called legal but harmful content, as they did so in committee. It is a major weakening, not strengthening, of the bill, and all of us online, including users and consumers, will be worse off without these provisions. The government's alternative proposal to introduce a toggle to filter out harmful content is completely unworkable. Replacing the sections of this bill that could have gone some way to preventing harm with an emphasis on free speech undermines the very purpose of this bill and will embolden abusers, COVID deniers, hoaxers and others who will feel encouraged to thrive online. In committee, the government also chose to remove important clauses from the bill that were in place to keep adults safe online. Without the all-important risk assessments for adults, I must press the Minister on an important point. Exactly how will this bill do anything to keep adults safe online? The government knows this and have still pursued a course of action which will see the bill watered down entirely.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I'll happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does my honourable friend agree with me that, as we discussed in the Bill Committee, there is clear evidence that legal but harmful content is often the gateway to far more dangerous radicalisation and extremism, be it far-right, Islamist, incel or other? And would she therefore join me in supporting Amendment 43 to ensure that by default this content is hidden from all adult users?
Yeah. I completely support the comments of my honourable friend, and I'm so pleased to see that she championed this cause in the Bill Committee. And we, of course, support Amendment 43 that is tabled in my name of the colleagues in the SNP to see that this toggle is on by default, because it is absolutely abhorrent material that is being shared and amplified, and that is the key point here, amplified online by these algorithms, by the processes and systems in place. And it is key that it is obvious here that the government just do not get this. That being said, there is a majority in Parliament and in the country for strengthening the online safety bill. And Labour has always been on the front foot, arguing for a stronger bill since its first reading last year. I think it is important to also take this opportunity to recognise the sheer number of amendments and changes to this bill and that we have seen so far. Indeed, even today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we find many more amendments to this bill tabled by the government themselves. If this doesn't give an indication of the mess that they have made of getting this legislation over the line in a fit and proper state, I don't know what will. I have said it before, and I am certain I will say it again. We need to be moving forwards with this bill, not backwards. That is why, despite a significant government delay, we will support it receiving its third reading, as each day of inaction allows more and more harm to spread online. With this in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, I too will make some progress. I will first address New Clause 1, tabled in the name of my honourable friend, the Honourable Member for Manchester Central, and myself. Colleagues will be aware that New Clause 1 is a very important addition to the bill, which will go some way to address the gaps in the bill surrounding support for individual complaints. We, on this side of this House, have repeatedly queried ministers and the Secretary of State on the mechanisms available for individuals who may have appeals of complaints, and that is why New Clause 1 is so important. It is vital that platforms' complaints procedures are fit for purpose, and this new clause will finally see the Secretary of State publishing a report on the options available to individuals. We already know that the bill in its current form is failing to consider an appropriate avenue for individual complaints. This really is a classic case of David and Goliath, and it is about time that these platforms go further in giving their users a transparent, effective complaints process. Madam Deputy Speaker, if it is this issue and this substantial lack of transparency that underpins so many of the issues that Labour has with the way that the government have handled, or should I say mishandled, this bill so far. And that is why the process by which the government proceeded to remove all of these all-important clauses around legal but harmful content in a quiet room on committee corridor just before Christmas is even more frustrating. This move put the entire bill at risk. Important sections which would have seen protections in place to prevent content such as health and foreign state disinformation, content promoting self-harm and disinformation and online abuse and harassment from being actively pushed and promoted towards them were rapidly removed by this government, and it is not good enough. That is why Labour have tabled a series of amendments, including new clauses 4, 5, 6 and 7, which we see as going some way to correcting the government's extremely damaging approach. Madam Deputy Speaker, under the terms of the bill as currently drafted, platforms could set whatever terms and conditions they want and change them at will. We saw this with Elon Musk's takeover at Twitter when he rapidly lifted the ban on COVID disinformation overnight just because of his own personal views. In tabling new clause 4, our intention is to ensure that platforms aren't able to simply avoid safety duties by changing their terms and conditions whenever they see fit. This group of amendments would give Ofcom the power to set minimum standards for platforms' terms and conditions and the power to direct platforms to change them if they don't meet these standards. Yeah, I'll happily give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and she's making a really important point here. She might not be aware, but I've raised recently in the House the case of my constituents whose 11-year-old daughter was groomed on Spotify, the music streaming platform, and was able to upload explicit photographs of herself on that platform. Her parents thankfully found out and made several complaints to Spotify, who did not immediately remove that content. Isn't that why we need that ombudsman?
I'm grateful for the intervention. I am aware of the case and it is truly appalling and truly shocking, and that is exactly why we need these protections in the bill, to stop cases like this from proliferating online, to stop the platforms from choosing their own terms of service, and to give Ofcom as a regulator the real teeth in order to take on these challenges. Yeah, I'll happily give way.
That the bill does give Ofcom the power to set minimum safety standards based on the priority legal offences written onto the face of the bill that cover almost all of the worst kind of offences, from child sex exploitation, inciting violence, racial hatred and so on. Those are the minimum safety standards that are set, and the bill guarantees it.
Intervention, what isn't within these minimum set of standards is all of this horrendous harmful content that I've described. The COVID disinformation, the harmful state actors, self-harm proliferation, the anti-Semitism that we're seeing online, misogyny, this incel culture, all proliferating online that is being amplified by the algorithms. These minimum set of state standards can be changed overnight. Yeah.
Foreign state disinformation is covered because it's covered in the National Security Bill, which will be part of the priority offences listed on the face, so those accounts can be disabled. Everything that meets the criminal threshold, everything that is in the bill, as the Honourable Lady knows, that is in the bill because it's in the National Security Bill. And that the criminal threshold for all of those offences that she lists are set within Schedule 7 of the bill itself.
Yeah. That is just the problem, though, isn't it? A lot of these issues that are within the bill that would not be covered within this minimum standards, the amendment that we are pushing today in new clause 4, they do not currently meet the legal threshold, and that is the problem here. This grey area of incredibly harmful but legal content that we are seeing proliferate online and being amplified by the algorithms, being amplified by influencers, for want of a better word, that is being fed to everybody online, and then they are being shared incredibly widely, and that is what is causing harm and disinformation. No, I won't give way one more time. No, I need to make some progress here. We've got a lot to cover and a lot of amendments, as I've already outlined. But under the terms of the bill, as I've said, these platforms can issue whatever minimum standards they wish to, and then simply willfully change them overnight. So in tabling our clause 4, it is our intention to ensure that the platforms aren't able to avoid safety duties by changing their terms and conditions, and this group of amendments, as I've said, will give Ofcom the relevant teeth in order to act and to keep everybody safe online. Now, we all recognise that this legislation, once enacted, will be a learning curve for everyone involved. We want to get this right, and these amendments will ensure that platforms have specific duties upon them in order to keep us safe. This really is an important point, and I will continue to make this clear at every opportunity, because for far too long, the platforms and providers have got away with zero regulation, nothing whatsoever, and enough is enough. Madam Deputy Speaker, during the last report stage, I made clear that Labour considers individual liability as central to ensuring online safety is taken seriously by online platforms. We have been calling for stronger criminal sanctions for months, and while we welcome some movement on this issue from the government today, ultimately the enforcement is now over a narrower set of measures after the government gutted much of the bill before Christmas. This last-minute U-turn is another one to add to the long, long list. But to be frank, Madam Deputy Speaker, very little surprises me when it comes to this government's approach to lawmaking. Yeah.
Lady, I do have to say to her, though, to describe this as a U-turn is not reasonable. The government have interacted with those who, like her, wanted to strengthen the bill regularly. There's been proper engagement, constructive conversation, and the government have been persuaded by those who've made the similar case to the one she's making now. I think that warrants credit rather than criticism.
I completely disagree with the honourable member, because we actually voted on this exact amendment before Christmas in the previous report stage, which was tabled in the name of my friend, the right honourable member for Barking and Dagenham, and it was voted against. It was turned down, word for word, exactly the same amendment. So if this is nothing but a U-turn, then what is it? And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to see a number of important amendments, as we've already said today, in the names of the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North and the Honourable Member for Ockhill and South Perthshire. In particular, I wish to draw colleagues' attention to New Clause 3, which improves the child empowerment duties as they currently stand in the bill. The government may think that they are talking a good game on child safety, but it is clear for all of us that there are some alarming gaps remaining. The new clause goes some way to ensuring that the systems and processes behind platforms will go further in keeping children safe online. In addition, we are pleased, as I've previously mentioned, to support Amendment 43, which calls for this so-called safety toggle feature to be turned on by default. When the government removed the clause relating to legal but harmful content during committee, they instead introduced a requirement for platforms to give users the tools to reduce the likelihood of certain content appearing on their feeds. Now, we have serious concerns about whether this approach is even workable. But if this is the route the government wish to take, then we feel these tools should at least be turned on by default. Support. Yeah.
Well, since she's on the point around safeguarding children, will my honourable friend be supporting the noble Baroness Kidron as the bill progresses to the other House in ensuring that coroners have access to data where they suspect that social media may have been played a part in the death of children?
I can confirm we will be supporting Baroness Kidron in her efforts here. We are supporting a number of amendments that are going to be tabled in the Lords in the hope of strengthening this bill further, because we have reached the limit to where we can do in this place, and I absolutely commend the work that Baroness Kidron and the Five Rights Foundation have been doing to support children and to make this bill as safe as possible for everybody online. But supporting Amendment 43 would send a strong signal that our government want to put online safety at the forefront of all of our experiences when using the internet. And for that reason, I look forward to the Minister seriously considering this amendment going forward. And SNP colleagues can be assured, as I've previously outlined, of our support should there be a vote in that too. More broadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to highlight the series of amendments tabled by myself and the Honourable Member for Manchester Central, which ultimately aim to reverse the damaging avenue the government have chosen to go down when it comes to regulating so-called legal and harmful content. As I have already mentioned, the government haphazardly chose to remove these important clauses during committee stage. The government have chopped and changed this bill more times than any of us can remember, and we are now left with a piece of legislation that is even more difficult to follow and importantly implement than when it was even first introduced. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we can all recognise that there is a huge amount of work to be done in making this bill fit for purpose. Labour have repeatedly worked to make meaningful improvements at every opportunity, and it will be on the government's hands if it is subject to even more delay. The Minister knows this, and I sincerely hope he will take these concerns seriously. After all, if you want to listen to me, then he would do well to listen to the mounting concerns raised by members on his own benches instead.
Clark.
Report on redress for individual complaints.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. I have noticed that there are some people standing who may not have applied earlier. If anyone is aware of that, if they could let me know so I can adjust timings accordingly. At the moment, my estimate is that if everybody was not longer than 7 minutes, but it might be more like 6, then we could get everybody in comfortably without having to impose a time limit. Priti Patel.
Speaker, and I rise to speak very much to new clause 2, which is the offence of failing to comply with relevant duty. And I do just want to pay tribute to my honourable friends and right honourable friends who have championed new clause 2 to strengthen the protections for children by introducing criminal liability for senior managers. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've discussed this issue already in this House, in the Chamber. But I do also want to thank charities and campaigners such as NSPCC for raising awareness and also for being constructive and assiduous on this. And then, of course, the families that have given voice through their own pain and suffering to really give impetus to this issue. And of course, if I may, I'd like to thank the front bench, the Minister and the Secretary of State. We've had constructive dialogue, it's fair to say, and they've listened to our concerns and accepted that this issue had to be addressed. So as we debate this clause and other aspects of this bill today, I think we should begin, as we did last time, Madam Deputy Speaker, with our thoughts on those who face tragedy and distress as a result of accessing inappropriate content online. Children and vulnerable people who've been fouled by tech companies and regulation, and of course this is where we have that duty to step up. We have that responsibility to tighten the law, protect children from online harms, exploitation and inappropriate content. And of course that has to be at the heart and centre of a lot of the legislation, not just through this bill, but also going forward. And I think, again, we've touched on the fact throughout the various debates, and I know colleagues have been involved in committee stage as well, technology is evolving and changing constantly, and with that, of course, we've got to keep on building upon insights. Of course, this clause does some simple and straightforward things. It makes senior managers liable and open to being prosecuted for failing to be proactive in promoting and supporting the safety duties in Clause 11 of the bill. And as it stands, the provisions in the bill on criminal liability fall short of what is expected and required. And criminal liability for failing to comply with an information notice from Ofcom is welcome. Ofcom have a very important role to play. I do not need to emphasise that anymore. But of course it does not go far enough, and that's where ministers have obviously recognised this. So I think going forward we actually need to ensure that all the flaws and failings are sanctionable and the laws are changed in the right way. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just the laws through this particular government department that's leading this bill right now. This cuts across other government departments. We've touched on that many times before. And of course, over 80% of the public agree that senior tech managers should be held legally responsible to prevent harm being caused to children on social media. I mean, that's to us, it's a statement of the obvious when we've seen such abhorrent and appalling harms take place. And around 2/3 would want to see managers prosecuted when failures result in serious harm. But of course, harm can happen prior to an information notice being issued by Ofcom. Again, we've discussed that previously. And we need to see, and the public need assurances, that these companies will have the frameworks and those safeguards to actually act with responsibility and be held to account so that children and vulnerable individuals are protected. So this means meaningful actions, not warm words. So this should mean that we have proactivity in developing the software, the algorithms, the technology to be responsive, and ensure, of course, that the measures are put in place to hold people to account, and the sanctions cover, including company law and accountability and health and safety in other areas. Ireland has been mentioned through the passage of this bill, and that's important, and my colleagues who I know will speak shortly as well have also touched on the similar provisions. So it's right, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we put these measures in place on the face of the bill for the serious failures to protect children. And also, I'm aware, of course, this is a topical issue, and in fact, a number of colleagues met with some of the tech companies yesterday, as did I, and Tech UK, that this gives us an opportunity to raise the bar in the United Kingdom so that technology investment still comes forward, that the sector continues to grow and flourishes in the right way and for the right reasons, and of course, we want to see that. Yes, I will give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, and clearly the issues of evolving technology and holding people to account are hugely important. Can I make the general point that digital education could underpin all of these safeguards, if you like, and that too should be conducted in parallel, digital literacy teaching, as with all the other good efforts being made right throughout our schools?
Yeah. My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think no one in this House would disagree with that. And, you know, we have to carry on learning in life. And with that, it leads to technology, other issues as well. But that applies to all of us across the board, for our young people and having people in positions of authority as well, ensuring that the right kind of information is also shared to protect our young people. But if I may, and I know the front bench will come on to discuss this clause in more detail shortly, I would like to hear from the Minister, my honourable friend, the member for Sutton and Cheam, who's been so good actually in engagement on this issue, and I would like to thank him personally just for the proactive way in which he spent time with all of us. Will we see their amendment prior to the bill going to the other place for its second reading there? And also for all colleagues supporting clause 2, I think having an understanding around the clear assurances that provisions we support and could have passed through this House will not be diluted in the other place by ministers. I think that's absolutely vital. And ensuring we should be discussing this today as well, what steps are the government and Ofcom taking to secure the agreement of the companies, the tech companies, to work to ensure that senior managers are committed to being proactive in meeting their duties under Clause 11? Now, recognising a lot of things will flow through secondary going forward, but on top of that as well, the engagement with the tech companies so that they can prepare and be ready for that engagement, and they themselves know what duties will be upon them, is going to be absolutely vital. I think we also need to know what further work is coming forward in terms of guidance and regulation to secure the delivery of Clause 11 duties, and of course hold the companies to account. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the interest of time, and I will just shorten my remarks now, I trust and I hope that the ministers will give those details. I think it's important for this debate and discussion today, before this moves into the House of Lords, the other place, to give those assurances. We need to know that those protections will not be diluted. This is such a sensitive issue, and I think we've come a long way, and that's very much thanks to all colleagues across both sides of the House as well. It is important that we get the right outcomes, because all of us want to make sure that children are protected from some dreadful harms that we've seen online.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a really important piece of legislation, and it has taken, as the front bench said, far too long to get to the point that we find ourselves at tonight. It's been considered in a really painstaking way by members across the House, and right honourable members right across the House. And whilst today's announcement that we will introduce senior manager and director liability is most welcome, the recent decisions to strip out vast chunks of the bill, clauses that would have contributed to making online a safe place for us all, those decisions I represent, I think, a tragic opportunity missed by the government. And it will fall to the Labour government to put things right. And I know from the assurances given by our front bench that they will do just that. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but taking out legal but harmful, I have to talk a little bit about the Jewish community. I think the hope that the online safety bill would give us some respite from the torrent of anti-Semitic abuse that some of us have been subjected to. That hope has been thwarted. The Centre for Countering Digital Hate have conducted research in this area, and they found that 9 out of 10 anti-Semitic posts on Facebook and Twitter stay there despite requests to have them removed. An analysis by them of 714 posts containing anti-Jewish hate found that they were viewed by more than 7.3 million people across the platforms, 80% contained Holocaust denial, and 70% identified as neo-Nazi, but were not acted on, although they were in breach of the rules set by the platforms. People like me are left with a sense of bitterness, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our suffering has to be tolerated because of some ideological, misplaced, flawed and ill-thought-out interpretation of freedom of speech. I want to move, Madam Speaker, to the amendment tabled by the Honourable Member for Stone and the Honourable Lady Member for Penistone and Stockbridge. I want to congratulate them for the work that they have done in bringing this forward, and say to them, and I think they would probably agree with me, that this should never have been an issue that divided us as it did before Christmas. when I put forward a similar amendment. It's not a party political issue. It's a common sense measure which best serves both the national interest and which will make online a safer place for children. I'm really pleased that the two members, the Honourable Member for Stone and the Right Honourable Lady for Penistone and Stockbridge, have persuaded their colleagues of the justification. I'm just sorry I wasn't that successful, but I am pleased that the government has listened to them. The reason that this is important is for the following explanation, Madam Deputy Speaker. The business model that is operated by platforms means that they not just passively but actively encourage abusive content to flourish online. Not only do they fail to remove that content, but they actively promote its inclusion through the algorithms that they employ. Sadly, people get a kick out of reading hateful, harmful and abusive content online. The platform companies and their senior managers know that. It's in their interest to encourage maximum traffic on their platforms, and if this means letting people post and see vile abuse, they will do it. The greater the traffic on these sites, the more attractive things become to advertisers, and then the more advertisers are willing to pay for the for the ads that they post on the site. So the platforms make money out of online abuse. The government originally wanted to deal with this problem by funding the companies, but companies would simply treat these fines as a cost to their businesses. It wouldn't change the model that they have. It would add to the charges that they might give to those who want to advertise on their platforms, but it would not change the behaviour of the platforms. Furthermore, we know that senior directors, owners and managers personally take the decisions on the content they may allow to appear on their platforms, and that their approach affects what people post. Elon Musk's controversial and aggressive takeover of Twitter, where he labelled sensible moderation of content as a violation of freedom of speech, led to a 500% increase in the use of the N-word within 12 hours of his acquisition. Telegram, whose CEO is Pavel Durov, has become the app of choice of terror networks like ISIS, according to research conducted by the Middle East Media Research Institute. Yet when he was challenged about this, Durov refused to act on the intelligence they provided to moderate his content, saying, "We cannot make messaging technology secure for everybody except for terrorists." So, if senior managers have responsibility for the content on their platforms, they have to be held to account. And we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that holding the senior managers to account will mean that online businesses become a safer place for our children. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to decide whose side we're on. Are we really putting the well-being of our children first, or are we putting the interests of the platform first? Everybody will, of course, claim that we're putting the interests of children first. But if we are, we have to put our money where our mouths are. And that involves making the managers truly accountable for what appears on their platform. We know that legislating for director liability works. It's worked on health and safety in construction sites. It's worked in the Bribery Act. It's worked on tax evasion. And I hope to be moving similar amendments when we come to consider the issue of economic crime next week in this House at the report stage of that bill. This is not simply a punitive measure. In fact, it's the last thing we want to do is to lock up a lot of platform owners. But it's a tool to transform behaviour. We won't be locking up the tech giants, but we will be ensuring that they moderate their content. Achieving this change, Madam Deputy Speaker, shows the House truly working at its best, cross-party, focusing on the merits of the argument rather than playing party politics with such a serious issue. I commend that particular clause to this House.
Yeah. Dame Caroline Dinage, and just a reminder about the 6-minute advisory time.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great relief to see the Online Safety Bill finally reach this stage. It seems like a really long time since my right honourable friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, kicked this off with the ambitious aim of making the UK the safest place in the world to go online. And while other countries around the world had picked at the edges of this, we were truly the first country in the world to set out this kind of comprehensive online safety legislation. Since then, other jurisdictions have started and in some cases concluded this work. And as one of the relay of ministers who've carried this particular baton of legislation on its very long journey, we are tantalisingly close to getting to the finish line with this. It's why we need to focus on that today, and I'm really grateful that the opposition front bench have confirmed that they're going to support it at third reading, because we know that the internet is magnificent and life-changing in so many ways, but the dark corners remain a serious concern, in particular to children, but also to scores of other vulnerable people. And of course, the priorities of this bill must be to protect children, to root out illegal content, and actually to hold the online platforms to account, to ensure that they're actually doing what they say they're doing when it comes to dangerous content on their site. So I do warmly welcome the Minister and the Secretary of State's engagement on these particular aspects of the bill and how they've worked really hard to strengthen it. This legislation is so vital for our children. The NSPCC have estimated that more than 21,000 online child sex crimes have been recorded by the police just in the time that this legislation has been delayed since last summer. But I will.
Does she agree with me that the new crime of cyber flashing is one instance of how this bill has been improved, which should also help reduce some of the violence against women and girls, which is a major issue of our time?
Please, he raised this because actually we do need this piece of legislation to be future-proofed to deal with some of the really recent emerging threats to women, to others, that the online world has offered. The potential threat of online harms is everyday life for most children in the modern world. Before Christmas, I received an email from my son's school highlighting a TikTok challenge, encouraging children to strangle each other until they passed out. This challenge probably didn't start on TikTok. It certainly isn't exclusive to that platform. But when my children were born, I literally never envisaged a day when I would have to sit them down and warn them about the potential dangers of allowing someone else to throttle them until they passed out. It's terrifying. Our children need this legislation. I welcome the government's support also for Amendment 84 to Clause 11 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Rutland and Melton, to ban content which advertises so-called conversion therapies for LGBTQ+ people. Your sexuality and who you love is not something to be cured. Unscrupulous crooks should not be able to profit from pushing young people towards potentially sinister and harmful treatments. With regard to new clause 2 on senior executive liability, I really sympathise with the aims of this amendment. It's vital this regime has the teeth to protect children and hold companies to account. I know the 10% maximum annual global turnover in fines is higher than some of the global comparisons, and certainly having clear personal consequences for those responsible for enforcing the law is an incentive to do it properly, but there is a clear balance to strike. We must make sure that sanctions are proportionate, targeted, and don't make the UK a less attractive place to build a digital business. I'm really pleased to hear the Minister's commitment to a final amendment which will strike this really important balance. I am concerned about the removal of legal but harmful measures. I understand the complexity around defining them, but other measures, including the so-called triple shield, do not offer the same protections for vulnerable adults or avoid the cliff edge when someone reaches the age of 18, and this particularly concerns me for adults with special educational needs or disabilities. The key point here is that if the tragic cases of Molly Russell and dozens of other young people like her teach us anything, it's that the dreadful, harmful online content cannot be defined strictly by what is illegal, because algorithms do not differentiate between harmful and harmless content. They see a pattern and they exploit it. We often talk about the parallels between the online and the offline world. We say that what's illegal online should be illegal offline and vice versa. But in reality, the two worlds are fundamentally different. In the real world, if you're a young person struggling with an eating disorder or at risk of radicalisation, your inner demons are not reinforced by everyone you meet on the street, but algorithms are echo chambers. They take our fears and our paranoia and they surround us with unhealthy voices that normalise and validate them, however dangerous, however hateful, glamorising eating disorders, accelerating extremist, racist, anti-Semitic views, encouraging violent misogyny on incel sites. which is why I worry that the opt-out option suggested in the bill simply doesn't offer enough protection. The lines between what's legal and illegal are too opaque. Sadly, it does feel like this part of the bill has become the lightning rod for those who think it will result in an overly censorious approach. However, we are where we are, and as the Molly Rose Foundation said, the swift implementation of this bill must now be the priority. Time's no longer on our side. While we perfect this vast, complicated and inherently imperfect legislation, the most unspeakable content is allowed to proliferate in the online world every single day. I just finally want to very quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker, put on record the exhaustive efforts by the incredible team at DCMS and the Home Office who've brought this piece of legislation to fruition. If there was ever an example of not letting the enemy be the perfect, be the enemy of the good, then this is it, because right now we need to get this done. The stakes in human terms simply couldn't be any higher.
SNP spokesperson Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for Gosport on what was one of the very best speeches I've heard on this bill, and we've heard quite a lot of speeches on this bill. It was excellent, very thoughtful. I want to talk about a number of different amendments. I'm not going to cover in any sort of detail the Labour Party's amendments because, as ever, the Labour front bench did an excellent job in putting those forward, and the member from Barking covered very nicely the amendment in relation to liability, and also brought up the issue of hate, particularly when pointed towards the Jewish community. And I thank her for consistently bringing this up. I think it's really important to hear her voice and the voice of others on this. I would like, Madam Deputy Speaker, to move Amendment 43 in my name and the name of the member for Perth. I can't remember the full title, sorry. It's been a long day. In terms of Amendment 43, that's about the default toggle for unsafe material, basically, for material that we agree. We all agree this material is unsafe. We all agree this material is harmful. I think that, and the SNP think, and thankfully the Labour Party have said that they agree with this amendment, that we should have the safest option. Should be the default option. That's where the point of view which we should start from. We should start from the point of view that if anybody wants to see eating disorder content, if they want to see racist content that doesn't meet the bar of illegality, if they want to see incredibly harmful content that does not meet that bar, they should have to opt in to receive that content. They shouldn't see it by default. They should have to make that actual choice that they want to see that content. It is the case, and freedom of speech is written into this bill, it is the case that people are able to say whatever they want to say in terms of, as long as it's below that illegal bar. But we shouldn't have to read it. We should not have to read the abuse that is pointed towards minority groups. It should start from the position of having that safest option on. It's intended, we're trying to improve the permissive approach that the government's arrived at, and it's a simple change. It's not controversial, I don't think, requiring users to flip a switch if they want to opt in to some of the worst and most dangerous content available online, including pro-suicide content, pro-anorexia content, pro-bulimia content, rather than leaving it on by default. If the government is wanting the terms and conditions to be the place where things are excluded or included, I also think that that platforms should have to say, we are happy to have pro-bulimia content. We're happy to have pro-anorexia content. They should have to make that absolutely clear and explicit in the terms and conditions, in the terms of service that they have, rather than having to say, we do not allow X, Y, and Z. I think they should have to be clear and upfront and honest with people, because then people would know what they're signing up to when they sign up to websites. I want to briefly mention as well Amendment 44, which is in relation to habit-forming features. We haven't spoken enough about the habit-forming nature of social media particularly. If you look at things like TikTok and Instagram, if you look at Facebook, if you look at the way these are set up, they're set up to encourage and make you spend time on that. That's how they make money. They make money by encouraging you to spend as much time as possible on their site. That's the intention behind it. And we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that 42% of respondents to a survey by Young Minds reported displaying signs of addiction-like behaviour when questioned about their social media habits. We know that young people are worried about this. We know that they don't necessarily have the tools to avoid that, and that's why we put forward Amendment 44 in relation to habit-forming features, in relation to actually taking this into account and requiring platforms to consider this. So I think it's really important. New Clause 3 was mentioned earlier in relation to child user empowerment. There's a bizarre loophole in the bill where it requires user empowerment toggles for adults, but it doesn't require them for children. I mean, it's really odd that we do not require this for children when we know that children are going to be able to see some of this content. We know that they're going to be able to access features which are much more inherently dangerous for children than they are for adults. That's why we put forward the amendments in relation to private messaging features and live streaming features. Live streaming is a place where self-generated child sexual abuse is shot through the roof. Now, if we have a situation where, with child user empowerment, children can choose or children can have to opt in. They can have empowerment tools to allow them opportunities to say, no, I don't want to be involved in live streaming, or to allow their parents opportunities to say, no, I don't want my child to be able to live stream when they sign up to Instagram. I don't want them to be able to share live photos and be speaking to people that they don't know. That's why the private messaging features amendment that we've put forward allows children to say, no, I don't want to get any private messages from anyone that I don't know, that they should be able to do that. It's not written into the terms of service for any of them. It's not written into the bill. It's not written into the bill as one of the potentially harmful things that there is, that they should be able to exclude themselves from having conversations or any sort of, just like, you know, if a child is playing in a play park, if we're talking about the relationship between real life and the online world, if a child is playing in a play park and some stranger comes up and talks to them, the child is perfectly within their rights to, I'm not speaking to strangers, my parents have told me that, and this is a good idea not to speak to strangers. But they're not able to exclude themselves from that in the online world, and that's why we're asking for this to be taken into account. That's why we're asking for platforms to be encouraged to switch off, or to be able to switch off private messaging and live streaming features for certain groups of people. If they were to switch them off, for example, for children under 13 on their platforms, that would make Roblox, for example, a far safer place than it currently is. I want also to talk about Amendment 84 in relation to conversion therapy. I'm very glad that this amendment is in the bill, and I'm very glad to hear that there is moves by the UK government in order to bring forward the conversion therapy ban. We've not yet, that I'm aware of, but I've been in the chamber all day, seen the bill. It's not yet been brought forward. I'm told that it will be, and I do pay tribute to all of those people who've worked really hard to get to the position that this bill, that the government have agreed to bring this bill forward. You are to be commended on that. I'm very sorry it's taken this long, but I'm very glad that we are in this position. I think this amendment was massively helpful in that. Just lastly, on the amendments that we have here, I want to talk about the Amendment 50, which is in relation to the risk of harm. This is still one of the biggest issues that there are with the bill, is about the categorisation of platforms. So the categorisation of platforms is on the basis of the size of the platform and the risk of the features. So the size of the platform is the key thing. The number of users that there are on that platform is the key thing. It fails to take into account the incredibly harmful, very small platforms that there are. This amendment, Amendment 50, is about giving Ofcom the power to require platforms who are incredibly harmful, who are incel forums, for example, who are places like Kiwi Farms, which are entirely set up in order to dox trans people and put their lives at risk. It is about allowing Ofcom to say, well, we're going to put that as a Category 1 platform. We are going to require that it meets the Category 1 rules, that it meets the risk assessments, that it does all of those things that are required of Category 1. Because we should be asking these platforms to answer for what they are doing, no matter how few members they have on their social media platform, on whatever it is that they are using. No matter how small their user base is, one person being radicalised on those platforms is one person too many. And this is not an extreme amendment saying we should ban all of these. I mean, think we probably should, but this is not an extreme amendment asking for that. This is asking for Ofcom to have a higher bar for those platforms, to require them to do more on that. So, Madam Speaker, just to finish, I can't believe that we're here again. I can't believe that this bill has taken so long to get here. I agree, this bill is far, far from perfect, but this bill is better than nothing. And that is the reason that we will be we will not be voting against it at third reading, because it is marginally better than the situation we have right now.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would want to say in passing I support Amendments 52 and 53 in my honourable friend for Stroud's name and that of others. I know she will explain them very fully. I don't need to. They seem to me to be sensible clarifications which I hope the Government will consider favourably. I want to focus, though, on New Clause 2. And I have said before, and I'm happy to repeat, that the individual criminal liability provided for in this bill as it stands is too limited. Attaching it to information offences only means that, in effect, very bad behaviour cannot be penalised under the criminal law as long as the perpetrator is prepared to provide Ofcom with information about it. That can't be sensible, so I think that there is a strong case for extending criminal liability. But I have to say, I think New Clause 2 goes too far. There are, I think, fundamentally two problems with New Clause 2. The first is it's drafted too broadly. It would potentially criminalise any breach of a safety duty under Clause 11, which is the clause relating to children. Now, we all, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, think that keeping children safer online is a core mission of this bill, and I hope that ministers will consider favourably various other amendments which might achieve that, including amendments in the name of the noble Baroness Kidron that the Honourable Lady mentioned earlier, both in relation to coroners and indeed in relation to all services likely to be accessed by children. But Clause 11 covers a variety of different duties, including duties to incorporate certain provisions in terms of service and to ensure terms of service are clear and accessible. Now, these are important duties, no doubt, but I'm not convinced that any and all failures to fulfil them should result in criminal prosecution. I happily give way.
I just thought I might mention to my right honourable friend about the written ministerial statement which is now available to the public, which makes clear that there have been very useful, constructive discussions taking place. Much of what he's saying is not necessarily applicable to the state of affairs that we're now faced with.
Yes, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and I'm coming to the written ministerial statement. I accept what he says. I think we are heading in the right direction. But since New Clause 2 is at least before us at the moment, it seemed to me I ought to probably address it, I hope in a helpful way. And I was going to say also that there's nothing in the language of New Clause 2 as it stands that requires a breach of the duties to be serious or even more than minimal, and we should be more discriminating than that. But the second difficulty with the new clause, and which I hope the Government will pick up when it looks again at this, is the difficulty of prosecuting successfully the sort of offences that we may create. The more substantive and fundamental child safety duties in Clause 11, which are to mitigate and manage the risk of harms and to prevent children encountering harmful content, are expressed in terms of the use of proportionate measures or proportionate systems and processes. And the word proportionate is important and describes the need for balanced judgments to be made, including, of course, by taking into account freedom of expression and privacy as required by Clause 11 itself. Now, aside from the challenges of obtaining evidence of what individual managers did or did not know or do or say, these balanced judgments could be very difficult for a prosecutor to assess and to demonstrate to a criminal court to the required standard of proof were deliberately or negligently wrong. And the consequences of that difficulty could either be that it becomes apparent that these cases are very hard to prosecute and therefore that criminal liability isn't the deterrent we hope for, or that wide criminal liability causes the sort of risk aversion and excessive takedown of material which worries, I know, my honourable friend, right honourable friend for Stone and others who have supported New Clause 2. So we need to calibrate criminal liability appropriately. And I think it's also worth saying that if we are to do this, if we are to pursue an extension of criminal liability, I'm not sure that I see the logic of limiting that further criminal liability only to breaches of the child safety duties. I can envisage some breaches of safety duties in relation to illegal content that may also be deserving of such liability. Which leads me on to consider, exactly as my right honourable friend says, how we might extend criminal liability differently. And I appreciate the government will now be doing just that. Perhaps the government can consider doing so in relation to serious or persistent breaches of the safety duties rather than in relation to all breaches of safety duties. Alternatively, or additionally, it could look at individual criminal liability for a failure to comply with a confirmed notice of contravention from Ofcom, and I welcome the direction of travel set out in the written ministerial statement, which suggests that is where the government may go. And as the statement says, the recent Irish legislation, which has been prayed in A, does something very similar, and it's an approach that has several advantages. It's easier to prove. We will know if Ofcom have issued a notice requiring action to remedy a deficient approach to safety duties, and we'll know whether Ofcom believe it's not been responded to adequately. And as, of course, we design this new system of regulation in this new era of new regulation, we should want open conversations to take place between regulator and regulated, so as to how best to counter these harms. Anything that discourages platforms and their directors from doing so may make the system we're designing work less well in promoting safety online. And the approach that I think the government will now consider, I think, is unlikely to do that. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'll forgive me, let me say one final thing. As my right honourable friend for Gosport said, I've been involved in the progress of this bill almost from the start, and I'm delighted to see my right honourable friend for Maidenhead, at whose instruction I started doing it. It's been a tortuous progress, no doubt. To some extent that was inevitable because of the difficulty of this bill and the territory we're seeking to legislate in. But I think the honourable lady who speaks for the SNP, for whom I have a good deal of respect, was probably a little grudging in suggesting that this bill as it stands does only slightly better than the status quo. It does a lot more than that. And if, as I hope we do, we send this bill to the other place this evening, and if the other place, as I know it will consider it again in some thoroughness and seek to improve it further, then we will make the internet not a safe place, because I don't believe that's achievable, but a significantly safer place. And if we can do that, it will be the most important thing most of us in this place have ever done. Thank you.
Well, things aren't going quite according to plan. So colleagues might like to gear perhaps more to 5 minutes as we move forward. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of new clause 4 on minimum standards, and in particular I want to restrict my remarks around minimum standards in respect of incel culture. Now, colleagues will know of the tragedy that took place in Plymouth in 2021. Indeed, the former Home Secretary visited Plymouth to discuss and meet people involved. I really want to rid the internet of the disgusting, festering incel culture that is capturing so many of our young people and young men in particular. In particular, I want minimum standards to apply to make sure that on big and small platforms where there's a risk, that minimum standard includes recognition of incel content. Because at the moment, incel content is festering in the darkest corners of the internet, where young men are taught to channel their frustrations into an insidious hatred of women and taught to think of themselves as brothers in arms in a war against women. It's that serious. In Parliament this morning, I convened a group of expert stakeholders to discuss the dangers of incel culture, including those from the Centre for Countering Digital Hate, Tech Against Terrorism, Moonshot, Girl Guiding, the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust and the Internet Watch Foundation. I believe that incel culture is a growing threat online that has real-world consequences. And incels are targeting young men to swell their numbers, young people, children to swell their numbers. Andrew Tate may not necessarily be an incel, but his type of hate and division is growing and is very popular online. He's not the only one, and the model of social media distribution that my colleague from Barking spoke about incentivises hate to be viewed, shared and indulged in. But this bill doesn't remove incel content online, and therefore it doesn't prevent potentially future tragedies. Now, as chair of the all-party group on social media, I want to see minimum standards to raise the internet out of the sewer. So where is the compulsion for online giants like Facebook and YouTube to remove incel content? 5 of the most popular incel channels on YouTube have racked up 140,000 subscribers and 24 million views between them. YouTube is still platforming 4 or 5 of them. Why? How can these channels apparently pass YouTube's terms and conditions? The content is truly harrowing. In these YouTube videos, men who have murdered women are described as saints, lauded in the incel culture. We know incels use mainstream platforms like YouTube to reel in unsuspecting young men called normies before linking them to their own small specialist websites showing incel content. This is called breadcrumbing, driving traffic from audiences from mainstream platforms to smaller platforms which will be outside the scope of Category 1 provisions, therefore any minimum standards, where individuals can start their journey towards incel radicalisation. I think we need to talk less about freedom of speech and more about freedom of reach. The ability for fewer and fewer people to see that content, to downrank sites with appalling content like this, to increase the friction, to reduce audience reach. Incel content not only includes sexist, misogynist content, it frequently also includes anti-Semitic, racist, homophobic and transphobic content layered on top of one another. But without a legal and harmful provision, it means this bill does nothing to force search engines to downrate harmful content. If it's to be online, it needs to be harder and harder to find. I don't believe a toggle will be enough to deal with this, and I agree with Amendment 43 that if we are to have a toggle, it should be default on as the norm. A toggle, I believe, won't work. It will be able to be evaded with a simple Google Chrome extension that will auto-toggle and therefore make it almost redundant immediately. It will be a minor inconvenience, not a game changer. Some young men spend 10 hours a day looking at violent incel content online. Do we think a simple button, a GDPR annoyance button, is going to stop them from looking at this content? It simply won't, and it won't stop future tragedies. And it's not just about other people that this can affect, it's also about the increase in suicide. One of the 4 largest incel forums is dedicated to suicide and self-harm. Suicide is normalised on the forum and called, often referred to as catching the bus. This is where people get together to share practical advice about how they can take their own lives. This is not content that we should be exposing our young people to, but it's currently legal. It's harmful, but it's going to be legal under this, because the terms and conditions of those sites are written by incels to promote incel content. So yes, even if those sites were moved from Category 2 to Category 1, they would still pass the government's legislation because the incels have written the terms and conditions to allow that content. So why are smaller platforms not included in this bill? Ofcom should have the power to bring Category 2 sites into scope if there is on the basis of risk. Analysis by the Centre for Countering Digital Hate shows that on the largest incel website, rape is mentioned in its posts every 29 minutes, with 89% of those posts referring to rape in a positive sense. 50% of users' posts about child abuse on the same site are supportive of paedophilia, and indeed the largest incel forum has recently changed its terms and conditions to allow mention of sexualisation of pubescent minors, unlike prepubescent minors. They make that distinction. It's disgusting and wrong. But why is that not covered in the bill in front of us today? I think there is a real opportunity to look at incel content. I'd be grateful if the Minister could meet again to discuss incel content with the cross-party group, so we can look at how we can make sure that incel content is harder and harder to find online and ultimately removed, protecting all our young people from going down this path. Thank you.
Damien Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would also like to follow the excellent speech by my right honourable friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, relating to new clause 2, which I think is a new clause I had some sympathy with. Indeed, the joint committee of both houses that I chaired proposed that there should be criminal liability for failure to meet the safety duties set out in the legislation, and that this should not just apply to child safety measures, but should apply to any failing. But I agree with my right honourable friend that the new clause as drafted, I think, is too wide. Because if it is saying that the liability exists when the failure to meet the duties has occurred, well, who is the determinant of that factor? Is that when Ofcom has issued a notice? Is that when Ofcom has issued a fine? Is that when guidance has been given that has not been followed? And what we wouldn't want to see is a parallel judicial system making different decisions to the regulator in terms of when the safety duties hadn't been met. So I think the idea of saying that when there is persistent breach in the safety duties, when companies have probably already been fined, when they've been issued guidance, when they've been it's demonstrated they're clearly in breach of the codes of practice, and they are refusing to abide by them, then I think that is where that criminal liability should come in. And indeed, similar provisions already exist in the GDPR legislation for companies that are in persistent breach of their duties and obligations. And I think that was a recommendation made by the Joint Committee of both houses that should be included in the bill. In some ways, throughout the journey of this legislation, the inclusion of criminal liability has been something that has been consistently strengthened. In the draft bill, when it was published, there was no immediate commencement of any criminal liability, even for not complying with the information notices given by Ofcom. That was included when the bill was presented at second reading. I'm pleased that the government is now going to consider how we can correctly define what the failure to meet the safety duties would be, and therefore what the criminal sanction that go with them would be as well, because then that will be an important measure for companies that are in serial breach of their duties and obligations and have no desire to comply. I also think this issue is relevant and linked to the wider debate around legal but harmful that we've had today and at the recommittal committee. Because if we're going to have criminal sanctions for non-compliance, we need to be really clear what it is companies are supposed to do. It needs to be really clear to them what they need to do as well. And this is why when the Joint Committee produced its report, that we recommended that the illegal but harmful provisions in the bill should be changed, because they don't do what many people in the House have asserted that they do, which is set standards and requirements for companies to remove legal content. They were never there to do that. They provided risk assessment for a wider range of content. That may have been helpful, but it didn't require the removal of content that wasn't either a breach of the community standards of the platform or a breach of the legal threshold. The changes to the bill that have been made help in some ways the idea of having criminal liability, because written onto the face of the bill are the offences that are within scope, what they have to do, and also the requirement they have to enforce their own terms of service, where therefore the safety standards aren't defined by law, but defined by the platform. Now, I think the safety standards are important, and there is a danger sometimes in this debate we pretend that they don't really exist. And it's understandable why we do that, because the companies aren't very good at enforcing them. You know, they're not very good at doing the things they say they will do. In fact, I go back to I'm pleased to hear as a former board member of the Centre for Countering Digital Hate, that organisation cited so often in this debate, but I go back to the evidence their chief executive gave to the Joint Committee, where he said if the one thing they could do is enforce their own terms of service, if we had the legal power to make them do that, many of the problems we're discussing would go away. So that is a very, very important sanction. And I think on the point around the smaller platforms, I think in reality, Ofcom have the power to enforce safety standards at the level set in the bill on any platform of any size. The question of saying a smaller platform's out of scope, well, they could only take enforcement based on the terms of service. And platforms like that are very likely to have very, very weak terms of service or practically non-existent ones, which is why having the minimum safety standards based on the law is so important. I would just briefly like to touch on the time I have left, just regards to advertising. My honourable friend, constituency neighbour, the member for Dover, has an amendment relating to immigration offences that are promoted through advertising. And indeed, the additional amendment the government is accepting relating to advertising in banning promotion of conversion therapy is important. Indeed.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and particularly because he's referenced the proposals that my honourable friend, the member for Dover, has made. I have also had discussions, and I'm grateful to the Minister and the Secretary of State, the discussions they've had with me on making modern slavery a specific priority offence, as well as illegal immigration. I think this is very important.
I agree with my honourable friend. I think that is exactly right, and I think it is right as well. We look at including additional offences by including them on the face of the bill in Schedule 7 as offences that will be considered as part of the legislation. But as where this touches advertising, the government already accepted, following the recommendation of the Joint Committee, that the promotion of frauds should be regulated in the bill, even if it's in advertising. There are other aspects of this too. Modern slavery is one, immigration offences is another, where I think we need to now move at pace to close this loophole, where the consideration was going to be given for advertising outside of the bill, but through the online advertising review. The principle has already been accepted that the illegal activity promoted through an advert on an online platform should be regulated as well as if it was an organic posting. Yet that general provision doesn't yet exist, and I think in considering these additional amendments, as the government has done, which is the right thing to do, I think the government also needs now to look at the general presumption that any illegal activity that is a breach of the safety duties is included and will be regulated, and that if someone includes it in an advert, it doesn't become exempt, whereas it will be regulated if it was an organic posting. Thank you.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to focus on New Clause 1, dealing with redress, New Clause 43, the toggle default, New Clause 4 on minimum standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is a very important piece of legislation. However, I'm afraid that it has been seriously watered down by the government. and in particular, it's been seriously weakened by the removal of measures to tackle legal but harmful content. I do acknowledge that some progress has been made recently now that the government has accepted the need for criminal sanctions for senior managers of tech companies. However, there are still many gaps in the bill, and I want to deal with some of those in the time available to me tonight. Before I do so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the families who've lost children due to issues related to social media, and some of those families are in the public gallery tonight. In particular, I want to mention the Stevens family from my constituency of Reading East. 13-year-old Ollie Stevens from my constituency was murdered in a horrific attack following a plot which was hatched on social media. The two boys who attacked Ollie had both shared dozens of images of knives online, and they used 11 different social media platforms to do this. Sadly, none of those platforms took this content down, and that is why the matters we're talking about are so important to all of us in our community. Madam Deputy Speaker, following this awful case, I want to support a number of the new clauses. These, I believe, will make a significant change, lead to a significant change in the law, which I hope will prevent any similar tragedy happening again. Focusing on new clause 1, I would like to stress the importance of this clause, which I believe will help parents to make complaints. As Ollie's dad, Stuart, often says, you simply cannot contact the tech companies. You send an email and you get no reply. It is important to tackle this matter, and I do believe that the new clause will go some way to doing that. Turning to new clause 43, as mentioned by other speakers, surely it makes sense for parents to know that there is some protection for their children from harmful content. And the clause would provide some real reassurance with a default position of protecting children. I would urge members from across the House here tonight to support this clause. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would add that I believe that both children and vulnerable adults should be better protected from legal but harmful content, and further action should be taken. The clause does at least does at least make some clear steps in this direction. I am very aware of time, and there are many other important new clauses which I would like to support tonight, and I would just like to reiterate my support and backing for my front bench colleague, the Honourable Member for Pontypridd, and to thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute tonight.
Dame Andrea Ledson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, and I congratulate him for his moving tribute to his constituent son. That's a really terrible story. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will be life-changing for many, but it's also, I'm sorry to say, taken far too long to get to this point. The government promised in 2015 to end children's exposure to harmful online material, and then in 2017 committed to making the UK the safest place for children to be online. And as I waited this morning in the freezing cold on the station platform for a train that was late, a fellow passenger spoke to me about the bill. He said how happy he was that action is at last underway to protect children from the dangers of the internet. As a father of 3 young children, he told me it's one of his greatest concerns. And I'm afraid that at the moment, the internet is as lawless as was the Wild West, and children are viewing images of abuse, addiction and self-harm on a daily basis. As others have said, the stats are shocking. Around 3,500 online child sex offences are recorded by police on a monthly basis. And every month, over 1 million UK children access online pornography. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been said that if you join certain popular social media platforms, in the time it takes to make a cup of tea, you will have been introduced to suicidal content. Go on, just kill yourself. You know you want to. So I'm incredibly proud that our government is bringing forward a bill that will change lives for the better, and I hope and expect it will be a best in class for other governments to do likewise. And I want to pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for Chippenham, as well as her predecessors, for their ruthless focus on making the online world a safer place. At the end of the day, improving lives is what every MP is here to do, and across this House we should take great delight that at last this bill will have its remaining common stages today. I also want to pay tribute to my honourable friends, the members for Penistone and Stocksbridge and for Stone, for their determination to give the bill even more teeth. And I want to sincerely thank the Secretary of State for her willingness to listen, but not only that, to take action. So new clause 2 brought forward by my honourable friends will not now be moved because the Secretary of State has agreed to bring forward a government amendment when the bill goes to the other place. What new clause 2 sought to achieve was to create a backstop. So if a senior manager in a tech firm knowingly allows harm to be caused to a child which results in, for example, their abuse or suicide, that manager should be held accountable and a criminal prosecution with up to 2 years in prison should follow. Now, I fully appreciate that there are many in the tech world who say, first of all, that this will discourage people from taking on new senior roles, and secondly, that it will discourage inward investment in the tech sector in the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are very serious concerns and deserve to be properly addressed. First, with regard to the potential for senior tech staff to be unwilling to take on new roles where there is this accountability, I would argue that my own experience as City Minister in 2015 can provide a good example of why this is an unnecessary concern. Then we were seeking to address the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, and we established the possibility of criminal liability for senior financial services staff. It was argued at the time that this would be incredibly damaging to UK financial services and that people would be unwilling to take on directorships and senior risk roles. Well, I think we can all see clearly that those concerns were unfounded. Some might even say, well, tech firms would say that, wouldn't they? In my view, Madam Deputy Speaker, the likelihood of a criminal prosecution will always be low. But the key difference is that in the future, tech managers, instead of waking up each day thinking only about business targets, will wake up thinking, have I done enough to protect children as I meet my business targets? And that, I'm sure we can agree, would be a very good thing. Secondly, there are those that argue that inward investment to the UK's tech sector could be killed off. And that would indeed be a concern. The UK tech sector leads in Europe and at the end of 22 retained its position as the main challenger to the US and China. Fast-growing UK tech companies have continued to raise near record levels of investment, more than France and Germany combined. The sector employs 3 million people across the UK and continues to thrive. So it's absolutely right that ministers take seriously the concerns of these major employers. However, I think we can look to Ireland as a good example of a successful tech hub where investment has not stopped as a result of strong accountability laws. The Irish Online Safety and Media Regulation Act, passed in 2022, carries a similar criminal responsibility to the one proposed in New Clause 2. Yet Ireland remains a successful tech hub in the European Union.
Am I right on the good way? I'm grateful to my other friend. She's dispelling all these scare stories, quite rightly, which we've heard. One of the briefs we had warned that if this new clause 2 were to go through, it portends the use of upload filters where the system sweeps in and removes content before it has been posted. Well, that will be a good thing, wouldn't it? Because we need these social media companies to be investing in more moderators to be more aware of the harmful stuff before it goes online and starts to do the damage, to actually lead to more investment, but in the right part of the employees of these social media companies, where Facebook, Meta as it now is, made $39 billion profit in 2021. So they're not short of money to do that, are they?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a very good point, and of course, as I've said, the reality is that those tech managers waking up trying to meet business targets will now look at meeting them in a way that also protects children, and that is a good thing. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we will look back on this period since the real rise of social media, and we will simply not be able to believe what millions of children have been subjected to every single day. As the government's special advisor on early years, it seems to me that all the work we're doing to give every baby the best start for life will be in vain if we then subject them during their vulnerable childhood years to the daily onslaught of appalling vitriol, violence, abuse and sordid pornography that is happening right now. It's little wonder that the mental health of young people is so poor. So it's my hope that this bill will truly support our attempts to build back better after the COVID lockdown. The government's clear commitment to families and children and the Prime Minister's own personal commitment to the vision for the best start for life is apparent for all to see, and keeping children safe online will make a radical improvement to all their lives. Thank you.
In order to ensure that we get everybody in, I'm going to introduce a 5-minute time limit. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've listened with interest to all the powerful speeches that have been made, but the problem is that when legislation moves through Parliament, it's meant to be improved during its passage through Parliament. The great pity is that this bill has got worse, not better, as it's proceeded through Parliament. It's a real tragedy that the bill has watered down measures protecting adults from harmful but legal content. So I'm rising to speak against the amendments which have come from the government, including 11 to 14 and 18 and 19, which relate to the removal of adult safety duties. I'm also speaking in favour of amendments including new clause 4 from the Labour front bench and also amendment 43 from the SNP, which go at least some of the way to protect adults from harmful but legal content. And the reason that I'm keen to raise these points today is because of a tragic case happened in my constituency, which I've raised in the House on more than one occasion. Joe Nihill, a popular young former Army cadet in my constituency, was aged just 23 when he took his own life after accessing dangerous suicide-related content on Harm. As I've mentioned before, his mother, Catherine, and his sister-in-law, Melanie, have run a courageous campaign to try to ensure that when this legislation becomes law, what happened to Joe doesn't happen to people in the future. Now, for much of the passage of the bill, I've been heartened speaking to the predecessor of the current front bench of the government. It felt that we were maybe not as quickly as we would like, but going in the right direction. But the government amendments mean that we're now going in the wrong direction. And I can tell you that Joe's mother, Joe's sister-in-law, are heartbroken at the direction of travel the government currently has on this bill in relation to protecting adults from harmful but legal content. So I urge the Minister to think again, because government amendments have gutted harmful but legal protections for adults. Reckless amendments, meaning sites will not even have to consider the risk that harmful but legal content poses to adult users on their platform. As I say, bills are meant to get better as they go through Parliament. With the government's amendments, we've seen the opposite. And a key statistic is research from the Samaritans show that just 16% of people think that access to potentially harmful content on the internet should only be restricted for children. As I say, my constituent Joe was 23. We all know that it's just false to presume that people stop becoming vulnerable at the age of 18. There's so many vulnerable adults in our society, and people, of course, who become vulnerable when they see these things online, when they're dragged down this online rabbit hole of dangerous, harmful content. So the importance of including harmful but legal content is clear. Content that is legal but undoubtedly harmful includes information, instructions and advice on methods of self-harm and suicide. Content that portrays self-harm and suicide as desirable. And crudely removing protections from harmful content at 18 years of age leaves vulnerable people exposed to potentially fatal content. And we've heard today, individual filters are simply not enough to protect vulnerable people, because the government set out that it's up to individuals to filter legal but harmful content. But often, people experiencing suicidal thoughts will actually look for ways to take their own life and actively seek out harmful content. So, in conclusion, the truth is that the government has ignored the real-world expertise of groups like the Samaritans and others in order to put the interests, I have to say, of tech giants first, and those on the Tory backbenches who put so-called freedom of speech ahead of the safety of people like Joe from my constituency, who took his own life at the age of 23 years of age. And I hope to see further work on this bill in the other place to ensure that vulnerable adults are given the protection they deserve. That was my constituent Joe's parting wish in the letter he left to his family, that what happened to him wouldn't happen to others. Let's not lose this opportunity. Let's improve this bill. And I think that the other place has a vital role to play in ensuring that this bill improves and protects everybody.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you. One of the most notable changes in my lifetime, Mr Deputy Speaker, has been the disheartening debasement of public discourse. The internet, a place for posturing, preening and posing, but rarely for genuine discussion or measured debate, must take much of the blame for this transformative decline. But while the coarsening of the national conversation is among the most obvious examples of harm being done by the internet, it's merely the tip of a very dangerous iceberg. Beyond every superficial banality lurks a growing crisis of depression, decay, misery and malaise, of self-doubt and self-harm, all of which are facilitated by tech companies that profit from exploiting insecurities, doubts and fears. Tech companies do not exist simply to facilitate communication. Rather, they control and manipulate virtual interaction in ways that play on innate fears. The social media conglomerate's entire business model relies on ruthlessly exploiting vast quantities of data harvested from their users. Driven by nothing beyond profit and growth, they've abandoned any notion of duty of care, because their business model depends on monetizing information with little regard to how it's generated or how it's used, even when that puts children at deadly risk. Perhaps this willful ignorance is why social media consistently fails to police videos advertising and glamorising illegal channel crossings. The 1,400 minors accompanying the nearly 50,000 crossing last year have their images placed on the internet as poster children for this despicable trade. And I'm delighted that the work done by my honourable friend, the member for Dover, and her amendment now accepted by the government will begin to address that particular wickedness. The amendment, now wisely accepted by the government, will wipe such material from the internet, requiring social media companies to face up to their responsibilities in plying this evil trade. If drafted correctly, this bill is an opportunity for Britain to lead the way in curbing the specious, sinister, spiteful excesses of the internet age. Because for all of their virtual simony, the tech giant's lack of action speaks louder than words. Whether it's facilitating the promotion of deadly channel crossings or the day-to-day damage done to the mental health of Britain's young people, let us be under no illusion. Those at the top know exactly the harm they wreak. Whistleblowing leaks by Francis Hogan last year revealed that Mr Zuckerberg's Meta is a company fully aware of the damage it does to the mental health of young people. And in face of their inaction, New Clause 2, led by my right honourable friend for Stone and my honourable friend for Penistone and Stockbridge, I'm pleased and proud to support them in doing so, makes tech directors personally legally liable for breaches of their child's safety duties. No longer will these senior managers be able to wash their hands of the harm they do, and no longer will they be able to perpetuate these sinister algorithms which rather than merely reflecting harm, cause harm. Strengthening the powers of Ofcom to enforce these duties will ensure the buck stops with tech management. Like the American frontier of legend, the virtual world of the internet can be tamed. The beast can be caged. But as G.K. Chesterton said, unless a man becomes the enemy of evil, he will not just become its slave, but rather its champion. The greedy, careless tech conglomerates cannot be trusted to check themselves. This bill is a welcome start, but in time to come, as the social media beast writhes and breathes, Parliament will need to take whatever action is necessary to protect our citizens and to quench its fearful fire.
Anna.
Sir Deputy Speaker, first and foremost, as we approach the remaining stage of this bill, we must remember the importance of it. We as MPs hear stories of the dangers of online harms and that some wouldn't believe. I think it's fair to say that, that those in my generation were very fortunate to grow up in a world where social media didn't exist. I just said it to my own friend there just a few minutes ago, and I'm really glad that I didn't have to go through it. It's so accessible nowadays, and children are being socialised in this environment, so it's imperative we do all we can to ensure that if this is the case, they are protected and looked after. And I take a moment to discuss the importance of new clause 2, and there have been many ongoing discussions regarding who the responsibility lies with when it comes to the regulation of online harms. New clause 2 would ultimately make it an offence for service providers not to comply with their safety duties of protecting children. The Honourable Member for Penistone and Stockbridge has described the world of social media as a modern Wild West, a lawless and predatory environment. How true those words are. So I want to put on record my thanks to the Honourable Lady and also to the Right Honourable Member for Stone for all of their endeavours to deliver change, and both the members have been successful, and to them well done. Some 3,500 online child sex offences are recorded by the police each month. Each month, 1.4 million UK children access online porn, the majority which is degrading, abusive and violent. The bill does currently not hold tech bosses individually liable for their own failures in child and public safety. This clause must be supported today, and I am very, very pleased the Government is minded to accept it. Fines are simply not enough, and if we fail to address this in today's bill, this House are liable because senior tech bosses seem not to be. I do, and I'm of a mind, and my party is as well, to support new clause 4 put forward by opposition in relation to safety duties protecting adults in society, minimum standards for terms of service. New clause 8 is also one of importance, and I make this comment. Over the last couple of years, my office has been in receipt of numerous stories from parents who have witnessed their children deal with the consequences of what an eating disorder can do. I have a very close friend whose daughter, 16-year-old, is experiencing that at the moment. It's a real hard on the family, and everyone. The social media pages are just brutal. I've heard of TikTok pages which glorify bulimia and anorexia. I've also been told of Instagram pages that provide tips for self-harm, which are also horrendous. What is important here is that if we cannot pick and choose what forms of harm should be written into this bill, it isn't fair that some forms of harm are addressed under this bill and some are referred to Ofcom and some are just ignored. Communication and engagement with third-party stakeholders is the way to tackle this and deal with it. For example, if we take a social media page that has been started to comment on eating disorders and is generally unsafe and unhelpful to young people struggling, this should be flagged and handed over to healthcare professionals, GPs, nurses, those who know best. And if we can do that within this online safety bill, then I believe it's a step in the right direction. On balance, we argue that harmful content should be reserved for regulations informed by proper stakeholder engagement. Just to touch very, very briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker, on new clause 3, this would require providers to include features which child users may use or apply if they wish to increase their control over harmful content. This is currently restricted to adults. Whilst we understand the need to empower these and those young people who to be responsible and acknowledgeable for the decisions that they make, we are able to recognise the value of targeting this duty at adults, many of whom do hold the parental responsibility very, very close to their heart. And more often than enough, this is just as important as the regulation. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have seen too many suicides. Too much danger emerges from online and social media. Social media has the potential to be an educational and accessible space for all, including young people. However, the safety precautions must be there for the sake of the young people who could so very easily fall into traps. And we're all aware of my own constituency where we've had a spate of suicides and young people, especially the young people, seems to be a clique of friends, and it really quite worries me. It's all about regulation and ensuring harmful content is dealt with and removed. The correct and informed individuals are making the decisions around what is safe and what is not. So I have faith in the Minister and Government in this bill that it will aim to address the outstanding issues. It doesn't stop every evil that there is online, but what it does do, as the Honourable Gentleman said at the back, it makes it safer. And if it makes it safer, then, Mr Deputy Speaker, then I think it's one that we could really look towards to supporting, and it really is truly good news. Thank you.
Natalie Alford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and if I may say, so it's a pleasure to see my East Kent neighbour in the chair today. I would like to speak to the Amendment 82 in my name, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and also in support of New Clause 2 and Amendment 83. I spoke at some length in the last report stage on an associated amendment, and I'm conscious there is a lot of interest in speaking tonight, so I'll keep my comments brief. I'm grateful to the many right honourable and honourable friends who supported my amendment, those named on the face of it and otherwise. And in particular, I would like to thank my right honourable friend, the member for South Holland and the Deepings, for his considerable assistance in securing changes going forward. Amendment 82 sets out a requirement to remove content that may result in serious harm or death to a child while crossing the English Channel in small boats. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the risk of harm or death in the Channel crossings is very real. 4 children have drowned in the last 15 months, with many, many more harmed with exposure to petrol and saltwater burns and put at danger, here and abroad, by organised crime and people traffickers. Social media is playing a direct role in this criminal enterprise. It must be brought to book, and the videos and other content that encourage such activity must be taken down. There is an obligation on us to protect children, especially lone children, who find themselves not in the protection of social services, either here or abroad, but in the hands of evil people smugglers and people traffickers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope that whatever our differences may be across this House in terms of how open or otherwise our borders and migration system should be, we should be united in compassion and concern and action for children and young people in the snare of this wicked criminal activity. That is what my Amendment 82 seeks to do. Turning briefly to other amendments, and first to New Clause 2, which seeks to hold senior managers to account. I'm very grateful to the work of the my right honourable friend for Stone and my honourable friend for Penistone and Stocksbridge for their excellent work on this. But I was somewhat disappointed to read the comments which have been repeated by the honourable member for Pontypridd, that it's some kind of weakness for government to agree amendments. And I particularly wanted to comment on that in relation to this New Clause 2. Because in my deciding to support New Clause 2, I was very persuaded by the remarks of the Right Honourable Lady for Barking at the last report stage. And I'm grateful to her for the strength of her comments and persuasive nature of that. It is our job here in this House to make sure that we consider and make responsible amendments. And that's what I think on this side of the House we have sought to do. So I'm very pleased that the government has moved in relation to New Clause 2. And I think it is really important to recognise that it shows a confidence and strength of leadership in the Prime Minister and his ministers, the Culture Secretary and those ministers in her department and in the Home Office, as well as the Solicitor General, that they will work with us to ensure that this legislation is stronger yet. And then finally, if I may, just turn to Amendment 83 in the same spirit. I was very moved by the personal account and the comments made by my right honourable friend for Cheltenham in Chelmsford in the report stage, and that again is why I lent my support to her amendment. I think she has made a powerful case that it is important to protect children, but also to recognise, as comments have been made, that as children turn 18, they may still be extremely vulnerable and in need of support. So I thank her for that, and I know a number of members feel likewise. So in conclusion, I thank the Culture Secretary and the Minister for their engagement to date, for their commitment that's been made in the written ministerial statement to strengthen the bill in relation to the prevention of modern slavery and illegal immigration, including for the protection of children. And on that basis, I confirm I will not be moving Amendment 82 later today. Thank you.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in a nutshell, we must be able to threaten tech bosses with jail. There is precedence for this. Jail sentences for senior managers in a great range of UK legislation are commonplace for breaches of duties. That is absolutely and completely clear. And as a former Shadow Attorney General, I know exactly what the law is on this subject. I can say this: the protection of our children and grandchildren from predatory platforms for financial gain on the internet, which is endemic throughout the world and in the UK, inducing suicide, self-harm and sexual abuse, is an assault on the mind of our young children and on those who are affected by it and the families who are affected by it, like Ian Russell. Ian Russell has shown great courage in coming out with his tragedy of his small child, 14 years old, committed suicide as a result of the coroner made clear of these activities. It is unthinkable that we will not deal with it. And we are dealing with it now, and I thank the Secretary of State and I thank the Minister for responding with constructive dialogue in a very short space of time since we really got to grips with this. And can I say this? The written ministerial statement is absolutely crystal clear. It says, where senior managers or those purporting to act in that capacity have consented or connived in ignoring enforceable requirements, risking a serious harm to children, the criminal penalties, including imprisonment and fines, will be commensurate with similar offences. And if you make a comparison, as the Right Honourable Lady for Barking and Dagenham made clear, there are financial penalties in the financial services. That is international as well. And there is also the construction industry, as my honourable friend, the member for Penistone Stockbridge has said. The fact is that these are already on our statute book. So I don't care what the European Union's doing in its legislation. And I'm glad to know that the Irish legislation, which has been passed and is an act, has been through all these different permutations and examinations, and they've come up with something which also includes similar severe penalties. It can be done, but this is our legislation in this House, and we will do it the way we want to do it to protect our children and our families. And I'm just about fed up of listening to all the mealy-mouthed remarks coming from those who say we can't do it, it's not quite appropriate. I'd say to hell with that. We're talking about our children, and I'll say this too. When it comes to the question of past record, I just mentioned this. In 1977-78, a great friend of mine, Cyril Townsend, the member for Bexley Heath, brought forward the first Protection of Children bill, and he asked me to help him, and I did. And we got it through. It was incredibly difficult at the time. You have no idea, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how much resistance was put up by certain members of this House in getting it through, including ministers. And I can tell you, it was Jim Callaghan. I spoke to him because I was here. I've been here so long. And I was here when Jim Callaghan was in the House after he'd been Prime Minister. And I said, how did you give it so much time so that we could get the bill through? Oh, he said, it's very simple. He said, I was sitting in bed with my wife in number 10 in the flat upstairs, and she wasn't talking to me. And I said, what's wrong, darling? And he said that she had replied to him, if you don't get that Protection of Children bill through, I won't speak to you for 6 months. And it went through. So there you go. So there's a message there for all Secretaries of State and even for Prime Ministers. I did raise this with the Prime Minister in December on the question of, on the liaison committee. I invited him to consider it, and I'm so glad that we've come to this after a very constructive discussion and dialogue. It needed it. It isn't a matter of chariots of fire, it's a question of chariots on fire, because we've done all this in 3 weeks. And I can only say that I'm extremely grateful for the 51 MPs who stood firm, because we know the realities of this House, and I have to say it, having been involved in 1 or 2, shall we say, discussions in the past, that it's only when you've got the numbers that the results start to come, as a rule. But I want to pay tribute to them, to the ministers, for their constructive dialogue, and I think the Irish example will provide a model, but it will be our legislation It will be modelled on some of the things that they have already enacted, but it's not just simply a matter of their legislation being transported into ours. It will be our legislation. And in the European Parliament, in the European Parliament, I know, I just want to say this.
Miriam Kate.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I also rise to speak to New Clause 2, which seeks to introduce senior manager criminal liability to the online safety bill. But as my honourable friend has so clearly set out, we won't be pushing it to the vote as a result of the very welcome commitments that have been made by the Minister to introducing a similar amendment in the other place. Mr Deputy Speaker, protecting children is not just the role of parents, but the responsibility of the whole of society, including our institutions and businesses who wish to trade here. And that is the primary aim of this bill, which I wholeheartedly support, to keep children safe online from horrendous harms, many of which unspeakably have been mentioned by my right honourable friend, the member for Northamptonshire. We look back in horror at children being forced to work down mines or neglected in Victorian orphanages. But I believe we'll look back with similar outrage at online harms. What greater violation could there be of childhood than to entice a child to collaborate in their own sexual abuse in the privacy and supposed safety of their own bedroom? And yet this is one of the many crimes that is occurring on industrial scale every day. Past horrors, like children down mines, were tackled by robust legislation, and the Online Safety Bill must continue our Parliament's proud tradition of taking on vested interests to defend the welfare of children. The Online Safety Bill must succeed in its mission, but in its present form, I don't believe it has sufficient teeth to drive the determination that is needed in tech boardrooms to tackle the systemic issues, the malevolent algorithms that drive the sickening content to our children. There is no doubt the potential fines in the bill are significant, but many of these companies have deep pockets, and the only criminal sanctions are for failure to share data with Ofcom. And the inquest following the tragic death of Molly Russell was an example of that. No one could be held personally responsible for what happened to Molly, and I want to pay tribute to Ian Russell, Molly's father, whose courage in the face of such personal tragedy has made such an enormous difference in bringing to light the extent of online harms. Only personal criminal liability will drive proactive change, and we've seen this in other areas such as the financial services industry and the construction industry. So I'm absolutely delighted that the government has recognised the necessity of senior manager liabilities after much campaigning across the House for tech bosses and committed to introducing it in the other place. And I want to thank the Secretary of State and her team for the very constructive, very positive way that they have engaged with supporters. I certainly will.
Would she not also like to say the NSPCC have been absolutely magnificent in supporting us?
I was coming on to that, absolutely. So the advantage of doing this in the other place is that we can widen the scope to all all appropriate child safety duties beyond just Section 11 and perhaps tackle pornography and child sexual abuse material as well. And we will, I believe, now have a groundbreaking bill that will hold to account powerful executives who knowingly allow our children to be harmed. And there are those who say, and we heard some yesterday, not least the tech companies, that we should not be seeking to criminalise tech directors. There are those who worry that this will reduce tech investment, but that hasn't happened in Ireland. There are those that say this senior manager liability amendment will put a great burden on tech companies to comply, to which I say, great. And there are those who are worried that this will set an international precedent, to which I say, even better, because nothing should cause greater outrage in our society than the harming of innocent children. And in a just society, founded on the rule of law, those who harm children or allow children to be harmed should expect to be punished by the law. And this is what this amendment seeks to do, and I look forward to working with my right honourable friend and others to bring forward a suitable amendment in the other place. And I do want to offer my sincere thanks to the NSPCC, especially Rich Collard, and to the outstanding Charles Hymas of the Telegraph, who have so effectively supported this campaign. And I also want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Stone, without whose determination, knowledge and experience it would not have been possible to achieve this change. My honourable friend has been known as Mr Brexit, but as he said, even before he was Mr Brexit, he was Mr Child Protection, being involved, as he said, with the Protection of Children Act in 1978. And it's certainly advantageous in negotiations to work with someone who knows vastly more about legislation than pretty much anyone else involved. And he sat through the debate in December when we were discussing the Right Honourable Lady's amendment. And we sat there at the back on those benches while the vote was taking place, and he said, I think we can do this, and he spent the next week in the Public Bill Office and most of his recess buried in legislation. So I do want to pay tribute for his outstanding work. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, once again, I do thank the Secretary of State for her commitment to this, and I do think this will continue our Parliament's proud history of protecting children.
Well said. Leonici.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to fully support this bill and the amount of work that honourable members have made over the previous months and years to be able to get us to where we are now. I'd also like to say that in particular I supported the amendments from my honourable friend from Dover and my honourable friend from Penistone and Stocksbridge and my right honourable friend from Stone, because these were the right things to do. We cannot have effectively illegal advertising for illegal activities on platforms where we wouldn't allow it on television. So why would we allow it on other platforms that people can easily access? And with respect to harmful content with regard to children, why shouldn't we make senior managers of these hugely rich organisations actually have their minds focused on, if I don't do my job properly and protect children, I may go to prison. I do seem to think that actually the threat of prison will focus these individuals' minds.
Very quickly make a comment. Does my honourable friend agree that really this is not just an assault on the person as physical, but it's an assault on their minds? That's what's going on, and it's destroying them.
My right honourable friend is absolutely correct, and obviously, you know, what this is all about is quite often these senior managers are very high-profile individuals with PR budgets that are probably larger than many countries across the world, and actually thinking about fines. Really, what they would be doing is just putting those fines into their business plans. It wouldn't really affect a cultural change, as my honourable friend has said on many occasions before. We need this cultural change to make sure that these companies say, what are we doing to make sure that children are being protected? And so that's why I wholeheartedly support it. I'd also like to say thank you very much to the Secretary of State and ministers and officials who really have, with all of us, including backbenchers, have actually talked with us, talked through things, taken them seriously, which means we are where we need to be now, which is fantastic. And as a child of the 1970s and a parent now, I never envisaged that we would have to be having the kind of conversations with our children, things they come across and they say, "Mum, what is this? Should I go and find a needle so I can inject this into my..." And you know, this is the kind of content, the horrifying content that parents and teachers come across. And I have to say, schools with their digital footprint training do a fantastic job to make sure that we can all start to have these conversations. And I have to say, my honourable and right honourable friends, yes, I will.
I'm grateful for to the honourable member for giving way. The opponents of our cause claim that we are curbing freedom. But in fact, it's not freedom that these people offer. It's that they turn their addicts into slaves of cruel, callous conglomerates.
Well, I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend, and if freedom means that your children become collateral damage to harmful and dangerous people, well then we need to have some real conversations about what freedom really is all about. But as a child of the 1970s, who thankfully the only experience I had to have was television and 3 channels, my honourable friends were like Zorro and Tonto coming into their Wild West town where all the baddies are standing there waiting to annihilate us, to save the villagers. And I thank you very much for that, and I look forward to supporting this bill all the way through to fruition.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Legislating in an online world is incredibly complex. It's full of pitfalls. The digital world moves so very fast. It's very difficult to make legislation that is both effective and future-proof. I really don't want to wind up my right honourable friend, the member for Stone, anymore by mentioning the word Europe, but actually I'm very proud that I worked alongside other British MEPs to introduce the GDPR. The tech companies hated it. They especially hated the penalties. The GDPR is not perfect legislation, but it did fundamentally transform the way that online actors think about the need to protect personal data, the need to protect confidentiality and privacy. And the bill that is going through the House today can do exactly the same thing in totally transforming the way in which online safety is treated, especially for children. I've been a proud champion of the Internet Watch Foundation for over a decade. I've worked with them to help tackle that hideous abuse we see of sexual abuse we see of children online. As Children's Minister during the periods of this bill, I'm very aware of the serious harms that the online world can and does pose, and I am so proud that ministers have put protecting children at the very front of this bill. I, like others, have signed New Clause 2. I see it like this: if, God forbid, in a hospital the staff were are constantly and repeatedly causing harm to children, and the hospital boss was aware of this, turning a blind eye, condoning it, then we would all expect that hospital boss to end up in the courts and, if necessary, in prison. And tech bosses should have the same. So thank you to the government for saying that you're going to go along the Irish style of legislation here, and I look forward to doing that. My new amendments, Amendment 38 and New Clause 8, which wasn't in scope, relate to eating disorders. They're intended to make it very clear that eating disorders should be treated as seriously as other forms of self-harm. I'd like to thank everybody in this chamber who spoke to me so kindly after I spoke about my own experience as a former anorexic in the last debate, and all of those outside this chamber who've since contacted me. Anorexia is the biggest killer of all mental illnesses. It's a sickness that has a slow and long burning fuse, but all too often that fuse is deadly. There's been a terrifying rise in cases, and it's very clear that social media posts which glamorise eating disorders are helping to fuel this epidemic. I'm not talking about content that's just advertising a diet. I'm talking about egregious content, and content which is encouraging viewers to starve themselves, in some cases, too many cases, to starve themselves to their death. Content promoting eating disorders is no less dangerous than other content promoting other forms of self-harm. In fact, given the huge numbers of people suffering from eating disorders, around 1.25 million people in this country, it may be considered as the most dangerous. It's not only dangerous for children, it's dangerous for vulnerable adults too. My amendments, as I said, endeavour to make it clear that content promoting eating disorders should be treated in the same way as seriously as content performing other forms of self-harm. I'd like to thank all of those who signed it, including former health ministers, former digital ministers, the current chair of the Health Select Committee and the Women and Equality Select Committee, and the former chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee. I hope that by laying these amendments and the fact that MPs of such experience have signed them, we're sending a very clear message to those in the other place that we here treat this issue very, very seriously. My amendments are not the clearest legal way in which to manage this issue, and therefore I do not intend to move the specific amendment today. But I'd like to thank the Secretary of State, the Minister responsible for the bill, as well as the Justice Minister. I know that they want to move on this. They met with me earlier today. They've agreed that we'll find a way to help protect vulnerable adults as well as children from being constantly subjected to this type of killing content. And I look forward to continuing to work with ministers and members of the other place to find the best and legally watertight way forward. Thank you.
Marcus Fish.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend who made a very powerful speech, and I completely agree with her about the importance of treating eating disorders of the same scale of harm as other things within this bill. I was the media analyst for Merrill Lynch about 22 years ago, and I made a speech about the future of media, and I did mention then the landscape change towards one of self-generated media, but I have to say that I never thought we would get to where it is now and what the effect is. I was in the Pizza Express on Gloucester Road the other day at sort of birthday party time, and there was an 11-year-old boy standing in the queue, doom scrolling TikTok videos rather than talking to his friends. And I just thought that that was just a really tragic indication of where we've got to. But these digital platforms are also critical sources of information and our public discourse. And up to 80% of information is gathered by individuals across the country now from these sources. But it's just not right that we should have trust in these digital platforms. They're algorithms that promote and depromote, and they're interfaces that engage. They are designed, as we've heard, to make people addicted to the peer validation and augmentation of particular points of view. They are driving people down tribal rabbit holes to the point where they can't talk to each other or even listen to another point of view. No wonder that 50% of people, young people, are unhappy or anxious when they use social media. And these algorithmic models are the problem. So trust in these platforms is wrong. Their promotion or depromotion of messages and ideas is opaque. It is often subjective and subject to inappropriate influence. It is right that we tackle illegal activity and that harms to children and the vulnerable are addressed. And I support the attempt to do this in this bill, and it's true that those responsible for the big platforms must be held to account for the way that they operate them. But trusting in them is wrong. I worry that compliance with their terms of service might become a tick box absolution of their responsibility for unhappiness, for anxiety and for harm. And what about harm to our public sphere, our discourse, our processes of debate, of policy making, of science? To trust the platforms in all of this would be wrong. We know that they've enabled censorship. Elon Musk's release of the Twitter files has shown incontrovertibly that the big digital platforms actively censor people and ideas, and not always according to reasonable moderation. They censor them according to their company biases. They censor them by political requests. They censor them with and on behalf of the three-letter government agencies. And they censor them at private companies' behest to control information on their products and to control the public policy debate around them. And censorship itself creates mistrust in our discourse. So to trust these big platforms just to do the right thing, always, is wrong. It isn't right that they should be able to hide behind their terms of service, bury issues in the Ofcom processes in the bill, pay lip service potentially to a tick box exercise of merely having regard to the importance of freedom of expression. They might think they can just write a report, hire a few overseers, and get away scot-free with their cynical accumulation and sale of their addicted users' data and manipulation of their views. The government has rightly acknowledged that addressing these issues of online safety is a work in progress, but we mustn't think that the big platforms are that interested in helping. They and their miseries models are the problem. So I hope that the government, to conclude, and those in the other place, will bring forward in this bill stronger liabilities against stronger duties to stop things that are actually harmful, to promote freedom of expression properly, to ensure that people have ready and full access to the full range of ideas and opinions, to be fully transparent in public and in real time about the way that content is being promoted or depromoted on their platforms, because just to trust in them is insufficient. The precedent, I'm afraid, has been set that the digital platforms can be used to censor ideas, and this is not the future. This is happening right now. When artificial intelligence comes, it will just get even worse. I trust my colleagues on the front bench and in the other house that they will work hard to improve this bill, as I know it can be.
The show will be 5 minutes.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I strongly support the online safety bill. It's a landmark piece of legislation which promises to put the UK at the very front of the pack, and I'm very proud to see it there. We must tackle online abuse while protecting free speech. I believe this bill does get that balance right. I was pleased to serve as part of the last session on the Bill Committee, and I'm absolutely delighted to see the bill return to the Chamber today, because the quicker it can get onto the statute book, the more children we can protect from devastating harm. I particularly welcome the strengthened protections for children, requiring platforms to clearly articulate what they're doing in their terms of service to enforce age requirements on the site. It will go some way to reassuring parents that their children's developing brains will not be harmed by early exposure to toxic, degrading and demeaning extreme forms of pornography. Evidence is clear that early exposure over time warps young girls' views of what's normal in a relationship, and the result of that is that they struggle to form healthy, equal relationships. For boys, this type of sexual activity is how they actually learn about sex. It normalises abusive, non-consensual and violent acts. Boys grow up into men whose neural circuits become habituated to this type of imagery. They actually require it, regardless of the boundaries of consent that they learn about in their sex education classes. I know this is a very difficult and troubling subject, but we must not be afraid to tackle it, and this is what we are doing with this legislation. And it's well established that the rise of this type of pornography on the internet over time has driven the very troubling and pernicious rise in violence against women and girls perpetrated by men, as well as peer-on-peer child sex abuse and exploitation. During committee, we had a very good debate about the need for greater criminal sanctions to hold directors individually to account, to drive a more effective safety culture in the boardroom. And I'm very proud to serve in this chamber with my right honourable friend from Stowe, my honourable friend from Penistone and Stockbridge, and I've listened to all the work that they've done on their amendment, New Clause 2. I commend them heartily for it. I listened very carefully to the Minister's remarks in committee, and I want to thank him and the Secretary of State for their detailed engagement, and I really welcome the plans to introduce measures to strengthen individual criminal liability for directors of tech companies. I would make the point that in response to concerns raised by some, this will deter investment in the UK or result in a tech exodus. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. It's not taken place in Ireland, which still hosts many leading industry headquarters. I'm a former tech entrepreneur, part of the founding team of one of the UK's largest software publishers, and I want to assure the House that this forward-leaning legislation and regulation that requires innovation to solve compliance and user problems is exactly what drives the engineers to do what they do best, which is to solve problems and develop solutions in the interests of their customers that are valuable across a host of industries and sectors. And the new measures will cement the UK's role as a world leader in this space, underpin our ability to continue to play a leading role in the software industry where we lead. Others will follow, and it gives our thought leaders the opportunity to develop bespoke solutions and ensure children's ages are verified in a robust way, and that disgusting child sex abuse material is removed and is not proliferated. In response to violence against women and girls, there are sensible and workable plans set out to make coercive and controlling behaviour a priority offence, to make platforms take this stuff down without women and girls having to contact them every single time. And I welcome the work on creating codes of practice. And considering the challenges, Mr Deputy Speaker, that surround this whole area, I believe this bill does a really good job of protecting and upholding freedoms of speech that we hold dear in our democracy. As a feminist, I need to be able to express my view, protected under the Equality Act, that biological sex is immutable. I should not be hounded off the internet or threatened with violence for stating that view. This is at absolutely the same time that we should all seek to improve and support the experiences and the experiences and support of transgender people. We can do both at the same time. We have to have a nuanced and a balanced and a compassionate debate. We are in an era where our discussion forums have become polarised. We're crossing new frontiers, but we can't express the status quo. Our democracy depends on it.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I stand to talk broadly about New Clause 2, which I'm very pleased that the Government is engaging on, and the work of my right honourable and honourable friends who have done incredible work to make that happen. I share their elation because, as probably I think the only member who's been in both the Joint Committee under a fantastic chairman and in both committees, I've seen the passage of this bill over the past year or so and been really open and happy with the way that the government has engaged, including on Zach's law, which will ensure that trolls can't send flashing images to people with epilepsy. And so I share the elation of my colleagues, as I did with the member for Stourbridge when we were very successful in convincing the government to make that happen. May I just really reiterate the learnings from the Joint Committee and from the committee earlier last year. When we took evidence from these tech giants, and they are giants, it was very clear that, as giants do, because they're so big, they didn't see the damage underfoot that they were causing, the harm that they were doing to those, but also they were blind to it. They chose not to see the damage they were doing. I remember challenging one of the big tech giants as a witness to whether they'd even followed the committee and the harms that they were causing to vulnerable children and to adults. And I was fascinated by the way that they just didn't care, in my view. Their responses were, well, we're doing enough already. We're already trying. You know, we're putting billions of pounds into supporting people who are being harmed by this. They just didn't see the reality on the ground of young people being damaged. And my namesake, Ian Russell, I remember when interviewing him, I was heartbroken that evening because we had children of a similar age, and I just could not imagine having to have that conversation that he would have had with his family and friends through that terrible tragedy. But yes, I would.
I'm most grateful. Is my honourable friend aware that Ian Russell has pointed out that 26% of young people who present at hospital with self-harm and suicide attempts have accessed such predatory, irresponsible and willful online content?
Absolutely, my right honourable friend is right, but also one of the real horrors of it was that Facebook weren't going to release, as I understand it, I don't want to break any rules here, but as I understand it, wouldn't release the content that his daughter had been viewing to be able to help with the process of healing. If I may, though, I just want to touch upon another point which hasn't been raised today, which is about the role of a future committee. I appreciate this isn't part of the bill, but I do strongly feel that within this House we should have a separate new committee for the online safety bill. If I may take that a bit further, and the reason why is that the internet and the world of social media is changing dramatically. The metaverse is approaching very rapidly, and we're seeing the rise in virtual reality and augmented reality. But also artificial intelligence is changing the way that we even believe what we see online at a rate that we cannot even imagine. I have a few predictions myself. I have anticipation that in the next few years we'll probably have the first #1 book that's probably written by AI, the first song written by AI. You can now hear online fake voices and impersonations by AI of people, where you'll probably have songs and so on created in ways that fool us, that will fool children even more. I have no doubt that in the coming months and years we'll see a rise perhaps even of children suing their parents for sharing content of them when they were younger without permission. We're going to see a changing dynamic of the way that young people engage with new content and what they anticipate from it.
My friend's making a valuable contribution to the debate, as I expected he would, having discussed this with him from the very beginning of the work he's done. What he's describing is not only the combination of heartlessness and carelessness on the part of tech companies, but also the curious marriage of an anarchic future coupled with the tyranny of their control of that future. And he's absolutely right that if we're going to do anything about that in this place, we will need to have an ongoing role for a committee of the kind he recommends.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments on this, and I will wrap up shortly, Mr Deputy Speaker. On that point, I've talked before that the use of algorithms within these platforms is, in my mind, very similar to addictive drugs. Yeah. It gets people addicted, it gets them to change their behaviours, it gets them to cut off from their friends and family, and then it directs them in ways that you would not allow if you could wrap your arms around them and stop it. But they're doing it in their own bedrooms, they're doing it in classrooms, they're doing it in playgrounds. The benefit of this bill, and I wholly applaud the work that's being done on this, yes, there's ways that it can be improved, and I think a committee in the future that looks at ways to improve it as the dynamics of social media changes is going to be essential. But I think what it will be doing today by going through to the Lords will be a major shift forward in protecting our young people for now and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Siobhan Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to Amendments 52 and 53. And as you know, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been campaigning to tackle anonymous abuse for many years now. I've been working with the fantastic Clean Up the Internet organisation, Stroud Residents, and also the brilliant DCMS team. We've been really focused on practical measures that are going to empower social media users to protect themselves from anonymous abuse. And I'm pleased to say that the government has accepted our campaign proposals, and these are to introduce verification options to give people the option to be followed and follow only verified accounts if that is what they choose, and to ensure that you know who is and who isn't verified. This also assists with ensuring that the positive parts of anonymity can continue online, as there are many. I respectfully think that this work is even more important now that we've seen the removal of the legal but harmful clauses, because we know that many issues will tip into be viewed by children, and many vulnerable adults also want to be protected online. But we're not resting on this campaign win, as we want to see the verification measures really work in the real world, and for social media companies to adopt them quickly without any confusion about their duties. Separately, I think clarity is the order of the day, because we know that Ofcom, the regulator, is going to have an awful lot to do due to the excellent clauses throughout this legislation. But this is urgent. We must not forget that anonymous social media accounts are spewing out hateful bile every single minute of the day. Children and vulnerable adults are left terrified. It's much more scary to receive comments and suicide comments, self-harm, bullying, anorexia pushes, and when it's from people that you don't know who they are, it's far, far more scary. Financial scammers tend to hide behind anonymity. Faceless bots cause mayhem and start nasty pile-ons. Perverts know that when they send a cyber-flashing dick pic to an unsuspecting woman, that it's very unlikely, if it comes from an anonymous account, that it's going to be traced back to them. So having the tools to not see unverified nonsense or abuse and switch that off, and know that the people that you are following are real, is really powerful and important. So I'm keen for the Minister and the Government to adopt my proposed amendments at 52 and 53. They're by no means the most sexy and jazzy amendments that are before this House today. You will see that they are more tweaks than amendments, and changing to wording to bring the legislation up to date, considering recent changes, but also to ensure that where people are verified, that it's obvious. So blue ticks are a really good example, and that was part of my campaign in the first point. From discussions, I understand that the government are considering adopting the amendments. I thank members of the House for calling them sensible and for backing them. I think this is really important. Finally, I've made the case many, many times that the public are expecting us to act and be strong in this area, but they're also expecting things to be happening very quickly. We've waited a very long time, so I think giving people the power to protect themselves and tools to do, whether it's a sliding of a button or to switch something off, I think that is incredibly important. And my great hope from the campaigning that I have done is that young people and adults as well will think about only following unverified accounts through an active choice, and that turning off any of... I will give way, thank you.
Just on that specific point, does she realise that the empowerment duties about verified and non-verified users only apply to adult users? Children will not have the option to toggle off unverified users, because the child user empowerment duties do not allow that to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you. The evidence that we've received is that it's parents that need the powers as well. So we want to make sure that
I want to normalise, actually, I want to normalise the ability to turn off anonymised accounts, and I think what we will see is for children will do that very naturally, but also to try and persuade their parents to take those stances and to have those conversations in the home. I think it's obviously something I need to take up with her and think quite carefully about as matters proceed through the other place as well. But I've mentioned parents, particularly where we know that parents are very scared about what their children are seeing online. I welcome what the Minister is trying to do with this bill. I welcome the legislation that and the openness to change the legislation. I mean, we're all called rebels whenever we do anything to improve legislation these days, but the reality is that it is our job, and I think we're sending this legislation in a better place to the other House. Thank you.
Minister Paul Scully.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's a lot to cover in my short time, but first of all, let me thank members for their contribution during today's debate. We've had great contributions from the Honourable and Right Honourable members for Pontypridd, from Witham, from Barking, and I have to put that right, having not mentioned her last time, Gosport, Aberdeen North, Kenilworth and South, and the former Secretary of State, Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, and Reading East, both, and indeed Leeds East. I'll happily meet the Honourable Member for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport to talk about incel content as he asked for, and indeed the members for Reading East and Leeds East talk about Ollie Stevens and Joe Nihill, two really tragic examples, and it was good to hear them being the tribute for the changes in the legislation to be mentioned in this place. The Right Honourable Member for South Northamptonshire, Strangford, Dover, Stone, and I'm glad he gave a 3 Weetabix speech there. I'll have to look in the tea room for the Weetabix that he's been eating. The Honourable Member for Pedeston and Stocksbridge, Great Grimsby, Chelmsford, Yeovil, and when he talked about doom scrolling, I would recommend him to maybe talk to the Right Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings, because his quoting of G.K. Chesterton shows the advantages of reading books rather than just scrolling through your phone. And indeed the Redditch, Watford and indeed Stroud. So thank you very much, and indeed contributions during the recommittal process as well. The changes that have been made to this bill during that process have strengthened the protections it can offer. Let me just turn to some of the points that were raised. Now, we've carefully reviewed New Clause 2, and I'm sympathetic to the aims of the amendment. We've already demonstrated our commitment elsewhere in the bill to strengthening the protections for children in this bill by bringing forward a series of amendments at previous stages of passage to achieve this. In addition, the bill already includes provisions to make senior managers liable for failing to prevent a provider committing an offence, failure to comply with information notices. But we're committed to ensuring that children are safe online, so we'll work with these honourable members and others to bring an effective amendment in the other place which delivers our shared aims of holding people accountable for their actions in a way which is effective and targeted towards child safety, whilst ensuring the UK remains an attractive place for technology companies to invest and grow. We need to take time to get this right. We intend to base our amendment on the Irish Online Safety and Media Regulation Act 2022, which actually, ironically, was largely based on our work in here, which introduces individual criminal liability for failure to comply with the notice to end contravention. In line with that approach, the final government amendment at the end of ping-pong between the other place and this place will be carefully designed to capture instances where senior managers or those purporting to act in that capacity have consented or connived in ignoring enforceable requirements, risking serious harm to children. The criminal penalties, including imprisonment and fines, will be commensurate with similar offences. Whilst this amendment will not affect those who have acted in good faith to comply in a proportionate way, it gives the Act additional teeth, as we've heard, to deliver the change that we all want and ensure that people are held to account if they fail to properly protect children. As my Right Honourable friend, the member for Witham, has made clear, child protection and strong implementation are at the heart of this legislation. The bill's strongest protections are for children, and companies will be held accountable for the safety of children. Now, I can't guarantee the timings that she asked for, but we will not dilute our commitment, and we've already started speaking to companies about in this area, but we'll also continue to work with her and others. I will give way here, and then I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend. My honourable friend has rightly prioritised the protection of children, and he will recall that throughout this debate, a number of honourable members have asked the government to consider the amendment that will be brought forward in the other place by the noble Baroness Kidron, which will require coroners to have access to data in cases where the tragic death of a child may be related to social media and other online activities. So is it possible for my honourable friend to give a commitment from the dispatch box that the government would look favourably at that amendment?
I don't mind, right honourable friend, and coroners already have some powers in this area, but we do hear the cases that he and others have raised about where that's not been the case. So yes, indeed, would happily work with Baroness Kidron and others to look favourably on making changes where necessary. And I will give way, sorry, yes.
The Minister's very good. I'm just conscious, and I absolutely agree, that our focus has been around protecting children. But is he also as concerned as I am in terms of the disinformation and misinformation and the societal impacts in our democracy, not just in our country but elsewhere? And given that the member for Watford suggested a standing committee that would be able to monitor these impacts, is that something that he will reconsider?
Well, I think what we'll need to do, I thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention, in terms of future-proofing this, it's one of the reasons that we've tried to make the legislation as flexible as possible, as technologically neutral as possible, to be able to adapt with changes. And I think we will need to review this legislation and indeed, I'm sure, as technology changes, come back with new legislation in the future to make sure that we continue to be world-beating. But let's see where we end up with that. Now, I will give way very briefly, but
just following the response you gave to our honourable friend member for Bromsgrove, if it is the case that coroners can't access data and information they need to go about their duties, as was the frustration of the Molly Russell case, is he saying that the government will be prepared to close that loophole in the laws?
Well, I think we'll certainly work with others to address this, and if there is a loophole there, we will absolutely, look to act on that, because we want to make sure that this power. I won't give way forward just a second. Oh, actually, no, I will. Yes,
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. He was commenting on my earlier remarks around new clause 2 and the specifics around a timetable. If I may suggest, completely recognise that so much of this work is under development. In my remarks, I had asked for a timetable in regards to engagement with the tech firms, but also transparency to this House on the progress it has made around developing the regulations around criminal liability. I think it's important that this House sees that and we follow every single stage of that process.
Well, indeed, I thank my right honourable friend. And look, we want to have as many conversations with members of all sides on these areas. So I hope in that operation we can be as transparent as possible. We have already started the conversation. Secretary of State and I met some of the big tech companies just yesterday talking about exactly this area. Now, my honourable and right honourable friends, the members for Dover, South Holland and the Deepings, Maidenhead and others, are absolutely right to highlight concerns about illegal small boats crossing and the harm that can be caused to people crossing in dangerous situations. The use of highly dangerous methods to enter this country, including unseaworthy or small and overcrowded boats and refrigerated lorries, presents a huge challenge to us all. Like other forms of serious and organised crime, organised immigration crime endangers lives, has a corrosive effect on society, puts pressure on border security resources and diverts money from our economy. And as the Prime Minister has said, stopping these crossings is one of the government's top priorities for the next year. The situation needs to be resolved, and we will not hesitate to take action wherever that can have the most effect, including through this bill. Organised crime groups continue to facilitate most migrant journeys to the UK and have no respect for human life, exploiting vulnerable migrants, treating them as commodities and knowingly put people in life-threatening situations. Organised crime gangs are increasingly using social media to facilitate migrant crossings, and we need to do more to prevent and disrupt the crimes facilitated through these platforms. We need to share best practice, improve our detection methods and take steps to close illegal crossing routes as the behaviour of organised crime groups and methods evolves. However, this amendment risks having unforeseen consequences for the bill. It could bring into question the meaning of the term contents elsewhere in the bill, with unpredictable implications for how the courts and companies interpret this. Now, following constructive discussions with my honourable friend and the honourable friend, a member for Maidenhead, I can now confirm that in order to better tackle illegal immigration, encouraged by organised gangs, the government will add Section 2 of the Modern Slavery Act to the list of priority offences. Section 2 makes it an offence to arrange or facilitate the travel of another person, including through recruitment, with a view to their exploitation. but we'll also add Section 24 of the Immigration Act to the priority offences list in Schedule 7. Although the offences in Section 2 cannot be carried out online, paragraph 33 of the schedule, it states that priority illegal content includes the inchoate offences relating to the offences that are listed. Therefore, aiding, abetting, counselling, conspiring, etc., those offences by posting videos of people crossing the channel which show that activity in a positive light could be an offence that's committed online and therefore falls within what is priority illegal content. The result of this amendment would therefore be that platforms would have to proactively remove that content. So I'm grateful to my honourable and right honourable friends, the member for Dover, South Holland and the Deepings and Maidenhead, for raising this really important issue. And I'll be happy to offer them a meeting with my officials to discuss the drafting of this amendment ahead of it being tabled in the other place. Now, we recognise the strength of feeling on the issue of harmful conversion practices and remain committed to protecting people from these practices and making sure that they can live their lives free from the threat of harm or abuse. We've had constructive engagement with my honourable friend, the member for Rutland and Melton, on her amendment, which seeks to prevent children from seeing harmful online content on conversion practices. It's right that this issue is tackled through a dedicated and tailored legislative approach, which is why we're announcing today that the government will publish a draft bill which will set out a proposed approach to ban conversion practices. This will apply to England and Wales. The bill will protect everybody, including those targeted on the basis of their sexuality or being transgender. The government will publish the bill shortly and will ask for pre-legislative scrutiny by a joint committee in this parliamentary session. This is a complex area, and pre-legislative scrutiny exists to help ensure that any bill introduced to Parliament does not cause unintended consequences. It will also ensure that the bill benefits from stakeholder expertise and input from parliamentarians. The legislation must not, through a lack of clarity, harm the growing number of children and young adults experiencing gender-related distress through inadvertently criminalising or chilling legitimate conversations parents or clinicians may have with their children. It's an important issue and needs a targeted and robust approach which a dedicated bill will provide. I only have 3 minutes, I'm afraid, so I won't be able to give way at this stage. But in terms of the Labour amendments, the government can't accept amendments to add the adult safety duties and concept of content that's harmful to adults back into the bill. These duties and the harmful content definition were removed from the bill at committee stage in order to protect free speech and ensure that the bill does not incentivise tech companies to censor legal content. It's not appropriate for government to decide whether legal content is harmful to adult users and then to require companies to risk assess and set terms for such content. Many stakeholders and parliamentarians were justifiably concerned about the consequences of doing so, and I share those concerns. However, the government recognises the importance of giving the users the tools and information they need to keep themselves safe online, and that's why we've introduced to the bill a fairer, simpler approach, the triple shield for adults. Now, we've talked a little about user empowerment. I'm not going to have time to cover some of that, but we do believe that we have struck the right balance between empowering adult users over the content they see and engage with online while upholding rights to free expression. And for those reasons I've set out, I'm not able to accept the honourable members' amendments. I hope they will therefore withdraw them. In terms of the government amendments here, they are consequential amendments, having removed the legal but harmful sections, and that were debated extensively at the committee stage. The government recognised my honourable friends from Stroud's concern about anonymous online abuse, and I applaud her important campaigning in this area. And we will work. We do expect Ofcom to recommend effective tools for compliance with the requirement that these tools can be applied to users who wish to filter out non-verified users. And I agree that this is a really important issue, as is her issue covering her Amendment 52, and I'm happy to continue working with her and to deliver her objectives in this area. In terms of my honourable friend from Chelmsford, again, we take the issue incredibly seriously. She has spoken really powerfully on this. We are committed to introducing a new communications offence of the intentional encouragement and assistance of self-harm, and that will apply to all victims of encouragement, children as well as adults. We will work with. I don't have time to think, but let me just again thank all members attending for the contribution to today's debate. I just want to pay all my tribute to my officials and to all of the ministers who have worked on this over such a long time. Thank you.
Is it your pleasure that new clause 1 be withdrawn? New Clause 1 by leave withdrawn. Under the order of the House of the 5th of December 2022, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings on consideration to a conclusion. New Clause 4 has been selected for a separate decision. Alex Davies-Jones to move New Clause 4 formally.
I'd like to move.
The question is that New Clause 4 be added to the bill. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no.
Aye.
Division! Clear the lobbies. So the question is that New Clause 4 be out of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Jess Morden and Joel Jones. Tell us for the noes, Stuart Hanson and Mike Wood.
The ayes to the right, 242. The noes to the left, 310.
The ayes to the right, 242. The noes to the left, 310. So the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Government Amendments 1 to 4. Minister, move formally. The question is that Government Amendments 1 to 4 be made. As many of that opinion say aye, the contrary no. The ayes have it. Amendment 43 has been selected for separate decision. Kirsty Blackman to move the amendment formally.
Sorry.
The question is that the amendment be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Division. Clear the lobbies. The question is that Amendment 43 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Peter Grant and Stephen Bonner. Tellers for the noes, Stuart Anderson and Mike Wood.
The ayes to the right, 237. The noes to the left, 316.
The ayes to the right, 237. The noes to the left, 316. So the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Government Amendments 5 to 42. Minister to move formally.
Formally.
The question is that Amendments 5 to 42 be made. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Consideration completed. Third reading.
No.
Minister to move third reading.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a third time. And can I start by saying that this has been a long road to get here, and it has required a huge team effort, one that has included members from across this House, the Joint Committee and Public Bill Committees, and the ministers who worked on this over the years in DCMS, and to my predecessors who stood as Secretaries of State. Together, we've had some robust and forthright debates, and it is thanks to members' determination, their expertise and their genuine passion on this issue that we've been able to get to this point today. Our differences of opinion across the House have been dwarfed by the fact that we are united in one single goal: protecting children online. I have been clear since becoming Secretary of State that protecting children is the very reason that this bill exists, and the safety of every child up and down the UK has driven this legislation from the start. And after years of inaction, we want to hold social media companies to account and make sure that they are keeping their promises to their own users and to parents. No bill in the world has gone as far as this one to protect children online. Since this legislation was introduced last year, the Government has gone even further and made a number of changes to enhance and broaden the protections in the bill, whilst also securing legal free speech. Importantly, if something should be illegal, I believe that we should have the courage of our convictions and make it illegal, rather than creating a quasi-legal category. This is why my predecessor's change, which will render epilepsy trolling illegal, is so important, and why I was determined to ensure that the promotion of self-harm, cyber-flashing and intimate image abuse are also made illegal, once and for all, via this bill.
We should give way. Could you just confirm that when it gets to the other place, you'll make it very clear that content which glamorises eating disorders will be treated as seriously as content glamorising other forms of self-harm?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I met with the Honourable Member today to discuss this very point, and she raises something that is particularly important and powerful, and I look forward to continuing to work with her and the Ministry of Justice as we progress this bill through the other place. These changes are balanced with new protections for free speech and journalism, two of the core pillars of our democratic society, with amendments to the definition of recognised news publishers to ensure that sanctioned outlets such as RT must not benefit from these protections. Finally, since becoming Secretary of State, I've made a number of my own changes to the bill. First and foremost, we have gone even further to boost protections for children. Social media companies will now place a new duty on age limits so they can no longer turn a blind eye to the estimated 1.6 million underage children who currently use their sites. The largest platforms will also have to publish summaries of their risk assessments for illegal content and material that is harmful to children, finally putting transparency for parents into law. And to be clear, I believe it is blindingly obvious and morally right that we should have a higher bar of protection when it comes to children. Things like cyberbullying, pornography and posts that depict violence do enormous damage. They scar our children and they rob them of their right to a childhood. These measures are all reinforced by children and parents, giving them a real voice in the legislation by including the Children's Commissioner as a statutory consultee. In addition, the bill already included provisions to make senior managers liable for failure to comply with information notices, but we have now gone further. Senior managers who deliberately fail children will face criminal liability. Today, we are drawing our line in the sand and declaring that the UK will be the world's first country to comprehensively protect children online. These changes are completely separate, though, to the changes I have made for adults. I know that many members and many stakeholders did have concerns over the legal but harmful section of this bill. They were concerned that it would be a serious threat to legal free speech and set up a quasi-legal grey area where tech companies would be encouraged to take down content that is perfectly legal to say on our streets. I shared these concerns. So we have removed legal but harmful for adults. And we have replaced it with a much simpler, much fairer, and crucially, much more effective mechanism that gives adults a triple shield of protection. If it is illegal, it has to go. If it is banned under the company's terms and conditions, it has to go. And lastly, social media companies will also now offer adults a range of tools to give them more control over what they see and interact with on their own feeds.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. She makes a very important point about things that are illegal offline being illegal online. There is still a lot of content which could be promoted through advertising, which is not yet defined in the bill, which could be illegal and promoted illegally through advertising. Will the government commit to looking as part of its ongoing work on this bill and the online advertising review to establishing this principle in general, that the content will be regulated if it's illegal, whether it's an ad or whether it's a posting?
Thank you. I completely agree with the Honourable Member on the importance of this topic, and that is exactly why we have the online advertising review, a piece of work that we will be progressing to tackle the nub of the problem that he identified. We are protecting free speech whilst putting adults in the driving seat of their own online experience, and the result is today's bill. So I would like to thank Honourable Members for their hard work on this bill, including my predecessors, and especially the Honourable Member for Mid-Bedfordshire, and all those that I have worked constructively with on amendments, including the Honourable Members for Penistone and Stocksbridge, Stone, Dover, Rutland and Melton, South Holland and the Deepings, Chelmsford, Basingstoke, Romsey and Southampton North. And I would like to put on record my gratitude as well for the hard work of my incredibly dedicated officials, in particular Sarah Connolly, Orla McRae and Emma Hindley, along with a number of others, but obviously I can't name them all today. But I do want to note their tremendous and relentless work on this bill. And crucially, of course, thanks to the charities and devoted campaigners like Ian Russell, who have guided us and pushed this bill forward in the face of their own tragic loss. So thanks to all of these people, we now have a bill that works. Because legislating online was never going to be easy, but it is necessary. It is necessary if we want to protect our values, the values that we protect in the real world every single day. In fact, the NSPCC called this bill a national priority. The Children's Commissioner called it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to protect children. But it is not just children's organisations that are watching. Every parent across the country will know firsthand just how difficult it is to shield their children from inappropriate material when social media giants consistently put profit above children's safety. This legislation finally puts it right, and I beg to move that this bill do now pass.
Questions of the bill now be read a third time. Lucy Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have to say I am also relieved to be finally speaking in the third reading debate of this important bill. We've had a few false dawns along the way, but we are almost there. This bill has seen parliamentary dramas, arcane procedures and a revolving door of ministers. Every passing week throws up another example of why stronger online regulation is urgently needed. From the vile Andrew Tate and the damning Molly Russell inquest, to threats to democracy, and most recently, Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter and his ripping up of their rules. The power of the broadcast media in the past was that it reached into everybody's living rooms. Today, in the digital age, social media is in every room in your home, in every workplace, in every school, at every event, and with the rise of virtual reality, also in our heads. It's hard to escape.
And what began as ideas on student campuses to join up networks of old friends are now multi-billion-pound businesses which attract global advertising budgets and hold hugely valuable data and information on every aspect of our lives. In the digital age, social media is a central influence on what we buy, often what we think, how we interact, how we behave. The power and the money at stake is enormous, yet the responsibilities are minimal and the accountability non-existent. The need to constantly drive engagement and growth has brought with it real and actual harms to individuals, to democracy, our economy, society and public health, with abusers and predators finding a new profitable home online. These harms are driven by business models and engagement algorithms which actively promote harmful content. The impact on children and young people can be particularly acute, even life-threatening. And it's for these reasons and others that as a country and on a cross-party basis, we embarked many years ago on bringing communications from the analogue era into the digital age. Since the bill was first mooted, we've had multiple select committee reports, a joint committee, and even 2 bill committees. And during this time, the pace of change has continued. Nobody had even heard of TikTok when we first discussed the bill, and it's today one of the main ways that young people get their news. It's a stark reminder of just how slow-moving government legislation is, and how we will probably need to return to these issues once again very soon. Sorry to break that to everybody. But we've got there for now. We'll at least be establishing a regulator with some tough powers, albeit on a much narrower scope than was originally conceived.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will briefly give way on that point, thank you.
I'm very grateful to her and I very much warmly endorse what she's been saying, but will she agree with the honourable lady who intervened on the Secretary of State earlier that there is need for further work to prevent platforms from promoting different forms of eating disorder?
Absolutely, I endorse those comments from earlier, and I'll come on briefly to say something about this in a minute. We never thought the online safety bill was perfect, and as an opposition, we have been trying to work with the government to improve it at every step of the process. Some of this has paid off, and I would like to put on record my thanks for the truly brilliant work of my colleague, the member for Pontypridd, ably supported by the member for Worsley and Eccles South. Can I also thank the various ministers for listening to our proposals on scam ads, epilepsy trolling, and dealing with the small but high harm platforms, and to the various Secretaries of State for their constructive approaches along the way. But most of all, I too also want to thank the campaigners, the charities and the families who've been most affected by this bill. I also welcome today's last-minute concessions. Criminal liability is something we've been calling for since the start as a means to drive culture change, and we look forward to seeing the detail of this tabled in the other place. I also welcome what we will be finally seeing a bill outlawing conversion practices, including for trans people, and tougher action on people traffickers advertising online. But in major aspects, the government has moved in the wrong direction. They seem to have lost their mettle and watered down the bill significantly, dumping whole swathes of it, including many of the harms it was originally designed to deal with. There are still protections for children, albeit the age verification is difficult and many children pass themselves off as older online. But all the previous work in tackling wider harms has been dropped. In failing to reconcile harms which individually are not illegal with the very nature of powerful platforms promoting engagement and outcomes which are harmful, the government has let these big tech companies off the hook and left us all more at risk. Online hate, disinformation, sensationalism, abuse, terrorism, racism, self-harm, eating disorders, incel, misogyny, anti-Semitism and much more are now completely out of scope of the bill and will continue to proliferate. This is now a major loophole which massively falls short of the original intention of the bill. I hope that the other place will return to some of the core principles of duty of care, giving the regulator wider powers over directing terms and conditions, getting transparency and accountability over engagement algorithms, and the economic business models which monetise misery, as Ian Russell described it. I'm confident that the other place will consider these issues carefully, sensitively, and with intelligence. And as I've said before, if the bill isn't strengthened, it will fall to the next Labour government to bring in further legislation. But for now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to finally be able to support the online safety bill to pass its third reading.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much. This has been a while to get to this point. It has been hours and hours of scrutiny. It has been so many hours of time spent by campaigners and external organisations, and I have received more correspondence on this from people who really know what they're talking about than I have on any other bill that I've done any work on during the course of my time in this House. I want specifically to thank the NSPCC and the Mental Health Foundation, who've provided me with an awful lot of information and advice on the amendments that we've moved. The internet is wonderful, it's exciting, and it's incredibly useful. It's also harmful and damaging and scary. And this bill is about trying to make it less harmful and damaging and scary, while still allowing people to experience the wonderful, exciting and useful parts of the internet. There are a couple of issues we still have with the bill. We're not going to vote against it at third reading, but you know, it would be remiss of me not to mention some of the problems that we've still got. I'm still concerned that the government keeps saying Children's Commissioner when there are a number of Children's Commissioners. It's Children's Commissioner for England that's been added as a consultee, not the other ones. And that's the decision they've decided to take, but they need to be clear about that when they're speaking about it. In terms of protecting children, I'm still concerned that there are issues where the bill is a little bit too social media centric and doesn't necessarily take into account some of the ways that children generally interact with the internet, on things like talking to their friends on Fortnite, talking to people they don't know on Fortnite, talking to people on Roblox, things that are not caught by social media, things that are different and are not covered by this as well as I would like. In terms of the risky features, I'm concerned that there's not so much of an ability for children to not take part in risky features, to switch off private messaging and live streaming, for example, rather than just to switch off types of content, types of features. In terms of the changes that have been made, just lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't know what people want to say that they felt that they couldn't say as a result of the previous version of the bill. I don't know why the government feels it's okay to say, right, we're concerned about legal but harmful because we want people to be able to promote eating disorder content, or because we want people to be able to promote self-harm content. And I'm sure they don't. I'm sure none of them want to be able to promote that. Why then have they made this change? I have not had one person be able to tell me what it is they believe that they would not be able to say in the previous iteration of the bill. I have not had one person be able to say that. You can just say free speech however much you like. It doesn't mean anything if you cannot provide examples of what exactly it is that you believe you should be able to say that you couldn't say in the previous iteration of the bill. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm glad that we have a bill. I'm glad to hear that a future government from the other side of the House may change the bill to make it better. Hopefully this will provide a safer environment for children online, and hopefully we can get this bill implemented as soon as it is through the Lords.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I know how unpopular it can be at 9 o'clock at night to detain the House further. However, I did speak on previous stages of this bill and wanted to speak to just a couple of issues this evening. Can I begin by thanking the Secretary of State for her meetings she did undertook with myself and members of the Jewish community, some of our community groups, with regards to the change on legal but harmful. She knows we were not particularly happy when we heard the first iteration of what was proposed. But I think we have got into a position where Jewish community groups have been able to row in behind this bill. It may be imperfect in some ways, but it is certainly a lot better than than the starting point we're coming from. But I also want to pay tribute to the Honourable Lady, the Shadow Minister, the member for Pontypridd, who has also worked very hard, particularly on the issue of anti-Semitism. But as I say, I thank the Secretary of State for getting us into a position through her hard work where ourselves and groups such as the Centre for Countering Digital Hate are very supportive of this bill. Myself and the Honourable Member for Croydon Central were in Washington with the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust just before Christmas, where we met with members of Congress and senators who told us how much this piece of legislation was very much world-leading and very much an indicator for where they intended or would like to get, although things are a little bit more complicated there, of course, because of the constitutional issues. So this is indeed a well-beating piece of legislation, and as with all legislation, it's imperfect, but it is a piece of legislation we can still be very proud of. I'm pleased we've dispensed with some of the nonsense around free speech arguments, because some of those that were put forward were nonsense. I think there is a misunderstanding by some people, I have to say sadly on my side of politics, that free speech is presented as an ability to say anything without consequences. That is not what free speech is, and we should always remember there are consequences to some of the things we say, and there should be consequences. I want to speak just briefly on the issue of conspiracy theories and this legislation, in particular anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. I'm sorry to detain the House, but I do think this is an important issue at the moment, given that we've had a member of this House in recent times promoting anti-vaccine conspiracy theories. The juxtaposition between COVID conspiracy theories and anti-vaccine COVID conspiracy theories and anti-Semitism is, I'm afraid, one which we see all too often in the online space. This legislation will do something to address that, but we have to do more on that. And I just want to give a couple of examples in the few minutes I do have of what coronavirus conspiracy theories and anti-Semitism have looked like. We've had huge amounts of online material produced which suggests everything from the COVID isn't real and is a Jewish conspiracy to COVID is real and was designed and spread by Jews. We've had a celebration of Jewish deaths through conspiracy theories, and we've also had even the promotion of conspiracy theories around vaccines and the role of Jews. And in particular, I want to thank the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust and the CST, particularly for their briefing, COVID Conspiracies and Jew Hate, where they highlight the anti-vaccine element of anti-Semitism. We have seen some gratuitous online content of Jews presented as scientists holding syringes, allegations and Jews who work as senior executives in various pharmaceutical companies targeted because of their faith. And of course, we've even seen the menorah presented with lots of syringes on it. All of this is deeply anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, based around the vaccine and a lot of the anti-vaxxer movement. And whilst a colleague of ours recently found himself in trouble, quite rightly, and I praise our Chief Whip for acting so swiftly on this, of promoting a tweet which likened the Holocaust to COVID. Whilst it is true that that in and of itself is not necessarily anti-Semitic, what we have seen throughout is anti-COVID groups using gratuitous Holocaust imagery in their campaign against the vaccines and in the promotion of other COVID conspiracies. So I'm afraid that it is not a very big step from promoting a Holocaust image to entering into very deep and dangerous anti-Semitism. And I'm afraid that a lot of the anti-COVID movement and the anti-vaxxer movement find themselves in that space. And it is vital that people in government and in this House on all sides call that nonsense out for what it is, which is dangerous anti-science crap. Mr Deputy Speaker. That is what it is. And this legislation will go somewhere to addressing that, particularly around those elements which are related to anti-Semitism and illegal. But we have a lot more we need to do in the future, although I'm a big supporter of this bill and a particular tribute to the Secretary of State, her officials and her ministerial team for getting us to where we are on this legislation. But there will be a lot more to do, because I'm afraid this hate is there, it's not going away, and I'm afraid since calling out what happened last week, my inbox has exploded with all sorts of conspiracy theory nonsense, threats and anti-Semitic emails and calls and to the office, and I know the Chief Whip has suffered the same. So there's a lot more to do on this, but I hope I haven't detained the House too long, but I absolutely support this legislation. It is a good start, it is world leading, but we will have to come back, I'm afraid, as technology develops, because there will be more to do in this space. And I just end by associating myself with the calls with regards to advertising. And I look forward to, because the amount of money there is in some of these hate sites through the advertising is quite staggering and quite frightening. And we will have to do more on that. So I will end it there, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Question is that the bill now be read a third time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion on the Speaker's Committee for the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority, Leader of the House to move.
Formally.
The question is as on the order paper.
Aye.
As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Motion on constitutional law not moved.
Not moved.
Petition and McLaughlin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister earns a much higher than average salary and is already one of the wealthiest men in the UK. He cannot and does not argue that he's too poor to pay his energy bills. So if he stopped paying them, it would be for no good reason. And although his energy company might eventually disconnect his supply, it would phone him, send him reminder letters and offer him debt counselling. And all the while, and that can be as long as a year, he's allowed to build up debt. But if someone on a prepayment meter stops paying, normally because they simply don't have the money, their energy will automatically be cut off. It's called self-disconnection. It happens when the customer is in as little debt as £5, and it's completely unjust. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to issue a ban on self-disconnection for prepayment customers, further urges the Government to ensure that prepayment customers are given the same level of advice and support and the same length of time to pay as all other customers. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, prepayment meter energy customers and self-disconnection.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Question is that this House do now adjourn. Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The small but mighty city of Stoke-on-Trent is the home of our country's outstanding ceramic manufacturing industry. Stoke-on-Trent's rich history and heritage in ceramics played a leading role in the United Kingdom's Industrial Revolution, putting our great city on the map around the world. It is important, Mr Deputy Speaker, to point out to the House that the term ceramics covers not just the very important tableware and giftware sector, but also bricks, clay roof tiles and pipes, wall and floor tiles, sanitary ware, refractories which are critical to manufacturing steel and glass, amongst other items, and advanced technical ceramics used in everything from aerospace to medicine. In Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork, we have world-class ceramic businesses like Churchill China, Steel Light, Burley, Moorcroft and Johnson Tiles, to name a few. They all welcome the energy bill discount scheme, but I worry the energy-intensive UK ceramic businesses will still face crippling energy bills if prices spike next winter or sooner.
Will you give way?
I'm very happy to give way to my friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend and indeed neighbour for giving way. In Newcastle-under-Lyme next door, we don't have quite as many firms as in Stoke-on-Trent, but we do have, for example, Silverdale Bathrooms and Ibstock Brick, who make bricks in Chesterton. And they have both come to me, and they are worried too about the potential for energy prices to go back up and that the support won't be there in the future. I think we all hope that this is a temporary increase in energy prices. Does it not make sense, and I'm sure he'll come to this in his speech, that the government shepherds our companies through this difficult period in energy times, through the war in Ukraine, so that they can continue to provide jobs for our constituents for many years to come?
I'm very grateful to my friend. He is absolutely right, and he is an incredible champion for the people of Newcastle-under-Lyme and the ceramics sector, as well as my honourable friend sat behind me, the member for Stoke-on-Trent South, made in Stoke-on-Trent, Mr Deputy Speaker, born and bred and the heartbeat of our city, and it's great to be surrounded by such supportive colleagues in this way. But he is indeed correct to say that there is a fear that if prices were to go back up while support has decreased from April onwards, that would leave them, whilst receiving really good orders, with unaffordable bills, whilst wages are also having to massively increase in order to just retain staff, let alone the recruitment crisis that the sector is facing presently. I'm very happy to give way to my friend.
Can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for Stoke-on-Trent North for bringing us forward? I always like to come and support him, as he does me, and congratulate him on this. There's a local independently owned ceramics business named Eden Pottery in my constituency of Strangford. During the October season of the Great British Bake Off, some of their ceramics and their pottery were used in that show. So it's one that has got a bit of prominence. There's been recent news that the £150 payment will be distributed to small and medium businesses at the end of February. But in some cases, energy prices are trebling in price, so this £150 really doesn't make a dent in the monies, and I think that's what the Honourable Gentleman is referring to. Does the Honourable Member agree that a greater assessment must be undertaken on the impact that this payment will have, and that additional funding really does need to be found as soon as possible?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very grateful to my really good honourable friend, and it's incredible that Strangford finds a way of making sure it's linked to every single one of our constituencies across this House, and they couldn't be better served than the honourable gentleman who's a Doughty champion. And I look forward to exchanging some pottery with him in the near future so we can share in our fine ceramics. And he's indeed correct to make the point about the cost implication of rising gas prices and the danger to these small, medium and large firms that obviously could potentially see lots of jobs lost if the support does go earlier than it should do. I'm very happy to give way to one friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I congratulate him on securing this really important debate. The ceramics sector has not received the level of support that many other energy-intensive sectors have to help with the transition and decarbonisation, and particularly given 97% of the businesses within the ceramics industry are SMEs. Does my honourable friend agree with me that we do really need to have a dedicated pot of funding from the government for the ceramics sector to invest in the transition and in improving energy efficiency measures?
Dedicated pot.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend for his fantastic words, that he's indeed correct to say that the ceramics industry already has put around about £500 million of its own money into looking at carbon decarbonisation and energy efficiency. And whilst I totally agree and understand that steel is important to this nation's history as well as its future, ceramics is also as important as well. Ceramics is in our mobile phones, in our kneecaps in some cases, depending on the support you're getting, as well as the aerospace adventures that we want to see. The aeroplane engines wouldn't literally fly without the ceramic film that goes around it. So it is so important, with about 20,000 jobs, I believe, across our United Kingdom dependent upon it. And so I do hope that we will see some support, because the chase to net zero is fine, but we cannot do it with the damage potentially that could be caused to the ceramics sector. And we want to see and remain competitive with the world, whilst China continues to dump unfairly their cheap, unruly products around our country, where thankfully we're protected by the tariffs for now. We need that longer term commitment, but also the carbon border scheme and adjustments that are really needed to make sure that we're competitive with mainland Europe as well. So I do totally concur with my honourable friend. Mr Speaker, on average, gas is roughly 10% of the cost of manufacturing a plate. However, companies are currently exposed to gas costs 5 times of what they were for many years, and have seen gas prices hit 20 times the previous normal cost. Companies should, of course, aim to build in some resilience in their process, But this kind of market fluctuation is beyond anything they could have reasonably planned for. Regrettably, business will certainly be put at a disadvantage because of the rapid and staggering rise in energy prices, and increased energy costs could have significant impact on local businesses which do so much for the community. I want to ensure that the government are acutely aware of the impact the cost of energy is having on UK ceramics and get a commitment from the UK government that they will do all they can to protect it. First, it is therefore vital to point to the significance of the ceramics industry. As a proud Member of Parliament for Stoke-on-Trent North Kidsgrove and Talk, an area which is hugely proud of its ceramics industry, I want to point out that ceramics' centrality, both the national and local economies, and that the UK ceramics industry does employ around 20,000 people and is a crucial part of Stoke-on-Trent, with Johnson Tiles established in 1901, who have made over half of the 888,246 ceramic poppies for the Tower of London, commemorating all British and colonial servicemen who died in the First World War, employing over 200 people in Stoke-on-Trent. The UK ceramic industry contributes around £2 billion to the UK economy, which really does mean one of our country's last great exports is ceramics. And the British Ceramics Confederation, which represents over 90% of the UK ceramics manufacturers, whose chief executive is Rob Flello, estimates that the ceramic industry exports around £600 million a year. We use the world-leading products designed by companies such as Steelite, Church of China and Burley in this place. Members' Dining Room, Portcullis House, just to name a few. The very tiles on the floor just down the corridor in Central Lobby, Mr Deputy Speaker, at the very centre of our great democracy, are from Stoke-on-Trent. Sadly, it is a constant source of irritation and frustration to me that there is not anywhere near enough Stoke-on-Trent made ceramics in government departments. And therefore, one of the first initiatives, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my brief stint in the Department for Education was to ensure that all tableware in my ministerial private office was made in Stoke-on-Trent, and I'm very proud that my former private office boasts their cups and saucers proudly on their desks in the Department for Education. Not only does the UK ceramic industry clearly play a crucial role in both the national and local economies, but it's also impossible to understand the emotional significance of this historic industry. For the people of Stoke-on-Trent and wider North Staffordshire, the ceramic industry is a source of immense pride. Local manufacturers are being priced out of the market from companies overseas in places like China, and this is of course at huge expense of the end product's quality, as we all know that made in Stoke-on-Trent is a sign of excellence. The ceramic industry is immensely energy-intensive industry, and as such, Putin's abhorrent, illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine in February of last year has had a demonstrable impact on the industry. Gas prices have caused considerable instability in the ceramics industry, which is traditionally used to very reasonable energy prices. The base rate for wholesale gas prices is now £1.62, 4 times its stable average before February of 2022. Research for UK ceramic manufacturers suggests that productivity costs are exponentially higher, averaging at 47%. This is in addition to an enormous increase in the price of energy. Again, research points to a staggering increase in costs, this time at around 400%. The UK has been hit especially hard by a global energy crisis, with our ceramic manufacturers with significantly higher overheads. In comparison to the UK, overseas factory average price increases are only 29%. All of this would mean that ceramic manufacturers in Stoke-on-Trent sales volumes are impacted, and they struggle to compete against imported competition from cheap labour countries like China and European countries who have far more generous support packages. These shocking increases in prices means that for the ceramic industry and Stoke-on-Trent's leading ceramic businesses, have found the government's previous energy scheme so important. With one manufacturer, Mr Deputy Speaker, telling me that over the winter months it would save them, they estimated, around £4 million, giving them a huge boost in these turbulent times. But in times of global instability, the scheme has allowed our first-class manufacturers to remain competitive, keeping their high-quality products on the market and on our shelves. So I welcome that from April the new scheme seems to include UK ceramic manufacturing, but overall it is still going to have a significant impact on manufacturers' overheads and thus competitiveness. In places such as Spain and Italy, a major competitor can be underwritten and help to cope with energy costs. UK ceramics are also struggling to compete with German competitors who have electricity rates that are 38% lower. In order for UK ceramic manufacturers to be most competitive, we therefore need a similar level of support or parity with European businesses. This will ensure the jewel in the crown manufacturing industry in our great country is able to prosper well into the future. One way we could do this is if we can look into getting rid of regulations to make it easier for UK ceramic manufacturing sites to be regenerated. We can drastically improve the short and long-term prospects of UK ceramics. Furthermore, we can of course point to other manufacturing industries like textiles and plastics that are struggling too. If we cannot and do not support these industries, the UK will be far less competitive and crucially it will deter foreign investment. This puts skilled jobs at risk, not just in Stoke-on-Trent, but across our country. I must also put on the record the devious behaviour of some energy suppliers who have sought to use never-before-used small print clauses to levy additional charges and fees as a way around the price cap. I'm aware of a business hit with a £3 million bill out of the blue for gas that the supplier bought for the wholesale market but was seemingly lost in transit to their customers. It is important to note gas that wherever used by the manufacturer, but nevertheless gas charged to that customer. And there are other examples of poor business practice used to extract money from hard-pressed UK ceramic manufacturers. The UK ceramics industry are working tirelessly to become carbon neutral, as my friend, the Right Honourable for Stoke-on-Trent South, pointed out. In an energy-intensive industry, in the current energy crisis, this is all the more commendable. With the publication of the Skidmore Review on net zero, the House should note that China still builds most of the world's coal-fired power stations, and UK ceramics manufacturers have to compete against a country that isn't tied down by net zero targets. Many UK ceramic businesses are working with the British Ceramics Confederation to research production of various ceramic products using hydrogen-fired kilns, and many UK ceramic manufacturers have signed up to the Confederation's net zero commitment by 2050. As I outlined earlier, Stoke-on-Trent was at the beating heart of Britain's first industrial revolution, and I'm adamant that it can also be the centre of the green revolution too. The British Ceramic Confederation are looking at developing hydrogen technology to power the factories, and this is an exciting opportunity for the government to support a crucial industry, whilst also making this country more self-sufficient. As we all know, the war in Ukraine has vividly illustrated the importance of not relying on other countries for our energy. In May, the British Ceramics Confederation was delighted to announce that £300,000 of government funding had been awarded for a project to study the feasibility of using hydrogen as a fuel for the UK ceramics sector as the industry pushes towards net zero targets. And this was a fantastic and highly welcomed first step in supporting the ceramic industry achieve net zero. So today I ask the Minister to clarify what next steps the government will be taking to further advance our goal of achieving net zero by providing direct support on innovation to the UK ceramic industry. Will the Minister meet with me and colleagues from the ceramic sector to explore direct research funding? To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, the purpose of holding this adjournment debate today was to highlight on the floor of this House the impact of the cost of energy on our great ceramic sector. It is impossible to overstate its centrality both at the local and national level to communities like Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Torque. I therefore implore my right honourable friend to demonstrate that they remain steadfast in their support for the UK ceramic sector and those that work in it. As I've outlined, they are fundamental parts of Stoke-on-Trent's economy, its jobs and its heritage, one of our great country's last great assets, and it is of the paramount importance that we support it.
Minister Nuzgani.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent North, for securing today's debate. Once again, he gave a very sensible, well-rounded debate, and he's always lobbying the department very hard indeed. He continues to be a champion for UK ceramic manufacturers, and I'm grateful to him for setting out the issues impacting the sector so clearly, and I can confirm the government is indeed steadfast in our support for the sector. Following Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine, the government committed billions of pounds to help households and businesses keep the lights on this winter, and I'd like to reassure the House that we also want to keep the kilns firing too. The government recognises the significant contribution energy-intensive industries make to this country, and of course we know how valuable they are to local economies and communities, providing around 375,000 jobs directly and millions more in the industries they support through supply chains. This is so true for Stoke-on-Trent North, the birthplace of Wedgwood, which obviously now sits very proudly in the member's previous department, whose strong connection with the ceramic sector continues through to the present day. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, set out our objective to grow the economy with better paid jobs and improve opportunities right across the country. And if we are to succeed in meeting that objective, energy-intensive industries like ceramics and glass and steel will be crucial. And as we continue to transition to net zero, that my right honourable friend talked about so passionately, these industries will be absolutely crucial too for the manufacture of everything from electric cars to wind turbines, and we will do all we can to support them. In my role as Minister for Industry, I have engaged with business and trade associations and witnessed firsthand their drive and passion to work with government to find a sustainable solution to those challenges that works for us all. We can also all agree that the last few years have been exceptionally difficult for everybody, and energy-intensive industries were no exception. But looking forward, I'm confident that we can deliver a better future, unlocking the opportunities net zero offers to build resilient industries, bringing growth and jobs to communities across the country, and providing security, opportunity and prosperity in the years to come. We've already made enormous progress between 1990 and 2019. We grew our economy by 76% and cut our emissions by 44%, decarbonising faster than any other G7 country. But there's still a long way to go. And in our present economic conditions, it's more important than ever to accelerate the move away from fossil fuels and towards clean, affordable energy. And we're clear that we must do all we can to ensure that we drive the green transition in a way that is resolutely pro-business and pro-growth, and ensuring that no one is left behind on our journey to a low-carbon future. We will carefully consider the recommendations of the Skidmore Review, published last week, as we do so. My right honourable friend talked about low-carbon hydrogen and carbon capture, so I'll just touch on that. We know that there's a huge amount of potential on those transformative energies, and we will support the UK and our journey to energy independence and offer vital British industries like the ceramic sector an opportunity to transition away from expensive oil and gas. These are